they didn't bring the waters up.
No, they're right there by the side.
Oh, I see.
I think we tried to put this here. And
Yeah, on the table's good. Yeah, I like that. I think that worked, right? Is it going to stay?
got it?
I think so.
Oh no, I'm expecting to wrestle. I didn't know.
You're first, Bill. We got the best kickoff in the history of MIT. We got Bill, so very excited.
Hello.
Hello.
Can
Good
everybody hear
morning.
me? Please raise your hand if you can't hear me. Never mind.
You can?
Ken, he got it.
Morning. You hear me? Good.
Ah, there we go.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the convention. I hope that you enjoy the convention, and even more than I hope that you enjoy the convention, I hope that it becomes a meaningful experience in your life. I remember the first research convention that I attended. It was in Chicago in 1975, and I must have 100 memories of that 2 days. 100 is a conservative number. I remember the young man that I was assigned a room with by the convention. I don't know if hotels still do that, assign roommates, maybe an obsolete practice. But I was assigned a room with an eccentric young man who knew lots and lots of baseball trivia. And I remember him and his even more eccentric friend who knew even more baseball trivia. And I remember the speakers, the presenters, and the old baseball players who were there. Cool Papa Bell was there, and Monty Irvin, and a man named Dave Malarcher, who you probably never heard of, but he was a very good manager of the Negro Leagues. And there was a wonderful sports writer named Fred Lieb, who had been an official scorer at the World Series as early as 1909. Most of the research that was presented there was of minor interest or no interest, but it is only because of one small group of researchers who were there that any of you have ever heard of the Negro Leagues. The Negro Leagues had died in complete darkness 20 years before that, but that little group of researchers was determined to fan their memory and feed fuel and paper to them until people caught on, and they did. I remember the parking garage at the hotel, and I remember the election of officers for the association and the dinner. And I remember the drive back to my home state of Kansas. I was driving an old car that had very poor suspension, and I weaved all over the road to the extent to which a policeman pulled me over and thought I was driving drunk. I remember the conversation I had with the policeman as we were sitting in his patrol car. It was raining. I must have lived about 20,000 days since then, but and many of those days I'm sure I've entirely forgotten, but I have many, many, many memories of that day. People my age, that is to say old people, are sometimes jealous of people your age, not because of the parties or the dating possibilities. Actually, once you get past that, you're damn glad to be rid of it. What we are jealous of is the opportunities that remain before you. Options exist in ideas, or rather options begin in ideas, but I still have ideas as big. My ideas now are bigger and better than the ideas I had when I was your age. But ideas are brought to fruition with time and energy. And as you get older, you become more and more aware that you no longer have the time or the energy to finish your projects, to I must have 200 books in my head without exaggeration that I'm never going to have time to write. I become very aware of this. Not that there's anything sad about it, I've written enough books, you know. Understanding, I'll read a little bit of this. Understanding moves forward through flashes of insight that emerge every once in so often when you're thinking about something, usually something else. I'll share just one of those ideas with you that I have, but I haven't had the time or the energy to develop. In baseball research, there's endless debate, which can be summarized as, if Babe Ruth was playing today, what would he hit now? Quality of play over time is a debate that goes on, and most people think that this debate can never be resolved. In fact, there is an objective answer to that question, and I know how to find that objective answer. I had that idea when preparing a presentation to a group of engineers about 16 months ago. I've never, in order to do that, it's not something I can do myself. I would have to start a website devoted to it and organize a group of people who are interested in that particular question and explain to them how I'm certain that this problem can be resolved objectively so that we all agree on an answer. But you know, it's been 16 months, and to be honest, I've written a few papers about it, but I haven't really done that much. I don't know whether they'll get done or not. When I was young, the fact that a project would require a couple of decades to reach completion didn't mean that much to me. I wasn't intimidated by that, as I suspect most of you are not. But when you get to be my age, you're aware that, you know, I'm not going to see the end of this anyway, so it doesn't matter. When you're young, you come to understand that something I'm sorry, I misread my own page there. When you're young and you come to understand something that you never understood before, you tend to imagine that the world, or all people who didn't understand this must be morons. Maybe you don't, but I did. I may have been more arrogant than any of you are. As you get older, you begin to understand that we're all morons, that the world is so complicated that the sum total of all of those flashes of insight everybody has only amounts to an understanding of something less than 1% of the world. The universe is simply vastly more complex than the human mind, and there's nothing you can do about that. Nobody truly understands the world, not the Republicans or the Democrats or the artists or the scientists or the economists or the Catholics or the Methodists or the Muslims or the Buddhists or the philosophers or the pollsters or the used car salesman. Each group merely establishes a framework for a fuzzy, imprecise understanding of the world, which is what Plato was trying to explain with the analogy of the cave. Looking back at it, that conference 50 years ago was one of the watershed events of my life. I had a day about 3 weeks after that conference on which I submitted an article to a magazine for the first time, beginning my career as a writer. And also on that same day, I asked a girl if she wanted to go to a movie. We were married about 3 years later, and she's here with me. She's in the audience here today. So the question is, will this conference turn out to be a watershed event in anyone's life? I hope that it will. We can hope that it will be. The people who are on the podiums here are every bit as fantastic as the people I met in Chicago, all of whom I still remember 50 years later. But time will reveal that the people who are doing really important work here are not the people on the stages, but the people sitting in the audience. Just as time has shown us that the people who were doing really important work in that amazing group in Chicago were not the people on the stages, but that little group of 3 or 4 researchers who were trying to save the dead memory of the Negro Leagues. I can tell you this, that there's nothing happening here that will change your life if you don't follow through on it. But there are many things happening here that will change your life if you do. Thank you very much for listening.
Woo.
Thank you, Bill.
Thank you. I wanted to take a brief moment to honor one of my dear friends, Dikembe Mutombo, who passed this year. Obviously, his iconic shot blocking, arguably by data, the best defensive player who ever played the game. I think that's pretty disputed, but quick story there. When we won 12 in a row and Yao Ming went down with an injury that year, Dikembe Mutombo came to me. I was a very young GM at the time and said, "Don't worry, I've got this." And we went from winning like 110 to 100 to winning 77 to 69. So he'll always be someone special to me. Very excited to be here. Very excited Bill was here to give the opening remarks for the first time. It has a special history in that he's seen the development of using data from first baseball into all the sports we have here this year. And we do have some new sports. We like to always highlight them. We have rugby this year, and our lead, Rachel, is a top rugby player, which is pretty cool. We have volleyball. We've had volleyball before, but not as an official panel. Cricket this year, and then really special to my wife, Ellen, who is a gymnastics judge and loves gymnastics. We have a gymnastics panel, which I'm very excited about, and we have some of the top gymnasts of all time and the lead of gymnastics there. You probably noticed that we don't have any AI panel, and that's intentional. And part of it's because I'm old enough to remember I've been through sort of 4 big waves where every day brings a new innovation that you have to talk to your friends about. First was the PC and the fast development there. Then there was the internet. Then there was mobile. And now we're in AI. And if you wait even a few days on AI and you're like, oh, I'm using Claude, or I'm using this model for this or that, people will be like, oh, have you tried this? And immediately you're like, oh man, I'm behind. OpenAI has the new 4.5, and now the game has shifted from training time to inference time, which is pretty interesting as well. So you'll hear that talked about on every panel versus having a specific AI panel, just like we talk about women's sports pretty much on every panel, and we don't have a exclusive women's panel, which has always been something we talked about. And then my last thing, just to keep it on time, we pride ourselves on being on time in this conference, which I think we've done every year, which is pretty good. We do, for the first time, have our first MacArthur Genius Grant on stage, and I'm quite nervous about it because I'm pretty sure he's actually the smartest guy in the room, in a room of very smart people. So I'll turn to Jessica.
Well, thanks, Daryl. Obviously, Bill James is the godfather of sports analytics, and this is our 19th annual Sports Analytics Conference, the Super Bowl of sports analytics. And I remember, Bill, at our first conference at MIT Sloan, when you stood up and wrote your email address on the blackboard. And I think how you have been open and sharing and educating has laid such a foundation for everything that we're about here at the conference. So I just want to acknowledge and thank you for that. This year's theme is analytics in motion, and there's a lot of different reasons for that. Most specifically, that analytics is changing everything about the game. From the ability to track players who are moving, obviously, has evolved meaningfully, and you'll see lots of great use cases today, to on the business side, the data that we're now able to see on fans, from streaming to gambling to ticketing, on a very individualized basis. And Daryl touched on a couple of the major trends that we're going to be touching on nearly every panel. Globalization is really at the top of the list, and you see it happening with leagues like the NFL going to Brazil, Germany. You see the impact of Netflix with 300 million subscribers worldwide, and the languages and what happened for the the Christmas Day game for the NFL. The other is investing. It's completely changing. Most leagues at this point in the US are now having PE investing, and that's leading to significant change that will impact every part of the sports industry in good and potentially negative ways. College sports. I mean, this is a time of so much change and upheaval, and like being at the front lines of trying to fix that. Women's sports, as Daryl alluded to, it's a great time for women's sports. It's fun to watch it, to see it. Bill, I always love your appreciation for women's basketball. We've talked it for years. And of course, AI, as Daryl mentioned. I think for all of you, just in terms of the reach of the conference, there's over 2,500 people at the conference today. We have a wait list of 3,000. Obviously, not everyone can be here in person, so we do live stream this panel. Thank you to everyone who's up already and watching at home. We have 44 states represented, 42 countries, people as far away as New Zealand. We have a huge contingency from Singapore. Any of you guys here yet? No, apparently they're dealing. Oh, there they are. Thank you. And our content is without question the best that we've ever had. It's going to be really entertaining. We have 37 panels. Grant thinks it's the most ever. I don't know. I'll let Daryl share on that. 23 competitive advantage talks where you can learn how data is actually being applied. Workshops. There's so many amazing things. I think for me, some of the content that I'm most excited about, obviously, we have, as you can see from the WWE belt here, we have Bella Bajaria from Netflix, who is really going to drive this worldwide support. And we have Paul Triple H here too. And what WWE is doing and has done is remarkable, and excited to sit down with them. We have, Daryl's panel tomorrow, have the nerds ruin basketball. As a one-time jump shooting mid-range basketball player, I would say maybe yes, but I'm excited to hear all of the discussions. We have Asia Wilson, who is arguably the most dominant basketball player in the world. Notice I didn't say women's basketball player. I'm thrilled that she's going to be closing out on one of our 2 closing panels today. And we have Michelle King and Jerry Cardinal talking about entrepreneurship and investing and the things that they're doing that are changing the industry. And of course, the kickoff panel in a few minutes with Mark Shapiro and Jonathan Kraft talking about sports in 2045. I cannot think of 2 people who have helped usher in to where we are today, and hearing their perspective of where we are going on both the sporting and the business side is going to be really phenomenal. We have 3 live podcasts. Bloomberg's The Deal, A Touch More with Sue Bird and Megan Rapinoe, and Pablo Torre Finds Out. That's the first time we've had 3. And it's going to just be an amazing, amazing conference. I want to thank Daryl, as always. I want to thank Corbin, my wife, who does so much behind the scenes and is moderating a panel on the limitations of data in women's sports. I want to thank the Kager team, who all of the great ideas that you hear about here, we are putting it to work. So thank you all for everything. Obviously, I want to thank our sponsors, but most importantly, I want to thank the students who work tirelessly. We have 49 this year, led by Grant and Rachel, and I've really just enjoyed and loved getting to know you both. The team that you have created amongst the students is unlike anything I've ever seen. So thank you very much, and I'll turn it over to you.
Yeah, of course. Well, thank you, everyone, for being here. Thank you, Jessica and Daryl. It's a little bit crazy being up here when 10 months ago, when you guys selected me and Rachel to be the co-leads. It's crazy to fathom being here, and you guys have just been awesome to learn from. The late night calls sometimes when we're coming up with content ideas are so fun as well, and so it's just been a phenomenal experience working with the both of you. As Bill said, and as Jessica said, I think this conference is most amazing because of these 2,500 people here, the conversations that happen in the hallways. It's really awesome, and I'm so glad that you guys chose to spend your Friday and Saturday with us. We put in a ton of work in the background to make sure that it happens, and so hopefully it's as awesome as we think it's going to be. Wanted to thank my wife, Sarah. She's in the audience. She keeps me sane when it's those late night calls and the constant Slack messages. But she's a great rock and a great sounding board. We have some awesome sponsors this year. We have 17 sponsors, and 7 of them are net new. So really proud to welcome those 7 here for the first time and getting to know all of them. And hopefully you guys get to meet them as well in the hallway. Something that maybe wasn't said yet is that there's a great network of past alumni that are co-leads that were in Rachel and I's shoes. And you guys have just been so phenomenal to work with, whether it's I have this crazy question or just need to vent about something that's blowing up. You guys have been terrific and help open a lot of doors for us. Rachel will go in and thank all of our LT, but as Jessica said, we had an amazing 10-person LT, including the 2 of us, and they really just stepped up every single time, and we really enjoyed getting to become true friends with them and to work with them, and just absolutely phenomenal. And last but definitely not least, Rachel, I didn't know you when we were selected to be co-leads, and you've just been perfect. If it was just me planning this, there would be a bunch of ideas and nothing would actually have would happen. So thank you so much for always making sure that, we can actually have a path forward for things, and you've been great to work with. So thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, Grant. Thank you guys all for all the kind things that you have said. Starting off with Grant, he's giving me a lot of credit, but the detail and the amount that he cares about this conference, I couldn't have asked for anything more in a co-lead, and so grateful to now call you a friend and to have been able to spend these last 10 months with you. Jessica and Daryl were doing something right when they put us together. I don't know if they knew it at the time, but it was pretty incredible. I do want to thank our leadership team by name. They were amazing this year. So Jessica alluded to the fact that our content is the best that it's ever been. And that is due to 2 guys, Jacob and David, who are running around like crazy. I don't think they're in the room right now. But if you see them, they have a badge on, please say thank you, because they have had equally as many late nights as we had. Isabella, Reed, Andrew Yu, Andrew Dugan, another Andrew, and Sophia were 35% Andrews on this leadership team. Thank you guys all so much for what you've done for getting us where we are today. I have a whole list of people to thank: Heinz, the volunteers, Lance, Tiffany, Corbin. Thank you guys so much for your leadership, but this clock is counting down and I'm in charge of rules. So please have your phones off. You've all done great so far. Turn them off going forward. Please keep your badges on. We need to know who you are. We need to know that you're supposed to be here. And please make sure that you're using our app. We have a great app. If you don't know how to use it, talk to anyone with an organizing badge. And make sure that you scan into our panels. We have a QR code this year. We're trying to get numbers on all of you and see what you like, see what you don't like. So that's it from us. Thank you all so much for being here today, and we hope you enjoy the conference.
Stay seated. We'll get going in a minute.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us at the 2025 Sloan Sports Analytics Conference. My name is Justin Corman, and I'm a first-year MBA candidate here at MIT Sloan. And it's my pleasure to introduce our very first panel of the conference, Sports in 2045, Ahead of the Curve. Our panelists today are Jonathan Kraft, president of the Kraft Group, and Mark Shapiro, president and chief operating officer of Endeavor and TKO Group Holdings. Our panel will be moderated by Contessa Brewer from CNBC. The panel will run for 40 minutes, and we will leave about 5 minutes at the end for Q&A. Please submit all questions via our Cadence app. And with that, I'll turn it over to you, Contessa.
Justin, thank you so much for that. I appreciate it. And Justin has done such a lot of work setting up this panel and setting up the conference, and we really appreciate all the students who are taking part in that. Nice to have you handsome gentlemen with me this morning.
Good morning.
2025 has really gotten off to a big start. First of all, what are you sitting here today, what are you most excited for this year, Jonathan?
Gee. Right out of the gate. Right out of the gate.
Relative to what? Relative to my family, to sports?
I mean, I think about the business, about sports, about the world at large. Unless you're,
I think clearly the pace of clearly the world of sports and the world of technology, which have been coming together over the last 2 decades in a much different type of way. The pace of that integration is getting faster and faster, whether you see it in streaming, whether you see it in artificial intelligence, whether you look at it in all the different ways in which we're consuming sports throughout the day on a 24/7 basis, which never used to exist. And I think we've really just reached a tipping point with the velocity of that. And so that part's fun to see.
So you like the speed?
I like the fact that new and creative things are happening. When you get older, speed isn't always a plus for you. But yeah, it's good to see. The dynamism is good to see.
Mark?
I think, first of all, amen to everything he said, but I'm in the content business, and Jonathan is as well, but we're in the content, experiences, event business. There's nothing that has more demand these days. In fact, I would say demand is outstripping supply. And if you are in the premium content business like the NFL, or obviously with TKO and the WWE and the UFC and this new boxing announcement we made this week, On Location, which is our sports hospitality and experiences platform, like you're in a good place. There's demand, there's heat, there's interest, there's curiosity, and there's fandom. And that bodes well for business.
That intensive experience seems to be making its way across multiple, in insurance they call it lines. Like in various kinds of business, there's an acknowledgement that the experience has to supersede everything else. So Jonathan, when you're looking and you're thinking about Gillette Stadium, how do you make that in-person experience match what AI, AR, VR, the Sphere, how can you match that when there's so many other ways that people can spend their time and their dollars?
Yeah, there's so much that goes into that. I think we're constantly thinking about, and this isn't anything new, but going back even to 2009-10, we became the first sports venue in America that had high-speed Wi-Fi, high-speed for those days, fully available for everybody because we knew connectivity was crazy. And I remember sitting at this conference in 2010 or 11, Jessica might remember, and Mark Cuban saying, you don't want Wi-Fi in sports venues. This is Mark Cuban, the alleged, genius of all this stuff, saying you don't want Wi-Fi because I don't want people looking at their phones. And, flash forward to today, and I think you want to make sure that people have the ability to do anything they want on their phone, but you do want to create an experience in the building that really feels special. So whether it's how you have your video technology or how you're delivering information about the game, both with the video capabilities that are in the building, but for the people who want to get it off their phone, specific to your in-venue app. And as things like artificial intelligence move forward, we're working on a chatbot, a generative AI chatbot that hopefully will be ready next year, that literally will be a guide to your experience in our venue, because so many people are season ticket holders and come time after time, but usually 20 to 25% of the people in the venue are there for the first time. And you want that experience to be great, and to learn about everything that's available is just too hard to know in the moment. So if you have a really great generative AI chatbot that people can interact with and that we make sure people know about as they're walking into the building, it'll hopefully bring them down the curve quickly to be able to understand where they can get the concessions they want, where the shortest bathroom lines are, how to access other information on their phone relative to the event that's going on the field or the pitch or with the concert. And those are the types of things that we're working on at Gillette.
I'll tell you that, let's talk On Location specifically, right? So On Location is premium sports hospitality and customized experiences. So across the Olympics, Milan coming up, LA that follows, FIFA 26, obviously the Super Bowl, the NFL draft, you name it. And we work closely with Kraft Analytics Group to understand our consumer, to understand our customer, because we're now living in a world here where it's the 4-day work week is here to stay. So there is more time. There is more discretionary time. There is more use of discretionary dollars for escapism, if you will, and entertainment, whether that's sports or that's taking in content off streaming or still going to the movie theaters for those tent poles, whatever it is, folks are looking for shared experiences. They're looking for communal experiences, and they're only going to sample you once or twice, given that there's so many choices out there and there's so much fragmentation. So you have to score when you have them. If that game experience, if that NFL game experience isn't better than watching it on your couch, in your living room, with big screens, your phone multitasking, and amazing sound, you have a real problem.
Will you also get more data about your customers and what they want as soon as you start using chatbots for them to ask? Like you're getting more back than if customers are using the technology you're providing.
Right, and the data that you're getting back is going to help obviously inform the chatbot and the generative AI tools that we're using to help make sure the experience gets better and better for the people that come after. So that data really does matter. And in a lot of respects, that's much more important. We're going to know who that person is when they buy the ticket anyhow. This is much more about making sure the experience in the footprint of our property is as seamless and enjoyable as it can be.
Given what you just said about the experience at home, the streaming audience is already starting to see layers of interactivity.
That's right.
Being able to see data overlaid on video screens. By the way, I cover sports gambling. The same thing is happening with BetVision on your phone, and it's coming through a lot faster than seeing it on the quality on the big screen might be better, but it's coming through faster. If you want to bet on it, the way to do it is watching it on your phone.
Yeah.
Is that a problem, the latency issue in sports?
No, actually, we own OpenBet,
Yep.
Which is a white label infrastructure platform for sports betting operators around the world. And at the same time, we own IMG Arena, which buys and sells sports rights for streaming and then sells them to the bookmakers so that folks can bet on all these games. AI cuts across a bunch of different ways for us. First of all, performance. Second of all, business operations. Third of all, fan engagement and content enhancement, which is what you're talking about. And on content enhancement, we're seeing it really in everything we do at IMG Arena and IMG overall with our 150 global media partners. We see it with real-time graphics. We see it with player data that we're putting in. We're seeing it with sports betting overall. We see it with responsible gaming. Really, when you look at the actual production these days, that integration, personalization, customization, multi-views, mega casts as we used to know them, that's now imperative. It's pivotal. You can't have a telecast without it.
And I would just, I agree with everything Mark said, with one exception, at least relative to the NFL business.
So 12 minutes for a disagreement. Finally, here we go.
No.
Here we go.
It's not even a big disagreement because everything you said is right. But the latency issue I believe the ultimate NFL usage of the type of data you're talking about in sports betting, latency is still an issue. And some of it is FCC related, some of it is technology related. But really where sports betting ends up going, I believe, is not your second screen, but when you want to watch football on your big screen if you're at home in your living room. And I believe the time is coming, but we haven't solved the latency issues yet, where when you turn that screen on, you'll be asked, Mark, Contessa, do you want to live bet today during the game? And if you say yes, your account on, FanDuel, DraftKings, Fanatics, one of those, they'll know you already, it'll be there, the money will already be there, and the screen will set up in an interactive way. The interfaces need to be built. And to the personalized point that Mark just said, which is right, you'll be fed live betting propositions between plays that will be personalized to you and what you like doing. We're years away from that, I believe, but the time's coming. We have the data for it, and the NFL is working on even better data collection tools from our field, and we as a league actually own all of those next-gen stats and have been working on that for years. But we have to solve the latency issue and then build the algorithms that'll sit above it that we will then license to sports betting companies.
But it's enough there. My point,
right?
Yeah, it's enough there that my kids, and I'm not proud of it, but that's the way it is. Anyone who has kids in college right now, that's what they're doing. In fact, the UFC and the NFL are fueled by sports betting. You're on a Saturday night, you're going to watch the UFC. You've got 8 or 9 fights on the card, plus props. That's all these college kids are doing.
Is that coming
It's
from
not
the
fueled. It's not fueled by. It's enhanced. It's enhanced. The competition and the athletes fuel it, and then
I don't have to be politically correct.
The sports betting enhances. He usually is a lot more politically correct than me, but that's what enhances.
And it's also bringing a lot of money to sports. There's so many. I feel like I'm chasing rabbits here. One, on the money side of it, sports betting has really fueled a lot of investment in sports. Now you've got private equity coming in as well. And yet what we're seeing is, macro level, a lot of uncertainty, a lot of volatility in the world. This week, we saw Apollo, Carlyle, Blackstone, TPG shares plummeting. How certain are you that the other sources of investment that have been headed towards sports will still be there amid the greater macro uncertainty?
Well, a momentary dip in the market. I think all those companies you just mentioned, I don't think they pay attention to hour by hour, day by day, week by week. They're looking long term. That's why they outperform everybody all the time. Over time, they just way outperform, and they're smart and they look at trends, and I think they see what Mark talked about earlier about the demand for live sports and entertainment, and by the new focus that private equity and growth equity have on investing directly into teams, which you haven't been able to really access in the public markets before, with just a few small exceptions. Their investors want access to pro sports that way. And I don't think a few weeks in the market is going to deter them from that. And what I think ultimately happens is you've seen everything private equity touch. They'll start to create a level of liquidity that didn't exist before. And then what you'll see come out of that 5, 6, 7 years down the road are growing tools for ordinary investors. When I say ordinary, just people who want to be able to invest in sport, but today maybe can't even write the check to a private equity firm and certainly can't buy a team. You'll move to a point where there's enough liquidity that I believe there'll be ETFs and other ways that you can buy into public sports.
The deals
assets.
open up in 2029, right?
That's the television deals.
Yeah, okay. So that will give you a new opportunity. Do you think that for new forms of money, new sources of money, if you're looking at streamers coming in, do you think that the media rights that you get are going to shift, expand, grow because of new opportunities when those deals come up?
Well, at the NFL, we're already doing business with Amazon, Netflix, and YouTube with our product, and Peacock obviously is a part of Comcast.
No, but Bella's here today, right? And I'm sure it'll be discussed. And obviously Netflix has publicly been out there saying how much they love Christmas Day and they want to do more Netflix. So it's a good question.
It is. No, I believe the rights, I mean, I'm not talking for people looking to invest, but I think it's pretty obvious that NFL content is in strong demand by more and more and different types of bidders. But it all started with private equity, and I'm sure they see this as a content play with lots of people willing to bid. I don't want to infer what they're thinking about, but that would be my guess. But more importantly, the revenue streams that you'll be able to generate from that live game content, like advertising, the CPMs, when you're buying mass market CPM rates, it's down here. When you can truly target one-to-one and have an audience of tens and tens of millions of people or 100 million people each weekend across your games, and you can target them in a much more individualized way, the CPM rate is going to go through the roof.
I couldn't agree more, specifically with the NFL. And obviously that's an easy one because, it's the biggest, certainly the biggest sport in our country. But if you're a private equity investor, short-term troubles or stumbles or hurdles is just one thing. This is still an amazing long-term investment. And you see that with the valuations of these teams and folks buying in more and more higher and higher prices. Why are they doing it? They still have the best reach. They still have the best engagement. Every Sunday is a day where you are just plopped on your couch, watching games, multi-screen, betting as you go, fantasy football. I mean, they own Sundays. It's become a weekly holiday. And on top of it, they have a lot of growth initiatives from flag football to the international games that it just seems to bring in even larger swaths of audience.
You've already done a big deal with Netflix for WWE. Is there still a place in linear television for your sports leagues, or is streaming really the future and linear TV gets left behind?
Yeah, streaming is no question the future. Linear isn't going away too fast. I know we talk about it's down in the 65 million, it was 60 million, and somewhere there's a bottom. But we are right now in an era where we are straddling the two. And it's going to be like that for a while. And frankly, if you have content that can be distributed on both platforms, that's truly today the winning formula. So WWE, Netflix, incredible deal. But we also have our big NBC Comcast deal where we can put SmackDown on Friday nights and get reach with broadcast television.
In fact, your own streamer, right? Fight.
Oh, we have our Fight Pass. So we own our own proprietary platform as well, where we put a lot of combat sports on and early rounds of some of our UFC fight cards. But I think you really want to be playing in both. F1 is something that's talked about a lot. The truth is ESPN was good for them because ESPN is the worldwide leader in sports. But at the same time, ABC was huge because of the reach. And the NFL also has that. Having the networks to get the big reach, the big audience, really capture the casual fans. You see it across the board, NBA alike. Your ratings are higher, your viewership is higher when you're allowed to exercise broadcast. But you still need streaming to capture that younger audience and where the business is going.
Where's the real growth coming from for both of you? I mean, you're acquiring a lot of sports. Are you going to get F1? Is that like on your list?
No. Last time I checked, it's owned by Liberty. But that's okay.
They never sell because they don't like paying taxes. So that's the only,
They move things around a lot.
They move things around, they just don't sell.
Is it through, I mean, you made the point about flag football. For NFL, does flag football move the needle on revenue? Does games in Brazil or the UAE or elsewhere overseas, does that move the needle on revenue?
Brazil, Australia, you got a bunch of new countries coming.
I think what ultimately moves the needle on revenue is if you grow your fan base. So things like flag, things like international are steps towards continuing to grow and develop the fan base. And, you know, flag football potentially is a professional sport, especially because men and women can play it. You can have men and women's leagues.
And it'll be in the Olympics too.
And it'll be in the Olympics. And no, it'll be in the Olympics. And that will grow the global audience, and it's a great way to introduce people. So all of that is a great way of growing the fan base, which ultimately should lead to revenue growth. But
and more private equity interest.
And more private equity interest. It's definitely a virtuous cycle.
And the opportunities for investment from overseas investors, does that expand because of international expansion, or is it already there and they're already interested in American sports?
I think, you know, and Mark understands this space a lot better. The boxing deal that TKO just did is a great example of it. I think you look at what's happened in golf and you would say the concept, the idea was good, but clearly by not being as culturally aware of how pro sports works in its biggest market, you know, it created some bumps in the road. But long term, sovereign wealth, private equity, more capital that wants to come to something because it's growing and dynamic usually creates opportunities. You have to just always find that balance between things getting way too overheated so that people get burnt versus using it as fuel to develop the business.
Plus, let's remember, when you start talking overseas, whether it's the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, who we did our boxing JV with, or it's Dubai, right? Or it's Qatar in the World Cup. You have these geographies that are looking to bring more entertainment to their fertile ground, right? And sure, they have whatever's endemic to their own country or their own region or their own local population, but bringing in some of our American culture has proven to be a successful formula. And I think that demand will definitely continue.
How does that play into the equation when it comes to human rights? Because FIFA came under a lot of pressure and criticism for hosting in Qatar over human rights abuses. Certainly Saudi Arabia struggles with some of those same inequalities in their system and in their culture. How do you factor that in?
Look, we think with regards to the WWE, which does 2 events a year in Saudi Arabia, UFC, we did 2 events in the last 12 months. And obviously, with our boxing venture, we will have events and fights that take place there. What I can tell you is we like what we're seeing and hearing in terms of the leadership of that country at the moment. They're saying the right things. They're putting their money where their mouth is. They are, obviously, the WTA just had an event there. I think some of those issues and that noise, and I'm not saying it wasn't relevant or it wasn't justified, but at the moment, we like the direction they're going, and if we didn't, we wouldn't be there.
And I would just add, too, in all of those situations, the only way things are ever going to improve from baseline is when people with differing views are welcomed, you break down barriers, you come together, you interact, and sports is the way you do it. And some might look at our country and say, we have our own issues, and who are you to stand in judgment? But I think when other people want you to come in, have athletic contests, people build community around it, it's only going to be a positive.
Sports is unifying. Sports is arguably the last or the best unifying content we now share in this world. And whether it's at events or it's on your screen, I truly believe it will, at the end of the day, spur progress.
Years ago, I went through the car wash at ESPN, what they call like 14 interviews back to back to back all day long. And what I told them when they said, well, what is it that you like about sports? I said, well, it's like sitting at a table with a bunch of people from different backgrounds, old people, young people, people from China and people from Brazil. And there's a lazy Susan, a rotating lazy Susan, that's sports. And it goes around and everybody can pick something that they like, but you're at the same table. I love that about sports, but one of the issues that we have in sports in this country is that women have not had a fair shot at the opportunities that men have. That's changing. We've seen this immense growth in investment in women's sports, in interest in women's sports. There are new women's sports coming out, like Professional Volleyball League. Are we in a bubble for women's sports? All of a sudden to have this big moment with so many opportunities, flag football on the horizon?
I think it's an amazing time. I mean, look, you're right, we were behind, and it's not gonna happen overnight, but it's trending every which way in the right direction. Like you've said, whether it's business, whether it's on the field. We own the Miami Open at Endeavor, and we own the Madrid Open, and we have equal prize money and have had it for years when it comes to the ATP and the WTA players that are in those two tournaments. But you can see it with the NWSL, you see it with the WNBA. Caitlin Clark has left college basketball, yet there's Paige Beckers and Juju Watkins there to step up and take the torch. I mean, we're just on the precipice of where it's all going. Very exciting time.
You want to buy a women's team?
I know you asked me about this before. You asked me why we hadn't. I think when you make an investment in anything, you have to be well positioned to execute on it. The WNBA is a really interesting product, but if you don't have an arena to play in, you're not going to do justice to it. The NWSL has interested us from when it started, but we've been trying desperately to unsuccessfully build a venue for our MLS team, and they all need physical assets to operate out of. So I don't think we would be doing a service to and it's not just hyperbole. Like Billie Jean King, I'm lucky. She's a friend of mine. I've known her since I was a little boy, and she is a hero. If you ask me my true sports hero, and I could get into that for 15 minutes, it would be Billie. So our family's talked about it, but you want to be able to do justice to it. And I think, especially on the soccer side, where we'd be inclined to do it, until we had a venue that would be appropriate, we didn't think it was right to get into it because we haven't been successful with our men's team in terms of getting that venue. And then a group of primarily women entrepreneurs here in Boston have a team, and we've tried to be as helpful as we can be to them, and I think we've done that, and just root for their success.
What do you think is the biggest obstacle to investing in women's sports?
Right now, it's getting your hands on a team.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a backlog of investors looking for a WNBA team right now. I mean, Adam, Kathy have their work cut out for them, but it's an open choosing, if you will. The demand is once again outstripping the supply, and they, of course, have to weigh how many new teams they want to launch and not dilute the product. And when you're in a growth stage, like the WNBA is still, despite all these years, right, is still in a growth stage, you have to be very focused on really making certain that product is played at the major league level, that folks and fans are accustomed to seeing it.
Do you see the same level of analytics in women's sports that you see in other professional sports?
I can't speak to it because we're not in it. I know that in the sports we're in, on the sporting side, we're using and have used analytics every day for the last, well, I would almost say since we first got into the NFL, because you were using analytics to think about value relative to a hard cap going back into the 90s. But now as technology has improved, tracking players' physiology, because when you have a hard cap, you really, really, really want to try to prevent injuries, in particular soft tissue injuries. So we use a lot of data in that space. We have built a proprietary database with, it's more machine learning than generative AI, but with algorithms that we think are important to try to evaluate and predict how players will perform in the NFL. Ultimately, humans make the decision, but we've tried to have the ability to tee that up. And I think the next place where it's going to happen more and more is in the game planning side of things, certainly in football, but in the NFL, you're not allowed to use technology during the game on game day and on the sidelines. So I think where you're going to see, and where you are seeing technology and artificial intelligence used, is in pre-scouting an opponent. And this is more machine learning than generative AI, because you want to understand how your head coach wants to play. But having algorithms that look at the opponent, and when they start the game planning, it can lay out the things they might want to focus on and the things that might be most pertinent to how they think. So it condenses the time that used to go into game planning so that the coach can focus on the most pertinent.
You're beating me to the punch a little bit. I wanted to show you, because AI has been the topic at CNBC for every industry that we cover, every kind of business that we cover. And so when I went to the Super Bowl, I asked the Super Bowl players about the potential for AI. And so I want to play what I asked the players and then have you weigh on, although you kind of preempted that a bit.
This is a smart guy.
Can you talk to me whether you're considering how AI might impact football? Could it replace coaching?
Oh, damn. That's a deep question, huh? With all the things that's going on with AI, I mean, you never know. That could be a possibility. The way I kind of look at it, maybe like with, it'll take away the first down markers and all the stuff that it comes with the human eye. I could see that kind of being in place, but I don't think coaching and stuff like that will ever be affected by it.
I think you see Amazon's they have next gen AI stats that go on where they're tracking things in real time, and you're able to really get to a different level of analytics for the game that we really haven't seen before.
I feel like analytically and stats, have it on go. I feel like that'll be a great thing to have, because a lot of this league in general is built on stats.
I don't think a robot would know about it, emotions, how players feel. Coaching is just not coaching. It's way more. You got to be in psychology, you got to be a therapist.
I don't know. I don't see AI transitioning into football at the moment.
I use ChatGPT every day, also DeepSeek.
There's not a lot of information available on the internet. So, like I said, you won't find Coach Reid's playbook anywhere for AI to reach.
So a wide range of answers there. I want to go back to that whole thing about and I asked a lot of players this, could AI replace the coach?
No way.
But AI is going to make coaches, and really good coaches, I think, that much better, because it's going to give them time back. There are elements of what a coach does that require time today that can be done by artificial intelligence. And when that happens, I think that's going to make the really good coaches that much better, because that one player who talked about the psychology, the emotion, it'll give him or her more time to focus on that part of it, and that will only make them better. And then in-game, I think at the NFL, I don't think you're going to see us employing it. You'll see us employing it on things like first down markers and replay and making the integrity of the game as pristine as we possibly can. But it's a competition between players on the field and coaches trying to outthink each other in the old human way, and they can use it to prepare and set up, but on game day, it's going to be human against human.
Look, my son is a junior at the University of Texas in Austin, and he's a manager of or he's going to be, he's just starting, a manager of the men's basketball team. And the first thing they had him do, outside of to get some experience, he's actually assistant coaching Chris Bosh and a 7th grade basketball team, right? Just to get in there, get some experience, learn from an NBA player who happens to be coaching his son, and it's a lot of rah-rah. On the flip side, so that's rah-rah motivation. On the flip side, he has to take all these analytics classes. And back to your question on women's sports, I can tell you every Division I women's basketball program, analytics is SOP. SOP. They are in there analyzing. We don't want you taking these 18-footers anymore because the odds of you scoring are if you're in the paint. And players, just like the men's side, are being forced to change their game based on analytics, odds, percentages of where they're going to be most successful in an attempt to win a game.
So when I asked about replacing coaching, you said no way, but let me just pose this. Researchers have found that on crisis hotlines, that AI agents were more consistent and more consistently better at the markers than human beings. That they had been trained to identify human emotion and mirror back the appropriate responses. So if it works in crisis hotlines, couldn't it work in sports?
Humans are social animals, and then you can give the real answer because you know it better than I do.
No,
I mean, the truth is, when it comes to sports and competition, there's something called heart that still plays a big role. Heart and passion and dedication and pyramid of success from John Wooden. I mean,
so how do you measure
just
that?
go through it.
How do you measure?
You get behind somebody. That's at the end of the day. Are these players motivated? Are they inspired by leadership? And no AI or machine or whatever you want to call it is going to replace that human element. Getting behind a leader, courage, determination, teamwork, collaboration, sacrifice, all things that can only be taught at that real granular, personal, emotional level by a human.
I have nothing to add.
That's true in business too. That the same thing that you're talking about to elicit a team response requires that kind of same
and I think humans want to interact with humans when you're being motivated or supported. AI and technology are great for administrative, like getting stuff done that doesn't really have anything to do with human emotion. I know you were saying the customer service chatbots can mirror human emotion, but that's trying to finish a transaction or get a question answered about something. It's not about a work environment where you're building to an ultimate conclusion where the human psyche is a huge part of it. And it's why I think sports, going all the way back to where we started, the communal aspect of sport, and technology will have its role, but ultimately it's going to be humans competing against humans, and the drive, the desire, the perseverance, the teamwork, which is all human driven, is what makes it all compelling.
I got to ask you, I'm going to get to the audience questions, but just before we go, the news about Stephen A. Smith's incredible $100 million contract.
Has it been officially announced? Yeah, I think it has.
He gets the commission on that. Congratulations. He's going to have a good night.
It'll help pay for college.
We'll stay in. I'll stay in Boston tonight, and I'll buy dinner.
Thank you.
No, it's Stephen. I think ESPN in the last few minutes has announced the new 5-year contract for Stephen A. Smith to stay with the worldwide leader in sports, and we're excited about that. And he's excited about that. He's synonymous with ESPN. I mean, it's in his DNA. But this deal, beyond him hosting First Take every single day, and I know you've had experience and you've been on the air with him, he'll appear across ESPN's programming year-round, specifically the NBA and hopefully more of the NFL. But this deal will also allow him the opportunity to continue to fan out, if you will, across politics and news.
Media is in an ad-pressured environment right now. Every cost is being scrutinized. ESPN is under pressure because of the MLB contract and all of that. How does ESPN get a return on that investment in Stephen A. Smith?
Well, it's really synonymous, or I should say analogous, to doing a deal with the NFL. When you are determining what rights you're going to go after as a programmer, as a network, as a platform, you're looking to those properties that bring you reach and engagement, that are good for your brand, but also good for your business. And Stephen A. Smith draws eyeballs. He's unique in that sense. There aren't a lot of talent left these days on air that are of the unicorn ilk that he is. People tune in, viewers tune in just to see him. in the way they might tune in to see the NFL because they're an NFL fan. It's not a sampling. He's polarizing, which has been good for business. He brings a lot of energy, he works hard, and he cuts across a lot of sports, and he's not afraid to give an opinion.
And I think he attracts an audience.
He does, and a diverse audience as well. And so that audience at the end of the day is what is the foundation and fuels these businesses. And if a property is losing engagement or losing audience, losing viewership, losing attendance, maybe you're selling. But if you're on the way up, the way Stephen A. Smith is, the way the NFL is, the way I'd like to think the UFC and WWE are, then you're buying.
Is he going to run for president?
He's not going to run for president. He will continue to entertain those conversations, but he will not run for president.
Okay, so I've left so little time for audience questions here, but one audience member says,
that's a real question.
It is. Yes,
Okay, yeah.
I understand.
if you could invest in any emerging sport or league today with the potential to dominate by 2045, what would it be?
You can't name your own.
I was going to say, if you can't name your own, and full disclosure, I am a shareholder and a board member of TKO, but I would absolutely, this is not with any public information. I am an advocate for TKO stock. I think that the UFC, boxing, and the WWE all have such great synergies that will allow for lower administrative costs than other sports, but are all understood globally. And they're understood globally. They have athletes coming from global places. And to me, there's no sports opportunity that has a larger potential TAM than the group that is under TKO.
Wow.
So first and foremost, for me, it's the NFL all day, every day. It's tried and true. It's a cornerstone. It's been around for 100 years. The Chicago Bears are my favorite team, no offense, but I grew up on them having born and bred in Chicago. And now they're really branching out globally. So they have humongous upside. And they're not just diverse in race, creed, color, but in gender. The female viewership is extraordinary. So I'm all day on the NFL. From a proprietary perspective and trying to sound objective, the UFC is hot and it's coming. I mean, it's incredibly diverse as well. Half the audience is 18 to 34. They're in 170 countries. And the viewership is growing and the audience is growing. Sold out shows every single week.
What's the one thing that you think could disrupt this momentum that we're seeing in sports business?
That's a really good question. I guess global disruption in a way that people don't want to go to watch, go convene at live events. Certainly after 9/11, people thought about that. That would be one thing. Maybe one or two huge integrity scandals, but we've had those in the past in sports, and they come back because the leadership will, when it happens, they'll figure out a way to solve it and hopefully prevent that type of action from happening again. So I really think it's the former. That's the only thing I can think of.
I mean, just add to his litany is just a recession. It's never good for business, and hopefully we'll get some of this economic turmoil we have right now straightened out so that folks can keep enjoying entertainment, sports, going out with their families, shared experiences, competition, rivalries. And if you can't go there live in person, you'll watch it on your screen and it's the next best thing.
Mark, Jonathan, I really enjoyed the conversation. I hope you guys did too. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you.
Thanks, Contessa.
My name is Ben Seeley, and I'm an MBA student here at MIT Sloan. It is my pleasure to introduce our panel this morning, Building Sports Empires with an Entrepreneurial Edge, with Michelle Kang and Jerry Cardinale. Our panelists today are Michelle Kang, American businesswoman, investor, philanthropist, and CEO and founder of Kaniska, and Jerry Cardinale, founder, managing partner, and chief investment officer of Redbird Capital Partners. Our panel will be moderated by Jessica Gelman, CEO of Kager, or the Craft Analytics Group. The panel will run for 40 minutes, and we will leave 5 minutes at the end for questions. Please submit your questions via our Cadence app. And with that, I'll turn it over to you, Jessica.
Thank you. All right, Jerry and Michelle, when I was thinking about who I would like to pair, who is thinking differently about sports and bringing a unique view. I know you don't know each other, but I know both of you very well, and I wanted to bring you together. So both of you have a very different but entrepreneurial slant. So Michelle, just for the background, you founded Cognosante, grew it massively over the past 15 years and sold it last year for a lot. And at the same time, obviously, a few years ago, started investing into women's sports and have really built an incredible empire. And I think validating this women's sports movement and all of the elements around it, but so much of it backed by that entrepreneurial spirit, which we'll speak to. Jerry, you're coming more from the finance background, but you have a very entrepreneurial slant. One of the lead drivers of the creation of the Yes Network, Legends, On Location, and then founded Redbird, which has, we'll get into all of it, but I think such unique and different perspectives, and so we'll wanting really to talk about that. So just from that perspective, how does your specific entrepreneurial background influence how you build and operate teams that you lead and the teams that you run today?
Well, I guess that's my background, right? So I was in the IT business, and from starting from scratch and growing the businesses, I did go through the entire above your garage all the way to a pretty big company. So that's what really shaped me. So when I came to the sports world, while there are a lot of differences, but at the end of the day, I get that question a lot. What's the difference between sports and other businesses and so forth? While there are some differences, to me, at the end of the day, it's actually a lot about people business. Sports world is actually amplified by many different stakeholders and so forth. The other aspect, actually, potentially that's different than other more experienced and conventional, mature business investors in sports is that I come from very much entrepreneurial startup mode, Silicon Valley startup mode. So I take a lot, probably more risks than other investors. And I'm really treating, especially given the women's sports are at its sort of an infancy and emerging, I'm really treating it as a startup in Silicon Valley. And hopefully you build it and they will come kind of concept, and they have come and they are coming. But that, I think, shaped probably a lot about how I approach the sports. So one could argue it's probably non-conventional.
I would say it's incredibly non-conventional, but it's also driven a lot of interest and perspective, and I think helped raise women's sports. Jerry, from your view.
Look, I've been investing in sports and media and entertainment for 25 years. So I have the benefit of longevity in investing in sports before it became an asset class. Apparently, it's an asset class now. And scalable capital investing tends to bring with it an asset management overhang. The scalable capital guys are asset managers. They're based on funds. And Michelle and I were talking about this earlier. What sports needs and what intellectual property-based businesses need is not asset managers coming into their capital structure. They need entrepreneurs and business builders. So, when I started my career at Goldman Sachs, I just had a fundamental perspective that if Goldman Sachs was showing up with capital, that money cannot be fungible. That money has to add value. Now, adding value is really hard. Everybody today says they add value. Back in 25 years ago when I was doing it, just showing up with capital was the value add. Well, I always was of the view that it has to be more. So, my view was to really use the capital and commingle it with an operating and business building capability and help the rights holders in sports. The starting point for me was the Yankees, help them build businesses around their intellectual property. So, and that model has not changed over the last 25 years. So everything that we do, some of the companies that you mentioned, we partner with teams and leagues and we help them build terminal value businesses around their rights. And it's a win-win. It's a win for them and it's a win for the investor.
I think both of you touched on unique points that I want to come back to. So what specifically, maybe give an example, have you done that is beyond capital? And we'll, I think, start with you on this one, Michelle. I also want you to touch on how you have taken risk that maybe others wouldn't in what's happening today, because I do think that that's very unique.
So even in my my life prior to sports, when I started my company, there were a lot of interest from venture capital and private equity wanting to invest in my company. And I chose not to accept any outside capital because if I were a private equity, I would not give money to me because I would take a lot more risks and I would not allow my portfolio company to do what I was about to do. So I did not accept, and it worked out just fine. But if I took the money, I think I could have probably gotten there potentially faster. But I think at the end of the day, in terms of women's sports, when I first came, I didn't really know anything about women's sports, let alone sports in general. And when I looked at women's sports, they've been really deprived of not only attention, but real resources that are fundamental to make this product really successful. So at the end of the day, I consider that sports are basically entertainment business. Women's sports do not necessarily compete against men's games only. We are competing against for discretionary time and discretionary dollars of our consumers. So we all have seven evenings, and where would consumers spend that 7 evenings and 7 days? They can go see a movie, they can go a Taylor Swift concert, they can go watch a football. So what's our compelling reason? What's our compelling value proposition that the consumers would choose to come to ours? So the product has to be really compelling and fun and exciting. And when I looked at the women's sports team, clearly there were so many things that needed to be done in terms of just improving the infrastructure for the players, the playing and training environment. But I think that at the end of the day, for the women's sports to actually flourish and realize its full potential, it's not just a training center. So to give you an example, the training methodology, right? Now, a lot of women's sports, especially team sports, they borrowed their training methodology and approach from men's teams. Well, women's body is not the same as men. So there's the hormone issues and the nutrition, sleep impact women differently. So women are not small men, so you can't just train women that way. So how do you do it? You have to start fundamentally investing in women's research on women's body, the impact of hormone and performance and things like that. The cleats, the boots, it's a sort of, I guess, industry sort of the fun way of looking at it is shrink it and pink it. So the men's cleats are made a little shorter, narrower, and pink it, and women wear it. That's one of the minor but still contributing factor for the injuries. So all those things, and the media coverage, right? So a lot of still traditional, the top media do not cover women as much as they cover men's sports. So how do we make sure that the women's sports get its fair share of coverage? So you need to bring all these adjacent components with the teams. You can't just say, I bought a team, I bought a beautiful training center and stadium, because all those things are not in place. This is not going to sustain. So I started investing not only the women's health and investing in women's health and training methodology and standards and so forth, but I'm investing in startups that are making women's cleats using female feet as the mold, not just shrink it and pink women's shoes. I'm investing in media outlets that are covering only women's sports. I'm right now investing heavily in data analytics for sports. the tools for the coaches and staff, leveraging all kinds of data, video, audio, all those things, and of course use of AI. So all those stakeholders need to come together, not just the team. So I'm really making those investments before you can see the profitability and the forecast. Yeah.
And before I turn it over to you, Jerry, just again for perspective, so the Washington Spirit have won a title and went to the championship this past year since you became the owner. When you bought the team, you I think spent double what was considered the market value at that time, and now it's worth more than 3x that.
Yeah.
And the London City team that you purchased last year is potentially going to go into the WSL.
Yeah.
So I mean, I guess something's working, but I think that she's kind of being the results speak for themselves. I guess I would say so. So Jerry, as you think about how you are de-risking, I mean, Michelle's taking big bets. I would say you've taken really big bets yourself, maybe, and it's been incredibly successful. I mean, pick one team on the Everpass. Pick one.
Look, I mean, I think over my career we've created something like $20 billion in companies, and it's all around the same theme. So from a risk management standpoint, it comes back to that partnership with the rights holder, right? And so we know what we're good at. We know what we don't have. The value here is in the intellectual property. I agree with Michelle. I think sports, you don't need to go offshore. There's so much to re-underwrite in sports today with the best stuff that's here, because they're all going through technological disintermediation in terms of the consumption and monetization of that content. Michelle talks about value proposition. She's an entrepreneur. I had the same orientation. I'm always about, first and foremost, when I make an investment, why does it have a legitimate reason to exist? What's the value proposition? And so, the way I balance risk management is, I require the partner, the intellectual property partner, to vend in their rights on a long-term basis. I'll do the other stuff. I'll bring the guys to operate it and build it, and I'll bring the scalable capital. When we did the S Network back in 2001, that was the ultimate build it and they will come. So, I was a 33-year-old kid, and maybe I didn't know any better, but, we basically signed a deal the day before 9/11, September 10th, 2001. And all I had to show for that was that I owned 40% of the intellectual property of the New York Yankees, and I had to be on the air April 1st. And I didn't know the next day was going to happen, right? And so, but yet I had a 42-year media rights agreement. The longest media rights agreement at the time was really something ESPN would do, which is like 4 or 5 years. But the one thing we did know, that in the 9 million population tri-state area of New York, New Jersey, and Connecticut, the Yankees was the best must-carry content, and the Yankee games would get carried, despite 9/11, despite everything else. And so we got the carriage. A lot of people were looking at this. Even back then, they were talking about tiering, and we won a very seminal, arbitration against Cablevision. We got everybody else, but we didn't have 3/8 of our subscriber base, because Cablevision kept us off the air the first year. And we won a very seminal case, which basically said that, look, when you talk about value proposition, the New York Yankees is a public trust. It's a public good, and that should be offered to consumers on a basic tier, not on a sports tier where a low-income housing, subscriber that lived next to Yankee Stadium couldn't afford to go subscribe to the S Network on a tier because it would cost more than going actually to a game. So, it was sort of that orientation. Now, when you look back on it, if you just have if you make an investment and all you have is a piece of paper that says you own something, that's pretty scary. But what we got comfortable with very quickly was the value of the IP, and then the business building part of it. And I would just say to everybody today, we should get back to that a little bit. Because my point earlier on the asset management thing is,
Yes.
Asset management guys just like to buy stuff and sit on it. And I think that, sports today is going through an evolution and a transition. It is still incredibly valuable. And I can say in the same sentence that sports is still the best must-carry content locally, regionally, and nationally, and something that I firmly believe in. And at the same time say there's an asset bubble, and things got way overheated, and we got to now soft land it.
Well, I think that the previous panel with Jonathan Kraft and Mark Shapiro did talk a little bit about the private equity coming in and, some of the risks and concerns. One thing that I think what you both are bringing, and Jerry, I think if you could provide a little perspective on this, is how you're learning from one investment to the next. And so I'm going to specifically, you have had several relationships with the NFL. What did you learn from your on-location relationship that you're now bringing to EverPass? And maybe explain a little bit about what EverPass is.
Sure. Look, I think we're on our 5th venture with the NFL, and we learn a lot. The first one was really Legends with the Dallas Cowboys, right? And we put the Cowboys and the Yankees together to create what really is today a multi-billion-dollar company in Legends Hospitality. On Location was the next one, and that was finding a way to monetize the Super Bowl. And we basically created these packages for wrapped by, really anchored by the best ticketing inventory in a Super Bowl, and then created sort of the live event aspect to it, which was a way to monetize the Super Bowl. When you think about it, the NFL is always innovating and thinking about how they deliver a value proposition to their customers. That's what that was about. Before you even get to EverPass, the next one that's affiliated to the NFL was really One Team with the players themselves. And so we created a company with the NFL Players Association and Major League Baseball Players Association that corporatized their commercial licensing revenue.
No, but what did you bring? Like, what did you learn with On Location? So the next deal with the NFL was, okay, here's what I learned. This worked. And here's how we're going to structure it differently, or we're going to approach it, if anything.
Well, look, it's what you learn. It's what you kind of know going in if you're going to partner with the NFL, which is that the value proposition is the NFL. It's not me, right? And they firmly believe that, right? And so the bar is they're both the toughest partner and the best partner because they hold you to such a standard. And everybody wants to do business with the NFL. So the starting point is going to be, well, why do I add any value to them, right? And so it is finding way. What I've learned, if you look at the progression, is that they're always looking to solve a problem, right? And we help them think through that. So most of the things that we come up with, whether it's On Location or One Team or EverPass or the Skydance joint venture, it really is not us looking for a deal. It's really sitting in Roger's office or sitting with some of the owners and just listening and then sharing ideas. And if you listen, you start to hone in on things that need to be solved, right? And again, the alchemy is capital's not going to solve it anymore. Everybody has capital. So it's more that other things. What you learn is how to partner. How do you partner with the 800-pound gorilla best rights holder in the world when basically everybody wants to throw money at them?
So I think, Michelle, in terms of learnings, so you started out as a minority partner in the Washington Spirit, then you became the majority owner, and you've subsequently bought 2 additional teams, Lyon in Paris and London City Lionesses. So you've doubled down in the space.
Yes.
You, I believe, have said that you anticipate at least a 5-year payback.
Something like
that.
Yes.
I guess at first, what are you seeing between the U.S. market versus the European market? And what are the things that you've spoken a little bit about the investment and how you're investing into the Spirit and the others. But what is the broader view that you're building and creating?
Yeah, I think that especially the differences between European and the U.S., I think there's going to be a point of kind of coming together. European markets or the teams had very different kind of history and pathway, and Americans had different. So if you can just largely look at sports side, the commercial side, I would say certainly the U.S. is ahead in terms of commercially, but Europe is not that far behind, right? In England now, Arsenal is playing all their regular season games at the Emirates, which is 50, 60,000, they sell out. Olympique Lyonnais, starting next year, we're going to play all our games at our major stadium, which is 57,000. I don't think we're going to sell out most of the games, in part because French league is not as competitive as other countries. This is being broadcasted, right? Hopefully, I shouldn't say this. But anyway, I think I think right now in the U.S. there's a lot of conversations about not just looking at the NWSL, the ultimate professional, but the youth clubs and the pathway, the player pathway, which is actually pretty well done, relatively speaking, in Europe. They have a very well defined and way to produce really develop female players. I mean, for that matter, male as well. But in the U.S., it has not been the model. Most of the youth academies are pay to play and all that. So U.S. soccer and the leagues are paying attention to it. So competitively, I think, there's a lot of people talk about the style differences, and I think because they have to compete against one another, they're kind of learning from each other, and being athletic versus highly technical, they're learning from each other. But in the end, I think that there is an incredible efforts right now globally how to bring this women's sports, not just it's a European thing or English thing, French thing, or the US thing. How do we bring this women's soccer, especially since I'm involved in soccer, to really bring this to the global forefront, to make it look like it's really legitimate, one of the best and the most popular sports. So we're having a lot of conversations about women's sport. Women's soccer is not men's soccer. We should not be following what men's teams have gone through. Premier League, MLS, all these leagues have gone through, 3-4 decades of sort of the growth path. There's no reason for us to go through that. And our games are actually very different than men's games. So there's a lot of recognition. And as a result of that, then what should be the competitive format? How we should look at women's football differently, soccer differently than men's soccer, so that we don't just do just because men did it. And so there's actually very active conversation, and I'm very, very positive and bullish about where women's soccer or football is headed in terms of level of attention, not only from the club level, the investors level, but the governing bodies, whether domestic leagues or the governing bodies like UEFA, FIFA, and US Soccer. There's an incredible, actually, momentum of taking this women's football into really very different level. That's not like what men's football have gone through. So it's going to be very, very exciting.
Well, and I would just say on behalf of the U.S. Soccer, thank you for your donation to U.S. Soccer Women's $30 million donation to U.S. Soccer to invest in youth women's soccer in this country.
And referees, too.
And referees. So, okay, we've talked about the investing side. We can come back to it later. Again, you probably haven't made this connection, but I have made this connection. You have both partnered with very high-profile, successful former athletes. Michelle with Magic Johnson, Jerry with The Rock, Dwayne Johnson. And how does partnering with them enhance your investment?
Well, look, I think it's important to realize that, people like us, we're not grabbing for the celebrity. What we see in these individuals are entrepreneurs first and foremost. I've trafficked in this world for so long, and I've had the benefit of going between sports and Hollywood. And what I look for, particularly in a world today that's social media driven, where everything's ubiquitous, I'm looking for what else can I add to the equation of the way I invest that would be enhancing. And these individuals, some of these individuals today are IP in and of themselves, right? And so I've always said that if we want to buy an expansion NBA team, or if we want to buy into the NBA, who better to help me curate that and to figure it out than LeBron? Right? If I want to create the development league for the NFL and find a way to bring spring football back on a continuous basis, so it's not just stop and start, and deliver a live event entertainment value proposition rooted in great football, who better to curate that than Dwayne, who really, if you ask Dwayne's biggest regret in his career, he didn't make the NFL. right? So he was on the championship Miami team,
Right.
playing with Warren Sapp and those guys, right? So he gets it. And, and by the way, it's the same thing I do in Hollywood with Ben Affleck and Matt Damon. I mean, who better to help me think through, this sort of technological disintermediation that Netflix has unleashed than the talent themselves. But it really is the 80-20 rule, because most of the talent isn't really oriented that way. But occasionally you'll find these kind of unicorns, and I just bear hug them, because they can teach me and help me, and in return I can help teach them and give them a pathway for their own value creation for themselves.
So just for the audience, Jerry partnered with Ben Affleck on Artists Equity. Do you want to just give a little?
Yeah, look, I'd been looking at this part of Hollywood for many, many years and never could get comfortable with the hits risk around it. You talked about risk earlier, right? And Skydance with David Ellison was really the first time that I got comfortable with investing in that part of the value chain. And it really was the first wave of streaming. And 80% of that business was subscription video on demand, where we really were the original content producers for the streamers, right? And and we would get our costs back the day we delivered a show, and then a contractual return on that. And that was something that I could get my head around. The second wave of streaming came, and once the Netflix shock to the system got absorbed in, people started to want more quality rather than quantity, right? And who better to sort of think about commercially viable, but very, very, great content than Ben and Matt, right? And and then what I found, I've known them forever, and they've always been very entrepreneurial. I'd say, Matt wants to win Oscars, Ben wants to make money, which is great. They're together, they're the perfect person. And but we created a company called Artist Equity. The first movie was a sports movie. The first movie was Air, right. The story of Michael Jordan and Nike, and it was very successful. But what they're doing is we're in a weird way, it's a little bit like Robin Hood. We're empowering talent. And so what they've basically, because they're so credible and they're at a point in their career, we're the same age, so they're at a point in their career similar to me, where all the guys that came before them, the Spielbergs and the Clooneys and the Denzel Washingtons, they all want to work with them. And then the guys coming up, like Bradley Cooper and Jen Lawrence and Hemsworth, they want to work with them. So they get great content. They get their peers want to work with them. So they're able to then say to their peers, look, why don't you buy into a pay for performance type, an incentive payment scheme where, let's work for a minimum amount, and let's all be smart about the cost of making this content. And if it hits, we will all distribute that out and share in that. And that's basically what we've been doing. And we've basically have done, close to $1 billion in original content production. We got The Accountant 2 coming out. And it's all the same model. And it's a way to sort of deliver that commercially viable, great content where the talent participates in it. The talent, just last thing I'd say, the so what of Live is that, they put the players finally at the economic table, right? And I tried to do that with one team when I created that with the players' unions. You're going to see this more and more. When you look at the value chain in sports, it's very simple. It's players, teams, and leagues. And historically, the money only went here. It never went here, right? But that's changing. And the players today are the content generators. They are IP in and of themselves, and they have a rightful place at the table. And so it's going to require all of us to sort of embrace that and figure it out.
Michelle, a little bit of perspective on Magic Johnson.
Well, I think I share with what he said earlier on, and I think the only other component that I would say is that if you think about women's football, women's soccer, a lot of our players until 3-4 years ago, I don't even know whether they were ever on primetime TV, right? And some of the players are now coming straight from high school and so forth, so they have not been really used to what it means and how your life changes when you become a professional player and you're on the not only national but global stage. So somebody like Magic Johnson could help our players to appreciate what it's like to be a professional player, the attention, how do you leverage your platform, and how do you become a better professional player. So it's really a role model, and I think that's actually a very important component in addition to what Jerry has said.
So just a quick question on the international. You touched on it earlier. Could you share a little bit of perspective on the differences between team operations and league and fan engagement with what you see? Jerry, I know you have a bunch of different European teams that you partner with, but just, how is it different?
I don't think in terms of actually team operations itself, in terms of game day operations, how do you develop fan engagement, all that stuff, I don't think it's really all that different, but the environment in which each team operates is a little different. Especially one of the things that I think it's very clearly different, at least so far, is the sort of the player pathway, player journey. Where do they come from? U.S. clearly has the college was a pretty significant kind of the step in the value chain of becoming a professional player, but there are alternative forms to become professional now. In Europe, it has been pretty much the academies starting from 7, 8, 9 years old all the way through. So I have, for example, at Olympique Lyonnais, players who came when they were 11 years old, and they're only 21. They've been with the team over 10 years. So that pathway, and I think there are a lot more sort of the resources available in terms of the coaches, the training. There's a lot more of them, but I think in terms of fan engagement, those type of things, I think it's we can learn from each other. In fact, we are actually, my teams are kind of communicating among themselves and learning the best practices about the fan engagement, game day operations. How do you make this exciting? And we're going through a lot of rebranding exercises and have done really significant customer surveys, fan surveys in different markets. It's very interesting, actually, what U.S. consumers say and French consumers say, fans, and then English fans say. But at the end of the day, they want to come in. I mean, I think right now sports are probably the only thing that really, the biggest thing that really unite people, right? If I look at Washington Spirit, we're in the middle of DC, even in the last whatever years, when you come to Washington Spirit, watch the game, all your political whatever bent and all that stuff, you leave at the outside the stadium, and when we score, they're jumping, hugging, and screaming together, and screaming, from the top of their lungs about the opponents, all that stuff. So it's an incredible, actually, mechanism to bring people together and build that community. So the community building component, I would say, is very kind of common across all.
Anything on that? No.
I think if you talk about the American experience versus the international or the European, the Americans, my experience to date is that the Americans, there's an easier sort of acceptance of the sport, the integrity of the sport for the competition and the performance on the field and the live event entertainment aspect to it.
Yep.
And I think internationally, it's more about the performance on the field. It's more about the integrity of the sport. They're probably even more rooted into the fabric of these cultures and these communities than in the U.S. And the transition or the evolution is that money has discovered all sports, right? So it's not as if all the money's in America and it's not over in Europe. I mean, there's a reason why the Super League happened, right? And one aspect for that, from the lesson from that is that media rights are going up at such a rate that the distributors who have to, carry that want the best stuff. They don't want the smaller teams, the lower market teams, and that's a problem for sports, right? Because you can't get away from the fact that there is a social good aspect to sports, and the whole thing about sports is the universality of competition. Yep. And frankly, I think as everybody has seen, the fact that, one of the lower teams and the smaller market teams could beat one of the bigger teams on any given Sunday is fantastic. That's what makes this so valuable, this kind of, right? So, the transition internationally is going to be, how do you help these teams and these leagues be more self-sufficient to keep up with this phenomenon? I think that's going to create opportunity, but it's got to be, it's obviously got to be moderated for the European mentality in the Europe, and what the Europeans want. You can't just be an American overlay to that. But there are benefits to that, because at the end of the day, the best thing guys like us can do for the guys in Europe is to help them become more self-sufficient, to be able to find ways to generate more capital to reinvest back in so that they can be competitive, because ultimately sports is going to be very global.
Your point is very well taken. That I have noticed is that because of relegation and needing to stay in that top tier, it seems like more of the people leading the European teams are people with the sporting side slant, versus in the United States, it's folks with more of a business side slant who are leading, and that's just a pretty unique differentiation between how the businesses are run.
Look, I mean, a great example in terms of the perfection of that evolution is Liverpool, right? And so we're the second largest owner in that via our Fenway Sports investment. One of the reasons why I made the investment in Fenway Sports Group, it was really the only time I've been a sort of secondary or junior partner or a minority partner in anything sports related. It's because I have so much respect for, that ownership group and that management team. What they've done at Liverpool is, people should take note, right? Given the transitions that they've gone through, to not miss a step from Jurgen to Arne to figure out, that transition, and then to make it work the way they've done, to self-moderate. Yeah, they figured out how to have that virtuous, triangle between, as you said, the sporting side, the business side, and then ownership. And they all get something out of each other. Right? And that's something that people should really look at, and we should try to apply that in other instances.
But, every time I talk about the women's sports investment, a lot of people talk about one of the differences being promotion relegation in Europe versus closed system in the US. And they think that the relegation promotion is making valuation, sort of suppress the valuation, and because of the risk. I actually love it. I think it's what makes actually the game a lot more exciting. I'm right now trying to get promoted. Every weekend is a nail-biting time, and I don't think I'm going to live out my natural lifespan. But I think that's part of the game, in my opinion. That's probably the entrepreneurial in me, as opposed to the financial investor in me. But I think that really comes with the sort of the history and what this game is about. I think that really makes the product exciting, and to a large extent, a lot of fans engage, because every weekend there's that ranking changes. Oh my God, we're going to get relegated. Oh my God, we're going to get promoted. So I actually love it. Yes, there are some impacts, but in terms of ultimately financials, but I think that's what makes the game even more exciting, in my opinion.
And stressful. Okay, we're going to take a couple questions from the audience. So I'm going to start with you, Jerry. Can you speak to the dedicated Redbird Fund that's investing specifically in college sports athletics, and how you think that dynamic will change college sports?
Well, you said something earlier in your question about the continuity of the investments that we make, and I would say that every investment that I make is really a function and an output of the prior investments. Your point on learnings with the NFL, I have to say that college sports and what it's going through right now, I think this is the most interesting opportunity that I've seen in my entire career, and it'll enable someone like me to take everything that I've done for close to 30 years and bring it to an ecosystem that desperately is in need of it, but it's not that straightforward. I mean, we've been working on engaging with the college ecosystem for a couple of years. You've got different layers. You've got the athletic departments. You've got the university C-suite. You've got the conference commissioners. Every solution needs to be bespoke, but generally it's, what's happened is, going back to my earlier point about the players having a seat at the table, NIL now has sort of been hijacked a bit by the transfer portal. It's pay to play. And that's creating, once again, it's creating capital/budget issues for these programs. And these programs are critical because, as we all know, college football, college basketball subsidizes the rest of the sports ecosystem in college. Well, that, right?
Yeah, no, the NCAA is one of our clients at Kager, and we're really trying to help them drive revenues through their customer database. But one of the areas, my concern that's going to be impacted is women's sports.
Yes.
And so the investments, Michelle, the donation that you made, that's so critical because is that going to still be happening from the colleges that have really has helped create so many of our players? Do you have any thoughts on college that you want to? No. Okay. So Michelle, this is a question. I hope I don't catch you off guard. Women's Super League is discussing a move to a non-relegation system similar to American sports, but less common in Europe. Can you comment on this because you're on the board?
So I think I will comment to the extent that it's been reported in the media. Okay. And I think that the media did report that it is not a forever suspending the relegation, but the way that the WSL is trying to move the competitive format, it requires a lot of people stepping up and making some serious investments. So for example, I'm now building probably the biggest and the most sophisticated, dedicated women's training center in London for the second division team, right? So my team is second division, but I'm investing in it. And it's going to encourage a lot more people to come in and put some significant money. As we talk about this relegation, a lot of investor gets a little kind of concerned about, well, I put all this money and I get relegated, what is that? So it is designed to protect the investment that we hope to see. And for a certain finite period of time, you don't have to worry about the relegation so that you have time to build a team and be sustainable and compete at the highest level. So it is not forever, they're talking about suspending, but just to protect that significant investment that we're looking to see, and that's what it's about. And I think it's probably the right thing to do.
Wow, okay.
I mean, I'll invest regardless, but.
And successfully. So who in the industry, whether a person or an organization, are you watching most closely right now, and why? Up for grabs.
You go. I just.
They're being very polite.
You know, I don't really watch others, so I don't really have anything that comes to mind.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say there's any one particular person, but I think in women's football, especially women's soccer, is in a very different stage than any other mature league. So there are a lot more innovative conversations that are going on. So I think having those type of conversations with a lot of governing bodies and other team owners is actually critical. There's actually some serious conversations happening in Europe right now. So it's really getting out there and having conversations about that. So I watch a lot of teams, what they're doing, of course, my opponents and all that, but it's more in general at a macro level. How do we really ensure that this women's soccer is going to be a sustaining and get to the level that Premier League and even NFL equivalent status that we can achieve?
You know, I would say, though, to give you a shout out, you know, I've been watching Kager now for a while, and we have a lot of projects going on with you guys. And, you know, if there is a group to watch, one of them is you for sure, because, you know, we're getting now into a world where data analytics has to be taken seriously, and it has to be integrated, you know, really holistically into the fabric of the way these people operate, these teams, these leagues. And you guys are doing a hell of a job. You were in it early, and now I think you're going to see it's going to really get interesting. So well done.
Thank you. So final question, then I'll wrap it up at the end. But any high-level insights or takeaways into the skills and perspectives needed to succeed in the sports for many of the young, current and aspiring professionals here?
No, look, I'd say do it for the right reason. And my perspective in answering that question is that I started at a point when, as I said earlier, having money was the value prop, and we're now in a world today where everybody has money. And so that should be instructive. So for young people today, and whether I'm hiring or talking to business school classes, I really encourage the young people today to have that perspective. They can't possibly have the perspective because they haven't gone through the last 30 years the way I did. But very importantly, I think it's about making a difference, being transformational. You need capital to do that. There is no doubt about it. Right? My point earlier on self-sufficiency is to find ways for teams and leagues to generate more and more capital so they can reinvest it back into the on-the-field performance. That's what it's about. If you deliver on-the-field performance, the rest of it will take care of itself. And so, my perspective is really, embrace capitalism and embrace the money, but make sure it has a purpose and make sure that you're always thinking about underwriting a value proposition.
So yeah, do it for the right reason. But I think the other thing is, especially coming from the entrepreneurial kind of background, really think differently, right? So even in my entrepreneurial career, my executives or my staff come and say, well, let's do X, Y, and Z. And I ask why. And they say, well, that's what your competitors are doing. Our competitors are doing. That's the best practice. And I basically kick them out and say, come back and until you can tell me rationally and why that's the right thing to do. So if you are always following, best practices are very important to follow and understand and learn about all those things, but really always start thinking differently so that you can constantly come up with the value proposition, how you can do things differently. That's not how all others do, because if you just follow what everyone else is doing, you can only do better marginally. You're not going to change the platform. You're not going to change the paradigm. And I think you really, especially coming from no legacy and no sort of the vested interest in keeping the status quo, I think really challenging the conventional status quo, a conventional notion, but backed by reason and data and analysis, not just I think, but really use your analysis and the learnings from best practices and other observations to create paradigm changing and transformational ideas rather than following what other people have done.
I mean, I love that. We should have called this panel Change the Paradigm. I think quick 3 takeaways. Take risk and bet on yourself. Empower your talent. Build the ecosystem around you. Know the history, but think differently. Thank you so much for this discussion.
Well said. Great.
Hello, everyone. My name is Roy Weinstock. I'm an MBA student at MIT Sloan. It's my pleasure to introduce you to the panel WWE and Netflix Team Up. Our panelists are Bela Bajaria, Chief Content Officer at Netflix, and Paul Triple H Levesque, Chief Content Officer of WWE. Our panel will be moderated by Jessica Gelman, CEO of Kager. The panel will run for 40 minutes, and we'll leave 5 minutes questions at the end. Please submit your questions via the Cadence app. With that, I'll turn it over to you, Jessica.
Thank you. All right, this is gonna be electric because we're talking to two of the most brilliant minds on content and defining and driving everything that we're watching today. This is me, and I wanted to maybe start with just a couple of numbers. It's a data conference after all. So Netflix has, and you can correct me on anything that I'm wrong here, over 300 million subscribers worldwide and added 19 million in Q4. So that's huge, 6%. WWE is broadcast in 150 countries in 20 languages and has over 389 social media followers. So when we talk about one of the major topics of the conference is reach, specifically globalization, and how really a lot of what you're doing is completely flipping in a great way the sports industry or growing it in massive ways. And then what you're doing as the first partnership with Netflix from the live sports side, the impact. So
I'd also say, to throw out another number, is if you think about 300 and so million accounts, you have to think, I'm going to be conservative. Conservatively, that's 700 million people.
Oh, okay,
because that's an account level.
Okay, there you go. You're right.
So it's a lot of people.
No, it is a lot more than even I had spoken to.
Since we're throwing out additional numbers, I'll say that you gave the stat of our social media followers, but across all our brands, all our talent, everybody, we have over 1 billion social media followers.
Okay, well, see, my numbers were wrong.
Just take your numbers and times them by 2.
Yes, okay, taking times by 2.
Also, I feel like before we get started, we should mention that it's your birthday.
Yes, we should.
So,
thank you. It's not a big one, though.
I won't share the numbers.
We won't.
I'll just leave it at birthday.
Exactly.
Yes.
Yeah, well,
you can share the number if you want.
It's 50, and I'm honored. Thank you, and I'm honored to spend it with the two of you. Who knows? But these are first-time attendees at Sloan, speakers at Sloan, and in terms of how the industry is changing, you're driving it. So, Bella, I really want to start with you on the Netflix's decision, obviously spearheaded by you, to partner with the WWE. You know, you'd had success with Drive to Survive, and what convinced you that live was the right path forward, and specifically Raw?
So my job and our team's job is to entertain the world, right? And so that's so many different kinds of film, TV, doc series, doc sports. But live is just such a natural place to expand programming, right? Having big events or certain kinds of programming that has to be live, that really drives conversation, that communal moment, and it just sort of opened up kind of what we could do as far as offering for our audiences. WWE is just an incredible brand, storytelling, multi-generational, very loyal fan base. I grew up watching with my grandfather, and so I sort of get what that kind of multi-generational, connection is. And they really just, when you think about what we love is, right, to have really excellence in storytelling. And obviously sports, ultimate soap opera, great drama. The WWE and what Paul does, right, is amazing character, storytelling, connection with an audience. And there was the live event strategy, right, which was everything from, really combining sports and comedy with the Tom Brady roast. Am I allowed to talk about that in Boston?
Yeah.
I don't know.
It was,
but it was really great. And then having, obviously, the Tyson-Paul fight and NFL Christmas. But WWE was an opportunity to really have a long-term partnership with a company and people who really care about storytelling and really connecting with that audience, and not to do it as an event, to do it every single week, every Monday, 52 weeks a year. And we really see that habit of the audience, right, that has every Monday and they come to Netflix to watch WWE and around the world, right? Because again, if you think about Netflix as you are watching, as NFL did of, having NFL for the first time ever distributed around the world on one service, on one place, it's the same thing now WWE that we have around the world, and members in all of these other countries that we're in, 190 countries, can get everything they want from WWE, very easy access. And so it's great for our members, it's great for fans.
And I think the early ratings from when it launched in January, 4.9 million people tuned in for the first one, correct? Which was, I think, maybe three times what you were averaging on USA Networks before. So quite a start on that. So I think, Paul, if you can just walk us through the history a little bit, because WWE has been on a lot of different channels, and why, from your view, Netflix was the right partner. I just obviously mentioned the numbers but is there more there?
I absolutely think there's more there. If you look at the history of what WWE is, since the start of television, one of the first mainstay things on television when it very first started was professional wrestling. Yep. Advent of cable comes along, one of the first movers to go nationwide and go from regional promotions to a global brand is WWE. We pioneered the closed circuit television model. We then were sort of the prime driver of the pay-per-view model. We were one of the first movers in starting our own network. Along the way, as you did all those things, our fan base came along with us, is what Bella talked about. It's the storytelling, the characters that, resonate and stick with you, that last for generations, from, Bruno Sammartino to Hulk Hogan to Randy Savage to Stone Cold Steve Austin, The Rock. You see those characters resonate generationally throughout. 60% of our fan base brings a next generation or a family member with them to shows. But you see that movement. And if you look forward in the world, while it's still important to have some broadcast representation or other representations, streaming is really where the world is going, right? If you're a young person, I don't know, I have 3 girls, 18, 16, and 14. I don't think they know anything comes on at a particular time other than Raw or a sporting event, right? They watch everything on streaming. And it's important for us to be with the largest streamer in the world and for us to help hopefully be a driving force in that as it moves forward into the future, our future and Netflix future. And it's the perfect combination. Netflix is the organization that has, or the streamer that has something for everybody around the globe, no matter where you live, your language, they have something for everybody, and we do the same. Our product resonates globally, worldwide. So I've been fortunate in my 30-year career to go every place in the world. There's never been a place that I've gone to where they haven't been rabid for what WWE does. We're simple to understand. It's the story since the beginning of time of people in a combat situation, but we tell you the emotional story. We tell you the emotional story of who the characters are. Those characters resonate with you generationally, and then we blow it out in the biggest spectacle that you've ever seen. We're part rock show, part theater, part the biggest stunt show you've ever seen. It's all wrapped up into one, and Netflix is the perfect place for it.
And I mean, WWE is ubiquitous. I will just say, yes, my name is Jessica, but the boys called me Jessie the Body growing up. So thank you for that.
Just growing up, not now. I mean, I still think
I have lots of other nicknames.
Yeah.
Par for the course. So I think, Bella, one of the lenses that you bring is, as you're investing in the live sports, everything that you're doing around those sports and those spectacles. I mean, I can speak to the Beyonce show during Christmas Day. That was unbelievable. My family we were like cooking and all, and then we just stopped
Yeah.
And so maybe just share how you're thinking about everything around the events and how that is part of really the Netflix kind of ethos and culture and approach that's
For sure.
differentiated.
So Beyonce Bowl was really fun and amazing to do. She really is one of one, so that was so fun. But again, that also came about Christmas Day. We were doing NFL for the first time. We're an entertainment company, so we want to still entertain. We want football to be football, but we also want to entertain. And again, we called the NFL and said, we're going to do a halftime show on a regular season game, and we want it to feel like basically like a Super Bowl halftime show. And obviously Beyonce can do that. And that was really fun to be able to, and I think to Paul's point, we want to have entertainment for everybody. And so you have the game, but you also had a lot of people who love football, but a lot of other people who just love Beyonce and came to it really for that. And it was Christmas, so it was a moment for everybody. And it's always going to be for us, whether it's, we talk to all the leagues, lots of different sports and teams, and we're always trying to find the best storytelling. And so again, that just depends on, so we did Drive to Survive, which obviously, you saw the increase in F1, and you've seen that with PGA when we did Full Swing, but it's not like just insert sports. That's not, we really look at who's the production company, who's the creative behind it, do we have real access to the storytelling? We're not trying to gotcha anybody, but we want to tell a very specific, authentic story. And so it really starts with that. Are there great characters and a great story to tell? And when we look at that, and sometimes it's really connected to what we're doing, like before the Tyson-Paul fight, we had the countdown to the Tyson-Paul thing and followed Jake and Mike and sort of on that, and that was kind of getting invested in the characters before you did that. And sometimes, when we do things, I think people think we're global. We actually do very local things, and we give it to a global audience. So in Japan last year, we had a scripted drama called Sanctuary, which was about sumo wrestlers. And it was a great drama, but that was also done and launched around sumo wrestling season. Like, you may not know that, but really in Japan, it was a real big deal. And so that was doing this great scripted drama during this time. So it really starts with the creative. And we don't do everything, but we really look at very local things, and then we can find a broader audience. So we do Tour de France from the French team. And Tour de France is an incredible show if you haven't watched it, but it's beloved, obviously in France, it's in French, but also other people right around the world have discovered it. And that storytelling around, like, I'm excited with WWE that we have all of this, and we're talking about, doing doc series or documentary, like what are all those characters or things you can do about the history of WWE kind of within that. So it just, which we've seen time and time again, which is not new news, but I think people don't really pay enough attention to it. Like, you can really, even for people who never watched F1, didn't know what it was, they started watching F1 because of Drive to Survive. They connected with the characters, and that made them love a sport. And that connection of characters and storytelling and emotion and being invested in the lives. Like, I love all sports. I don't particularly like golf, but after I watched Full Swing, I totally understood, right? Like, I was like, oh, that's so interesting. And now I understood the sport so much more. And now I enjoy golf more, than I did from knowing it. So I do think for us, it's really always going to be kind of about that lens.
So, but I mean, the reality is that pretty much any rights holder or content, they would want a partnership with Netflix. And so, like, what's the criteria specifically? Like, what did the WWE had? What did Paul bring? Because you've really altered, in I think a very positive way, the content and the storytelling, like taking it up a level. I think widely known and agreed upon. What was it that was like, this is the right first one?
For me, I think we have the similar sort of mindset or goals, right? Entertaining a large audience, a big fan base, right? Multi-generational, knowing that it's about entertainment first. And I think that same way that even Paul just talked about, like character storytelling, but also like having that shared value of, we love to surprise audiences, right? So I want stuff that people love, and then once in a while we'll do some crazy ass thing like the Tyson Paul fight, or we'll do, or within a show, or a character, or baby reindeer, or beef, or something like really surprises people. And I think you do that all the time, right? WWE has like characters that people love, you're invested in it, and you also surprise them and you bring new guests in, or there's like a really surprising storyline. And so I just think we're so like-minded in the goal and ambition, honestly, of entertaining, like, actually the world.
We also brought her a title belt and made her a robe with her name on it.
That did.
Pushed it over the line.
I mean, Bella, the Bulldog Bajaria, kind of sealed the deal, for sure.
I love that. Well, I find it so interesting what you shared about Japan and the Tour de France, the sumo wrestling and the Tour de France. And Paul, you have events coming in Europe in March, and you're building to the Clash in Paris at the end of the summer. And this is after you've already had events in Saudi Arabia, India, and Australia over the past few years. How is that growth and the broader now opportunities with Netflix? How are you thinking about growing a global audience and the characters that you're bringing to bear?
So we've always been a global brand, as I mentioned, like sort of watched everywhere, simple to understand. It resonates with people. But with Netflix, it sort of simplifies the process if you're a fan, especially outside of the US. So right now, 80% of the globe outside of the US gets all WWE programming all the time. So where before you had to know what you wanted to watch, when it was coming on, might be on in the middle of the night, you might have to set a DVR, you might have to do all these things. One show's on one network, another show's on another network. Right now, and I hear this from people, I have a lot of friends from overseas, I hear this from them all the time, the simplicity of getting into WWE now on a global level, it's one-stop shop. You go into Netflix, it's right there, you just click on the tab and you're in, right? So it incredibly simplifies it for us. It also allows us to work in a partnership-wise of what are the markets that are most important? Where does Netflix feel like, hey, this is a massive opportunity for you here? The viewership shows it, the data shows it, where we can go in, we can drive those. You mentioned that we're getting outside the box of what we do. We have an international tour coming up. Normally we would do non-televised live events, maybe 1 or 2 television shows from there, maybe do a few other non-televised and come back to the US. Right now we're going 3 weeks back to back of live events, non-televised, but also each week Raw and SmackDown coming from international markets and markets that we wouldn't necessarily go to. So Bologna, Barcelona, Germany, places that we wouldn't necessarily be able to go to with TV. We have Perth coming up in the fall. We have, as you mentioned, France coming up, Clash in Paris. The ability for us to hit the markets that are most important for Netflix, also most important for us, and to really service and become a global brand in a bigger way than we ever have before.
And I say on the international thing, the thing is interesting is that I was just in Thailand recently, right? You just go on Netflix, it's all there in a row. And again, time zone wise, you don't have to look for it. You can wake up whenever in your time zone and it's there. And so you see people watching it live, obviously in that time zone, but you also see people who right when they wake up or when they have access, right? It's all there. You have the access to it. It's easy. And then really also looking at, there's a lot of fans who are actors, celebrities, lots of things who on all of our shows and movies around the world. And so, they're like, hey, if they're going to be in Germany or they're going to be UK, we want to come. We want to come in person. And it's that's just a natural way to have actors maybe on shows and movies that we're launching or they're coming out or fan favorites, right, that are sitting in the audience and enjoying it because there's so many celebrities, right, that are big WWE fans. And in all of these countries now, they're we have a long list of people who all want to come and be part of it, which is great. And then that's kind of a natural kind of promotion sort of, within one of those shows. But it also has that connection. People are watching and saying, oh, this is very local to us. And people do love to see that kind of local feel, right?
And what's also wonderful is that the ability to pull those celebrities in, they can come and just be a fan and sit and watch, and we can still cross-promote the shows, or they can get involved in what we do. We control the narrative. So over the last few years, even just in the music side, you've seen Bad Bunny actually get in the ring and perform with us to massive success. We have Travis Scott in the middle of a storyline right now that will get bigger as we head into WrestleMania and coming out of it. Jelly Roll. So you just see all these crosses of different genres, whether it's music, whether it's comedy. Obviously, Netflix has a big role in comedy, so you see a lot of comedians now that are massive fans of what we do. We're cross-promoting with them. We can do all of it, and the beautiful thing with us is, as you mentioned earlier, there's no off season. It's 52 weeks a year. It resonates globally, and I'll say it just for this room, and I prefer if it doesn't get out there from a reporter standpoint,
Wait,
but
this is a live stream.
well, I'll just say it anyways. We control the outcomes.
If you didn't know.
Yeah, exactly.
So if we do our jobs well, you're always going to get a good game. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So you don't have, oh man, and I don't, this is a knock on anybody, but the Super Bowl's coming up. Yeah, but it's two teams that are in small markets and it's not going to do as well. There's really no big story of the quarterback wars or whatever that is, right? They're reliant upon, unless you believe the conspiracy theories, they're reliant upon sort of the chance of it to be great. Even the game itself is reliant on chance to be great. With us, if it isn't great, if it doesn't blow your mind, I did a horrible job. So it's that is our thing, and that is, you talked about shock and awe of what we do and surprises. To have that there regularly and always have that be a part of what we do and to always deliver, we can control that like nobody else can.
So what you're saying is that the NFL isn't scripted.
That's what I'm saying. I'm also saying that the beauty of what we do is that Travis Scott could run in at any minute and slap somebody and get slammed, and you're like, it blows your mind, right?
What I love that you both just explained was the win-win that maybe everyone else wouldn't see. Is about all of the connectivity, the cross promotions, the sharing of what you're seeing from a business perspective with where live events could go. I mean, that's, to me, incredibly special. Mm-hmm. And I think from a data perspective, a lot of times we're seeing rights holders and then their other partners, there's not this data sharing. And I'm not necessarily suggesting you're sharing data per se, but you're sharing the insights to improve for the overall, what you guys are both developing. And I think that's really special.
Yeah, and I think that was great from the beginning, because it's always been this great collaboration of like, let's be really open on both sides of like, what's working, what are the insights, here's the data, but also just like any insights on both ways, right? We want to make, and I also love that because, we are on 24/7 also. And so I appreciate also the ambition of this many shows, 52 weeks a year, and right, and not even right, and then the PLEs and sort of all of the other things. So it's amazing because our audiences want a lot and more and new things and great storytelling, and so we always got to be on. And so having that great collaboration from the beginning has been awesome.
I also think that so one of the things about WWE also is we own the IP. So it's one-stop shop. Yeah. So as we want to promote something for Netflix and for Bella, it's easy for us to send our talent there. Our talent love doing it. Unlike some sports stars, some are great at media, some are not great at media. Some actors and musicians, some are great at media, some aren't. Ours are trained for it. They are used to speaking in front of large groups. They're used to media on a regular basis, and they love doing it. So it's sort of one-stop shop that we can, promote anything. We can send our talent there. If there's a market we want to break, we can send our talent there. We can do events there. We can do just about anything. We're as nimble as we can be.
And they are so great. Also because they're great with a live audience. They have such energy, right? They're just the showwomanship of it, all of it, right? They're so great at it. So when they've come to any of our events or interacted with fans or any of our shows, movies. They've just been really just great.
Is there a specific surprise, because you said you like the surprises, or storyline that you've seen that you've been like, yes, this one is, one that really stands out? Or that drew in more viewers, because it is live, but then maybe people watching after the fact?
What's your biggie?
So I'll let me step in on that. Just recently, so John Cena, when we talk about generational stars for 20 plus years, has been the ultimate good guy in WWE. For him personally, that's just who he is, right? Done more wishes for Make-A-Wish than any other celebrity in history. He's just an incredible human being. But his character, John Cena, he plays himself, right? But it's still a character. But his character has been the ultimate good guy for 20 plus years. The Rock, who is now, has a character developed called the Final Boss. He's on the board of TKO and legitimately, but like it's part of the character, and he has all this power and control. And he just used some of that power and control, and John Cena just turned heel, became a bad guy a week ago for the first time and beat up another good guy, Cody Rhodes. This was one of the biggest stories we have ever done, in that within a few hours, he had that moment had over 100 million views on social media within hours.
Wow.
It was front and center storyline on SportsCenter. Stephen A brought it up. We're having debates about it. It resonated everywhere. Jon Stewart used it as a vehicle to explain Washington, D.C. and political power within new administration. I think it's no secret my mother-in-law's on the Secretary of Education, and she just had a moment the other day where she was walking out of the State of the Union, and the one question someone shouted at her was, "Ms. McMahon, as the new Secretary of Education, what do you think about John Cena turning heel?" It resonated so massively, and when you talk about cross-promotion on that, in the background of that scene is Travis Scott. He's in there with them. It transcended everything. It was water cooler talk around the globe, and made headlines everywhere. So when we do things in that manner, and that was one of those ones where, as it happened, one of my favorite things after that is to get other camera shots of the crowd, and the amount of people that were like, and just with their jaws dropped, and not to brag about this, but kids were crying, adults were crying, like this blew people's minds. It's crazy cool to be able to see that level of involvement, even from people that maybe aren't necessarily fans on a week-to-week basis, but they're casual fans, but they know who John Cena is, they know who The Rock is, they know who Cody Rhodes is, they know who Travis Scott is, and their mind is blown by the whole scene. It's the power of what we do, and when you have that level of that, and then you combine it like from a partnership standpoint, when we say we want to promote something, or hey, we want to make this big, like January 6th, the premiere of Raw on Netflix felt in LA at the Inuit Dome, felt like the biggest event in history. It was crazy, the buzz in that place. And we do WrestleManias in front of 100,000 people multi-night. So I've been lucky enough to be a part of some big events. That felt like something I'd never seen before. Their promotional power and the strength and the power of Netflix and what it brings to the table for us is incredible. They've been just absolutely A+++ for us.
Well, a lot of people are going to be reaching out to you. Okay, given the success and the impact and influence of the partnership with WWE, and I know the NFL was announced after that, but how has that success, the NFL success, how has that altered or adjusted your thinking generally around the sporting live and what you're delivering overall? I know you have the Women's World Cup that you've secured.
27.
I'm not asking you to break anything here, but just how are you thinking based on these learnings that are?
Look, I think what's been really great to see is, right, so when we wanted to, obviously get into live, and we love sports, we do personally, we understand our audiences, and we've always said, it's not, for us, it really has to be is there a long-term deal and partnership? Is there a deal economically that makes sense for us to get kind of in a bigger kind of sports situation? So for us, looking at events or contain things like Women's World Cup, right, basically a month in 27 and 2031, and really being able to do that for, women's sports kind of in that way, and soccer is a really exciting thing. But I think I don't think it's changed the thinking. I think it has just, confirmed, and there's real kind of, validation or data points, right, that having everything from Chris Rock Live to Tom Brady Rose to the Tyson Paul fight to NFL, and then having WWE Weekly, and then we just had the SAG Awards, right? Totally different. So it's not always sports. It's can be just a very kind of different, event. Doing that, it can create, and we have really kind of sometimes cheeky, sometimes disruptive marketing. We try to really create really fun fandom and great conversations around events. So to me, it just kind of makes us, continue to kind of double down, on what that is. I thought it was really amazing. Tyson Paul fight was staggering sort of numbers. But I think the coolest thing about that was also the Taylor Serrano fight was the largest women's sporting event ever in the United States, right? World Cup used to be, and then that was sort of bigger than that. And that was amazing to give those two incredible boxers that kind of platform. And now we're doing their rematch on July 11th at Madison Square Garden with an all-female card, right, boxing night, which will be super fun and amazing. And so I think that's great of we had that fandom, and now how do we continue to take those fans and kind of do, the next thing for them. So I don't think it really changed the thinking. I think it really, something that obviously we were okay, we want to do these events. We want to surprise the audience. We want to do lots of different kinds of things. We want to make up events. We want to, go after sort of some of these rights like the Women's World Cup. And then how do we, kind of like we did with Beyonce Bowl in NFL, or that we try to do with all of this marketing and promotion and fandom and conversation around WWE, how do we do it sort of our way? How do we do it a little bit different? How do we speak to fans where they are around the world? How do we just come at it kind of in a different way, right? We're always gonna wanna do that. We're still a very relatively young company, right? And we still wanna grow and be bold and really, speak to fans of all different ages kind of in a different way.
I love that about them also, is from a partnership standpoint, their desire and ability to cut through the clutter of all the other things there's so much stuff out there, but for them to want to approach it differently, whether it's fun, whether it's cheeky, as you said, or whatever that is, to approach it in a different manner where it's not the standard thing and the safe thing to do. It's a little bit out there, but it cuts through the clutter and it makes a big difference. And that willingness to get outside your comfort zone a little bit is phenomenal. We try to do that all the time, but they do as well, and I think it's led to some great things so far.
Well, it feels like it was kind of building to a crescendo where you had the golf match with the F1 drivers, then you did the Tom Brady roast, and so it was you were testing the waters, and it kept coming back positive, and so I think it's really interesting. Paul, I want to come back, and you mentioned on the women's sports focus. One thing that has really been resonating for me is what you've been doing that I think is kind of a breakthrough for women athletes, where there's people who are going to your events, the men and are screaming like crazy in a way for the women, for specifically Rhea Ripley and her finishes in ways that we used to see with Cody Rhodes. And I think the costumes obviously can be a little gendered, of course, but how do you feel? Because I really think you've done this specifically since you became Chief Content Officer. How have you gotten the men rooting for women on their athletic and storytelling, buying the women's gear. And I mean, what are the learnings to bring to bear?
So in WWE, about 40% of our audience is female.
Wow.
And I've always believed that if you just treated the women the same, trained them the same, gave them the same opportunities to do their own thing in their way, and let them have that freedom, that they will knock it out of the park. And they have.
Wow.
So you mentioned Rhea Ripley. Rhea is arguably our most popular female star, but I could make the argument that she's one of our most popular stars, period. I see just as many men walking around with Rhea Ripley merchandise on as I do females walking around with it on. And what's wonderful to me is, especially in our audience, there are a lot of younger folks, a lot of kids, people bringing their kids to the shows. There now is this split. When I see kids, it's the standard question I always ask, all right, who's your favorite, right? A lot of times they're wearing the shirt of who that is anyway, so it's an obvious question, but who's your favorite? And it's not, it's not the guys say the guys and the girls say the girls anymore. I might have little boys telling me Rhea Ripley's their favorite, Bianca Belair's their favorite, Liv Morgan's their favorite, just as much as I might have the girls saying the guys or the women. Like, it's sort of become now, given the presentation, given the telling of the stories, this even playing field in what we do, obviously, because it's about the characters and the stories. Their athleticism is just as good or sometimes better, and the stories are driving it. So the women are on that playing field where it is the same. We give them the same opportunities. And I say this all the time to them, because there's a lot of banter in our world. Well, who's going to be the main event of this? Who's going to be the main event of WrestleMania, whatever. It's to me, it's always whatever the story and the performances that are resonating the best. I put no thought into it's women or it's men. I don't give them the main event because, well, they're women and it'll look good for us if we give them the main event. That never even enters my mind. Talent or talent, it's whoever's resonating the most. If they're in the main event, it's because they earned it. If they're not, it's because somebody else was just slightly ahead of them, right? Doesn't mean their performance was bad, just means something else resonated more. It's an exciting time because I feel like the way we just talked a little bit ago about Hulk Hogan and Macho Man Randy Savage and The Rock and Stone Cold, we're going to be talking about Rhea Ripley, Bianca Belair, Becky Lynch, Charlotte Flair, Tiffany Stratton. 10 years from now, we'll be talking about them in the same way. And I think you see it resonating as those heroes get built to those young people. I think that then resonates to everything else that is out there. I think that resonates to movies, entertainment, their acceptance of it. I think it resonates to the WNBA. I think it resonates to all sports and changes that platform for women, which is, it's a climb, right? And it's a journey. And I watched a panel before with Shapiro and Jonathan Kraft, and they were talking about that same thing. And, it takes time to build that equity. It takes time to build that fan base and to have that be normalized with people. So I think every bit of that helps. And I think WWE, our females are sort of, in a wonderful way, paving the way, even though it's not pure sport, they're paving the way for acceptance with kids of that pure sport moving forward.
I mean, I think that there's a lot that you said there that resonates and is really lifting up women.
I will say this. So we have a performance center in Orlando, Florida. We have 100 to 120 athletes at any given time training in there on a day-to-day basis. I'm not sure exactly what the mix is, but a large percentage of women, large percentage of men. We have an NIL program that recruits across college athletics on every level. So women are a big focus of what we're doing leading to the future and how we're training and getting them up. Across the board, the women pick this up way faster than the men do. it's an amazing thing. Like I say it, Shawn Michaels runs that program for us, and I will say it to Shawn all the time. It is amazing to me that like we're getting these women that come in, start training with us at ground zero, just like the men, and 6 months in, 8 months in, 9 months in, he's putting those women on TV already live, and the guys are like down here, and I'm like, I'm not sure why that is. It's maybe just smarter.
It's not surprising to us.
Yeah, it's smarter, whatever that is, but it resonates that way, and it's incredible to see that once sort of, here you go, just go at it. It's incredible to watch it happen. And you know, I'm thankful to our women for putting that platform out there and sort of inspiring that next generation of kids that they can do anything.
But I also think, you know, you said, which is true, if you give the women the same opportunities,
yes,
right, they will crush it. But it's the giving that training and the opportunities to do that.
Yeah.
So we're a couple questions from the audience, but I think, Bella, it's very clear that you see and identify things that is creative, that is connecting with people. So to that end, how do you, as you think about, okay, which are the athletes or the sports to highlight in your sports content, is there like a specific way that you think about it? Is it gut? Is it all of the experience that you've had over the years? Like, and then how do you turn it in the right way so that, because I mean, you've done so many athletes have been highlighted. How like there might not be a formula, but you have something going on that's working.
I'd say there's definitely not a formula, because if you watch even all of our doc series of different sports, like the format and the storytelling and the structure is totally different. It's like, what's just the best way to tell that story? Sometimes it's following a team, sometimes it's following a person, sometimes it's following one moment, one game. I think, it has always been about, if you think about, I think one of the greatest kind of sports, one of the great sports docs we did recently was Beckham. And that was Beckham for a long time, taking a long time to make sure he was ready to be honest and authentic and vulnerable and open up his life that way, tell this kind of definitive story. His family was in on it. He met with a lot of directors, and it was like, who is going to be that right filmmaker, right? Who can bring something to it? And that director, Fisher, likes soccer or football, whichever one. Well, we're born in Boston, so we'll call it soccer. But wasn't like the super fan of it, but like David was like, okay, that's the right connection, right? That's somebody who I feel like I can have this very vulnerable experience with. We're doing, Vinny Jr. in Brazil, and we've done Neymar in Brazil in the past. And for us, it's really about, access. Is there an interesting story to tell? During the Olympics, we did Simone Biles, because obviously she had an amazing story to tell, and she was willing to tell that story before the Olympics of where she was and kind of then following her through it. We did sprint, following female and male sort of sprinters and kind of getting in the mindset of kind of what that means. And we did Court of Gold, which was following the men's basketball teams, which is out right now, and you should watch it. It's very good, actually. But it really, there's no formula. It's not even, by the way, here's the most famous person, because they've been like very famous athletes have come to us, but it's like either they're not really willing to tell like a story and really open up their lives, and then you all and everybody, all their fans, get enough on social media from them. Like, have you read enough things? Like, you really need, what is that kind of deeper look at something? And, a lot of times it's the producers, the writer, the filmmaker who has just a really great vision and a way to tell the story. And you also have to think about it, sometimes it comes from a place in the sport that could be unexpected, right? So the Dallas Cowboy Cheerleaders is an incredibly successful doc, and a lot of people now who've watched that love the Cowboys and follow the team or the sport because their way in was from a very kind of different place. And we're doing that, and now we're doing the Jerry Jones Dallas Cowboys kind of definitive dynasty, doc, which is exciting. And so a lot of these are kind of very natural ways in. So it's not even like, here's the top, most valued teams or sports or athletes. It's not, it's just much more creative than that.
Yeah.
I think the genius of what you do, among other things, is taking something that you see, whether big or small, and saying, that's interesting.
Yes.
How do I take that interesting, tell that story to everybody and make everybody interested in it?
Yeah.
And that's an art form. It's not easy to do because some stuff is just niche. There's certain people that are interested in it. But to be able to weed out the stuff that can resonate bigger if you just turn people onto it, that's an art form that I think they have mastered incredibly well.
And I'd say on our doc side, right, especially on all of the sides, but doc side, right, there's a very high bar, right, that we hold as far as like integrity, filmmaking, quality, and we definitely say no more than we have to say no more than we say yes a lot, just because a lot comes in. But it's always like sometimes there is a moment in time why that story will resonate and it feels very sort of timely, or it feels like why did Beckham do it now? Beckham was kind of ready to kind of tell that story, and it broke through way bigger than just soccer, right? Just kind of like very pop culture. And people said, oh, I don't even watch it, but but it's so good, you should watch it anyways, even if you're not a Beckham fan necessarily. And so I think it's, all of these things, WWE, film, TV, doc sports, doc series, whatever we're doing, we want to always strive for sort of excellence in storytelling, and it's about, right, I mean, our whole goal is to entertain our members around the world, and it has to be storytelling you love, and when you finish it, first of all, you click play, you want to watch the whole thing, and then you want to talk about it, you want to share it, you want to recommend it. I mean, that's when we've really sort of done our jobs.
Well, there's no two better content storytellers than the two of you. Quick hits as a summary of this. Number one is the value of the cross promotion and supporting one another. Two, I think this is so fascinating, the training for the media and how critical that is to help grow the story and the fan base. Your focus on the events and contained events is very interesting, and why and how the WWE made sense to kind of extend and go a little different there. And then I'll just kind of end with on your training the same for the women. See what happens when you invest in women. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thanks, everybody. Thank you.
guess all set.
We're all good.
Hello, everyone. My name is Patrick Sherry, and I'm an MBA student here at MIT Sloan. It is my pleasure to introduce a live recording of the Deal podcast here at the Sloan Sports Analytics Conference. Joining us today, we have David Blitzer, co-founder and co-managing partner at Harris Blitzer Sports and Entertainment, Jason Kelly, chief correspondent at Bloomberg Originals, and Alex Rodriguez, Major League Baseball legend and chairman and CEO of A-Rod Corp. This panel will run for 45 minutes. With that, I'll turn it over to Alex and Jason.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you guys for having us. It's good to be in Boston. I think I can say that. Alex, can you say that?
Now I can.
Yeah, now you can.
I'm retired.
Yeah, it was funny. We were reminiscing, on the way in, and Alex was giving me what it's like to play at Fenway. You and I probably watch games at Fenway, but a little bit of a different experience.
It's awesome. It's probably my favorite park to play other than old Yankee Stadium. It's classic.
Yeah. Well,
It's not the easiest place to be a visiting fan.
That is true.
I've had some tough moments.
It's safer to be a player.
Yeah, TD Garden, yeah, exactly. This is going to be hopefully a very fun conversation. Alex and I host this podcast called The Deal, where we talk to folks at this intersection of business, sports, and culture, and there are very few people who are in it as deep as our guest today, David Blitzer. Blitz is someone who, when we created this show, was at the top of our list as someone that we really wanted to chop it up with. So we're really excited, Blitz, that you're here with us. I guess I would start by asking you, and I'm going to go back to my own roots a little bit. You and I met when I covered private equity at Bloomberg, and you were a very successful guy at a little firm called Blackstone. And somewhere along the way, you became one of the most influential investors in sports. How did that happen?
Well, thank you for having me. I've known Jason for a long time. I've known Alex for a long time, so it's really nice to be all here together. And I do think we also need to do a shout out for Jessica Gelman. So we don't have the jersey. We blew that. But Jessica, happy 50th birthday.
Yes.
You do an amazing job with this conference.
Yes.
And, we're all really happy to be here and to celebrate with you. So, yeah, private equity for, now at this point in time is my 34th year in the business. And I guess it was 2010 was when my journey started on the sports side of the equation. So unlike Alex, one of the greatest athletes of all time, I was, like many probably in this room, a failed athlete, which I thought I was good when I was, a teenager. Then I realized by high school that I was adequate at best and certainly was not playing past high school. So
instead of failed, maybe we say always aspiring.
Always aspiring. I'm still aspiring, just new sports. But I basically I'm clearly a massive fan of sports in general. And obviously I think a lot about business and investing in companies and what are trends that are out there that you can get behind, really, like we talk about good neighborhoods or mega trends. And but I hadn't really thought about investing in a sports team until somebody came to see me. I was living in London for about a decade, and toward the end of that decade in London, a friend of mine came to see me and basically said he was involved in the NBA. He was like an assistant GM somewhere, and he basically said, hey, I think you should really think about investing in a basketball franchise. There's like 6 or 7 that are for sale right now or looking for capital. And it was it was a real inflection point for the NBA for those who want to go back and remember. This was 2010 when this conversation first took place. And it was pretty clear that there was going to be a lockout. Okay. There was going to be a new media rights agreement. And basically something like 23, 24, 25 of the teams are actually losing money at the time, which is why you were seeing a lot of things potentially, go up for sale leading into that change. Anyway, long story short, I was really interested in the concept, but I was living in London. And so long story short, when I was home over that December break of 2010, I went to see a friend of mine who I'd gotten to know quite well when he lived in London as well. A couple of years earlier, which is a guy named Josh Harris. At Apollo, and I said, hey, Josh, he and I had gone to a pub one night when we were both living in London, and I don't know how this subject came up, but it stuck in the back of my head that he was interested in investing in sports. And so when this call came and I thought it was really interesting, I wanted to like really dig in, sitting there in London, and I went to see Josh and said, hey, why don't we look at the Philadelphia 76ers? Because amongst the teams that were for sale, they were actually officially for sale, with a banker and a process. And, some of the others were more, sort of whisper campaigns.
And you guys had both gone
and we
to
had
school.
both gone to school at the University of Pennsylvania. We both had other roots from family members in Pennsylvania and in Philadelphia. And it's an iconic brand. And our view was, yeah, let's go try to do that. So we agreed to sort of partner together and try to ultimately go buy or invest in the Philadelphia 76ers, which was a transaction that signed in the summer of 2011. And sure enough, there was a lockout that fall, because I still remember my first ever NBA board meeting was not the easiest meeting in the world, because it was in the middle of the lockout, trying to figure out both the dynamics between obviously players and the league and the CBA, but also even amongst the various owners in the group. And, I will just say again, for those fans out there, it was kind of wild. I went into my first ever NBA board meeting and I've got literally Larry Bird sitting on one side of me, Michael Jordan sitting about 4 seats down. And again, the fan part like kicked in a little bit. I was like, oh my God, this is kind of wild. But that was the start of the journey.
Yeah.
The reality was we treated it very much like a very business-oriented investment. Like, does this make sense? Not just from an emotional standpoint, but from a business standpoint. And I think, given what Josh and I had done, for our careers in terms of investing in business and buying, divisions out of, larger corporations, et cetera, this was a purchase of a small business inside of a large corporation, being Comcast Corporation. And we had a lot of experience in corporate carve-outs. We had a lot of experience in bringing in new management teams and thinking about incentive structures in ways that I don't really think sports had really done. Franchise had done that in the past. So in any case, all that said, it still isn't easy, as we all know. And Alex is on all sides of this equation. But being an investor in any of these teams and leagues is fun, it's rewarding, it's challenging, it's really difficult. Everybody always thinks about it as like the fun part, but like it's tough.
So David, picking up right there, in 2010, that's a long time ago, what do you know now that you didn't know then? And how accurate was your thesis on investing in sports? Because you've obviously gone narrow and deep.
Yeah, well, I put that in 2 buckets. The first thing is I get a lot of people who come to me over the last whatever number of years that are thinking of investing in a sports franchise or a league, et cetera. And they always ask me, for lots of advice. And I try to boil it down to like one piece of advice that hopefully they will listen to me on, which is don't do anything in your first season. Like literally, don't just learn. Just go around and meet everyone in the organization, watch what they do, how they do it. Do not come in and do big things in your first season. By the way, no one has taken that advice.
I was going to say, I don't think people are listening.
No one listens to that piece of advice. And it is the best piece of advice. Take your time to really learn what's going on and don't just jump in and want to make a splash. This isn't fantasy sports, right? And so what I've learned, number one, is take your time. Really know what you don't know, okay? Even though we've been investing in businesses our whole careers, the reality is, sports team investments are very different than owning a consumer products company or investing in a data center or a metal bender, et cetera. And the nature of those businesses and the fact that what you really are is you really are a steward of a community business. Like, let's not kid ourselves. That's what we are. And getting used to that versus just investing in a kind of more normal industry, I guess I would say, I don't know if normal's the right word, but, et cetera. Traditional is something I think it takes a lot to learn. But the thesis, Alex, at the time, to be honest with you, wasn't that complicated. And it's still, to me, a thesis that I have today on this sector, which is fundamental laws of supply and demand. It's the easiest thing I ever learned in school, which is just the basic, law of supply and demand. And they're not making any more of these major teams, and the demand for them is going up dramatically. The demand is going up partly because, you have, I think there's something like 5 times the number of billionaires in the world today that there was, less than 20 years ago. Frankly, if you took that threshold up even more, to like 10 billion or more, it's even more stark in terms of the growth. So you've got this massive demand side on high net worth. And then obviously, as I'm sure we'll talk a little bit about, but you now have institutional investors coming into the space. And having kind of watched that movie with my Blackstone lens over the years, when institutional money starts to come into a new area, a new asset class, et cetera, obviously capital formation can be quite dramatic, and prices tend to move in an upward sloping direction. So you've got the ultra high net worth dynamics, you've got the institutional capital dynamics, and you don't have more supply, okay? So that curve is unbelievable when you just think about that supply demand curve. And then secondly, and I know everybody here knows this, but these are content and media businesses. And they have some of the best IP in the world. And frankly, in today's world, when you think about live content, there's probably nothing more valuable. There is nothing more valuable than sports content because other streamers and broadcasters and media companies have done an amazing job of basically delivering us whatever we want, literally whenever we want, other than sports.
Yeah.
Okay, so the combination of the growth in the value of the IP and the broadcast rights, and I wouldn't even say broadcast, I'd say media rights more broadly, coupled with this supply and demand, was our thesis back in 2010 and would still be my thesis today.
And so you go from being one of a few, as Alex knows very well, these are pretty small clubs in terms of ownership across the major leagues. But now, and I think Alex, you would agree with this, now you're one of one because you have equity stakes, some majority, some minority, across literally every major sports league in North America. Then you tack on the EPL and other European soccer leagues, plus things like League One volleyball. I had a press release come across my desk just this week. There was like table tennis league, David Blitzer. And I was like, this guy. Help us understand that broad portfolio approach that you have taken.
All right, let me try to put it into two different buckets. The first is on the major sports. Okay, so let's call it soccer. I'm sitting here in America. If I was in London, they would be very angry at me. So soccer/football, American football, NBA, NHL, and MLB. In those sort of areas, to me, the real value in the equation of being across that piece is both from the business side of the equation, okay? What we can get as a synergy across having all those multiple sports is amazing. So both on the efficiency side of the equation, we can have sales reps and branding partners and sponsorship folks that go across the teams. Not everyone goes across the entire organization, right? But significant numbers do. So we can do a deal that we did earlier this year that I thought was really innovative. We did a deal with Campbell's across a number of their consumer products and across 4 of our properties. It was across the Commanders, the Sixers, the Devils, and Joe Gibbs Racing. If you only had one team, you have whatever your inventory is, that's what you can offer a sponsor, particularly in today's kind of global world that we have. Our ability to look at some of the greatest companies in the world that are looking for those kinds of exposures and being able to offer to them both across geographies and of course across US markets and different sports, I think is quite compelling. So that's sort of on that synergy side of the equation. And then if you just think about also where the world is going, from a sports science perspective, from a technology perspective, from an AI and data analytics perspective, et cetera, our ability to invest in these areas and amortize that across 4 or 5 or more different organizations allows us to make investments that you just wouldn't make necessarily or couldn't make of that scale if you just had one particular property. And I think about that a lot with my Blackstone hat on, which is our ability to invest in many things that are going to drive, significant growth in the future. We can do because we're across all of these alternative investment products. Whereas if we were just a private equity firm or just a private credit firm, you wouldn't be able to make those types of investments.
So speaking of Blackstone, you went to Penn, and then 1991, you land as a young lad in Blackstone, now one of the greatest private equity firm, if not the greatest. What lessons, virtues have you taken from there in your 33 years and applied it to your sports portfolio?
Yeah, well, I think, the first part of that would have been the sort of the art of the deal, Basically there's a level of pattern recognition when one is investing in something, just from the standpoint of dealing with the counterparties, understanding the key items on our due diligence in order to be able to, decide what we think something is worth, being able to actually execute. These deals are immensely complicated. I know that's obvious, et cetera. But again, having done that your whole career, those types of financings, both equity and debt, and those carve-outs of corporations and incentivizing the management teams in very different ways and really aligning interests across the organizations. I think a lot of that, clearly came from my background at Blackstone. But the other thing I would say again is this megatrend question. Why am I still doing this? Meaning in this sports media and entertainment space, it really stems from a megatrend. And what I and many others at Blackstone spend a ton of time on are thinking about what those longer term trends are, and let's get behind them early. Okay? And so if you take like digital infrastructure as an example, everybody in the world wants to invest in digital infrastructure right now, right? But we've been doing it for 15 plus years, all along the way, different journeys, okay? And different ways.
Blackstone, you mean?
We Blackstone, okay?
You have many we's, David.
Yeah, I got a lot of we's.
We have to define our we's here.
So when you think about constantly looking for those megatrends and pattern recognition, being able to bring that to this, what I call my night job, in the sports media entertainment sector, I think has been really important.
And so in terms of the data of it all, that is very of keen interest to this audience especially. How do you approach the data side? You talked about sponsorship opportunities and things like that. I would imagine there's also a massive amount of data and analytics possibilities when you look across both the professional portfolio, the sort of big cap, as you were talking about, as well as more of the startup level as well. How do you pick and choose and distill down the data side of it?
Yeah, well, the good news, again, for somebody in my seat, is I get to just ask a lot of questions and hire amazing people. Like I am by no means any expert in data and analytics. However, I've been dealing in data analytics my whole career, both from the Blackstone perspective and a sports perspective. So that allows me to go in and hire amazing people, both on the sporting side of the equation and on the business analytics side of the equation. Because as you mentioned, like these are in many cases two totally different worlds.
Right.
And so obviously, I think many of you in this room would obviously be familiar with, Daryl Morey, right? So of course, the Philadelphia 76ers are going to have an amazing data and analytics department. Well, we also love, Jess Gelman and Kager, and where we're getting a ton of help on the business analytics side of the equation, as well as, of course, who we have on our existing teams and staffs right now. But again, the multi-property aspect of it allows us to really invest behind it. And I would say, what really is AI? I always ask people that because I don't know the answer. Like we've all been using data and analytics our whole careers to some degree, but obviously it's gone exponential, particularly in the last couple of years, right? And we're still on this large language model frontier, and we're going to hit another frontier pretty soon, which is really going to be all the application layer side of the equation. But at its core, you need good data. All these tools in the world are sort of, not that relevant if you don't actually have great underlying data. And each one of these sports and teams, to some degree, have different data sets.
Right.
Okay. And so, like the baseball data is incredible because it's single event. There's a pitch and a swing over and over again, and these games have been filmed at that level for, for a really long time. Basketball then got cameras into the arenas pretty early. Okay. So basketball data, excellent in the pros. College is, moving, but certainly behind where the NBA is. Hockey, doing a great job right now, but again, they didn't get cameras and we're able to capture certain types of data sets that we all capture today. I can't go back 20 years. I can't look at some of the things Wayne Gretzky was doing and what that means in today's NHL. And then soccer, and motion-based also is quite different than single event-based. And so that's a long way of saying the data is getting better and better. The models are obviously getting better and better. And ultimately, the insights will get better and better, both on the sporting side of the equation and on the business side. And I think that we're testing a lot of different things. I was literally talking to Daryl about it, earlier today and talking with our teams about it. And, we're trialing lots of stuff. So on the one hand, sure, we can get coding done much more efficiently. okay? But in terms of outcomes, okay, like, will we be able to scout better? Will we be able to automate player tagging or pick and roll tagging, as an example, versus just having somebody sit there and watch 100 hours of film?
Right.
You just crank it into the computer, okay? So those types of efficiencies. And then ultimately, again, as all of this is getting smarter and the data sets are getting better, et cetera, how far will it go in terms of where will your scouting department be? It's sort of an interesting question. I have no idea what the answer to that is, other than we try a lot of different things and we see, and we're in the super early innings. Similarly, on the business side, where everybody wants to get to is they want to actually know their fan base incredibly well. And most teams think they know their fan base as well. They don't, actually. Number one, they're getting better at it. And number two, they don't really know what they're doing very often outside of the arena. So yes, we're all capturing concession data, and there's plenty of good ticketing type data out there these days. But when you start going further and further and wanting a more and more personal experience, again, between a brand and the consumer, we're like in the first or second inning of that entire game, and AI is going to play a huge role in that equation, to where you're going to be getting offers from your team, okay, to a fan that's literally personalized to that one individual. Wow. And so all of that is super early innings, but I would basically just say, while we all are doing plenty on the data and analytics side, I think we're really, really early, both sporting-wise and business-wise, in terms of how we can get closer to that customer and fan and monetize it over time in very, very different ways.
And when you say personalized blitz, you're talking about, I'm going to get an email or a text message that says, hey, come to this game. We know you like to sit in this particular spot. This is what you like to eat. I'm going to know where you go on your way home from the game. I'm going to know that your favorite player is Tyrese Maxey, and I'm going to send you a personalized Tyrese Maxey X, Y, or Z. I might then, depending on your level of spend with the organization, serve you up for an experience with Tyrese Maxey after the game on Thursday night, if you can make it. I mean, it's going to be that level of detail and more.
Yeah, one of the
time.
inefficiencies we found with the symbols and the links is, if someone like you, Jason, have spent $1 million with us over the last 25 years.
I have.
Versus
I haven't.
David Blitz, he's gone to his first game, we treat you guys exactly the same.
Exactly.
So there's tremendous upside there. But David, I want to stay on you talked about baseball a little bit. You have your investment with the Cleveland Guardians. You have paths control. Baseball's had an extraordinary couple of years with the rule changes. Rob Manfred's really on top of it. Our numbers at Fox were amazing. We did over 20 million people because we had the great matchups of the Dodgers versus the Yankees. My question
You're making a lot of friends here in Boston, buddy.
Yeah. Well, we lost, so it didn't really work out for us since 2009. But my question to you is, David.
But we're not talking about 2004.
No. Oh, no.
About 2004.
Definitely not. If you were whispering in Rob Manfred, the commissioner of baseball's ear, or if you're the commissioner for a day or a week, what are some of the things you would continue to improve in the game to make the game a little bit more dynamic and more really popular for the younger fan?
I mean, it's really interesting question, Alex. I mean, what baseball did 2 years ago in terms of the size of the bases and what that did on a stolen base, what they did on the shift, and you can't have two guys on the other side of second base. What they did on the pitch clock and a few other smaller things. I mean, that's pretty dramatic in general for any league, okay? And baseball, I find to be the one that, more than any other sport, everyone says, well, we can't do that because that's the way it's always been done in baseball.
Right.
There's just more purists, I guess I would say, in the overall fan base and the ecosystem. So the fact that Commissioner Manfred, working with some wonderful executives, were able to come up with things that, by the way, the players didn't want to do that at first, and there were plenty of folks out in the analyst community and media, et cetera, who thought this was just like crazy. Baseball can't do this. And again, you're not going to have a 100-0 type approval for it, but I think massive, positive reaction to the fan base. So as a couple examples, number one, as you well know, the games are about 24, 25 minutes faster, and that is a huge difference to the fan base out there. You've had the average age of a viewer of Major League Baseball go down about 4 years over the last couple of years. You've had the average age of a new account on MLB.com is down something like 6 years, okay, in age. And if you looked at the viewership numbers and both the attendance, people in a seat and people watching on TV, the average age again has come down in and around 5 years. So from a demographic perspective, if you're, Fox and some of the other, kind of broadcasters, that's amazing. Let alone the interest is up. You pointed out the numbers on, kind of the World Series. But the reality is also, if you think about it from a global perspective, the interest going on right now more globally, and obviously a lot of that is Ohtani, but it's incredible. I think 12 million people watched it in Japan, and the game started, I think it's something like 9 a.m.
Yeah. Right.
All right. And so what else? Look, it's kind of funny. I don't really have the answers. I think Rob is continuing with his team, Commissioner Manfred, is continuing with his team to look at ways that we can increase the attractiveness and continue that push from a demographic perspective to lower the average age. I will say one other thing, having been involved in the youth sports business, and particularly in baseball, people will say kids aren't playing baseball anymore, not like they used to. It's just wrong.
Yeah.
It's just not true.
Yeah. More than ever, probably.
First off, Little League World Series, go take a look at the ratings on the Little League World Series. But going to participation, which I think is more relevant, youth participation was at a 10-year high this past year and has been growing at a CAGR of about 7%, okay, on youth baseball participation. So depending on how you define it, because you can define it, grassroots is about 9 million, okay, and that's baseball. By the way, softball, which is amazing and finally getting more exposure, like many of the women's sports, I think youth participation in softball is like 8 million kids across the country. And again, both those numbers are significantly up over the last decade, not down. So we are getting people in the ecosystem. One of the problems with baseball is a lot of kids play baseball and they stop after that U13 year unless they're on a track for a scholarship or they're, a complete and utter unicorn, like my friend over here. But the reality is so a lot of kids age out at U13. So what I've talked to Major League Baseball a lot about is how do we open that funnel further from a participation perspective, but how do we not have that funnel close so much at that U13 level? Right. How do we create more and more pathways for kids continuing to play that aren't necessarily looking for that scholarship or that minor or Major League Baseball career?
What would you do? Well, that's a great question. I've thought a lot about this. I think I would open up the floodgates. I mean, in a world where content is king, then certainly baseball should be king, right? Because you have 200 games in about 232 days, including spring training, playoffs. You guys went really deep into the playoffs last year, Blitz. Congrats on that. But look, if we're all at a desk, when you're at Blackstone, when you're in Bloomberg, there should be your phone or your iPad where you should be able to see all 30 teams in real time, batting cages open. I want to see Aaron Judge. I want to see Ohtani, but not in uniform. I want to see him in shorts, behind the scenes. What is he working on? What can I share with my son or daughter of Ohtani's mechanic? Because I'm also hearing them. I'm also seeing weight rooms and bullpens. That's one thing. I would do a lot more microphone. I think one of the greatest things, we have some of the best athletes in our game today, but we have no idea who the hell they are. I mean, I barely know enough about Aaron Judge. I know him because I've known him since he was a kid, but Aaron Judge is an incredible story. We stole him from football. He had a scholarship to go play at Stanford and in Notre Dame and Michigan. He decided to go to a smaller college and play baseball. Well, that's a benefit to us. So Blitz, to your point, at the age of 13, how do we gap that 13 to age 17 when I got drafted? And we hopefully can create a lot more Aaron Judges. So I would say, think entertainment first. Baseball is just your moat, but I think media, entertainment, and you have to take the straitjacket of the history away and be able to try new things. Not everything's gonna work, but the more chances you try, the more you fail, the better it is.
You're totally right. And interestingly, again, maybe it goes back to a little bit of this purist concept, maybe it doesn't, but the superstars haven't been marketed as clearly as they have in other sports. The teams have been, but that's different than the total superstars, right? And when you talk about having the ability to watch Aaron Judge at batting cage or watch Skeens throw 100 and whatever miles an hour, however many times in a row, that's amazing content. And the next generation is consuming content in completely different ways. We could spend hours talking about that. But that's the type of content that next generation and that younger demographic wants versus watching an entire game of anything. Forget just baseball. My kids are huge sports fans. It is rare for a regular season game for them to watch any of the major sports all the way through.
Blitz, when you were 1991, when you entered Blackstone, I was drafted in 93. I mean, that's not that long ago. That's 3 decades ago. Baseball was number one by far. And I think the way to get back there is we've given the other leagues almost 10 strokes on a golf course. And we can't do that anymore. And you can't play with one hand tied behind your back.
Right.
The greatest content in the world is like we have it hidden in the library. I mean, to watch Aaron Judge and Ohtani and some of these guys do their side work, Kershaw talk about what is he working on with technique. If you're a lefty pitcher or you're a lefty pitcher who's a softball, there's so much content out there, so much value. I think if we unlock that, it could be really monetizing.
Totally agree.
And so, Blitz, building on that, I mean, with a lot of the investments you have in some of these, not really challenger leagues, sort of startup leagues, even I know you are deeply engaged in the NWSL, for instance. What are you, which is, I think by definition, less purist because it's a new league. It's only been around for about a decade. It's the third try at, professional women's soccer in this country. What are you learning there that you sort of apply or vice versa?
Well, look, I put these in some slightly different buckets. I go back to this sort of thematic view that I have around a variety of things. So let's hit women's sports really quickly. So women's sports is, from my perspective, a mega trend, a mega theme that one should get behind from from every perspective, from a fan perspective, from an engagement perspective, from an investment perspective. It's
probably, for this audience, like a great place to go work.
Yeah, and by the way, aside from the fact that these athletes are absolutely incredible, and in my opinion, haven't been marketed particularly well over the years. So I look at even, Caitlin Clark and Angel Reese, okay? Absolutely amazing, okay? And when they started getting marketed differently in college, take a look at those college ratings. So the NCAA women's final last year had, I believe, 18 point something million people watch the women's final. The men's final got something like high 14s.
Yep.
And I remember sitting with Jimmy Pitaro when he was like, the women outdrew the men.
Chairman of ESPN.
Okay? And he was following it all the way through because it wasn't just that one game, by the way, as well. My point is, there have been amazing women basketball players for, pick your period, 50 years, 80 years, whatever, since they invented the game, okay? Why now? Why did it suddenly explode from a media perspective in popularity? And some of that was the same storytelling, okay, and content delivery that you described. Some of it was just plain marketing. I feel like CBS and ESPN really got behind women's basketball and did an amazing job. And once people watched, because I always talk about the funnel when I talk about fans, what you want to get is somebody who's not a fan to be a casual fan of a sport. And then you want to drive a journey of the casual fan to become an avid fan of the sport, okay? So we have to start with the funnel. And I find when people watched, I remember taking my own daughters to a WNBA game and to a women's hockey game and said, like, let's just watch this game for what it is, meaning amazing athletes and performance. And they were hooked, but they had to be taken.
Right.
Right, in a sense, or at least in my case. That's why I always say to people, like, about hockey. So many of my friends have never been to a live hockey game. And I'm like, why don't you come to a hockey game? And they all go to a live hockey game and they're like, oh my God, that was absolutely incredible. So now I have a casual fan. So back to women's sports, I think the trends are there. I mean, just really big picture. I mean, if you think about the WNBA right now, aside from where the prices of these franchises seem to be going, look at the viewership numbers.
Right.
They're absolutely incredible. So it's not like it's just, I mean, I think it's something like 30% of what an NBA game on average is about is the WNBA, but they're getting 2% of the media rights money. So what do you think is going to happen to WNBA media rights over time? Like, they're going to go up, back to my sort of content, IP, et cetera. So I'm bullish on all of the women's sports. You're right, I spent a ton of time on soccer. I'm extremely bullish on volleyball. I think hockey's doing an amazing job, which was a reboot because you used to have separate American and Canadian leagues, and they finally merged. You can actually have the best players in the world all playing together. And then you mentioned startup leagues, which, to be honest, there's startup leagues in the sense of like venture capital.
Right.
Okay. And then there's some others that are maybe a different format. Okay. So like if you think about TGL, which I think is getting an innovation award today, that was a different format that, Mike McCauley and some colleagues realized that, hey, we should think about golf, competitive golf in a different way.
Right.
And again, I'm sure some of you have seen it. Others might not have. I think TGL has done an amazing job.
Huge content play too.
Huge content play.
That's
and
one,
again, demographic, very, very different from who's watching on Saturday or Sunday afternoon on a PGA Tour event. Of course, there's crossover, but they're bringing a new demographic into the sport. So that's kind of like, hey, let's go try to do something different. Then, like you said, you've got, Major League Table Tennis.
Right.
We'll see. But on these, I'm bullish because, again, on these niche sports, we all underestimate the audience numbers. And we're all used to hearing these broadcast numbers. But what we're not probably as attuned to, or that some of the people in this room might be, is the YouTube numbers.
Right.
Is the Instagram numbers, is that, all of these different ways that younger folks are consuming, and not just younger folks, but I just point to, I don't know, I get in the habit of like looking at what my kids are doing and why and their friends. And so as an example, you've got the slap league.
Dana White.
Dana White, genius, okay? If I told you 5 years ago there was going to be this situation where we sat across the table for I was going to slap you as hard as humanly possible, okay? And then if you were able to get up, you were able to do it back to me. And that was going to be a sport that people were watching and turning into a league. I don't know that you would have thought that was a very good idea.
And the numbers are huge.
They're unbelievable. Okay?
Should we do a special edition of the deal that's slapping?
No,
we should not.
Just using like an example of people are consuming that content in incredibly different ways. The number of views on YouTube for some of these slap matches is like, sort of stunning. So again, it comes a little bit back to Alex. You mentioned it before, like, where do I think there can be great storytelling? And maybe it's in places that you didn't even think about. I mean, we all know about Drive to Survive, okay? Like what Netflix did to Drive to Survive and what that did for Formula One is, unbelievable. But like, I think about some others too. I think about like Queen's Gambit.
Yep.
Okay, and what Queen's Gambit did to chess, I mean,
Incredible.
It's beyond dramatic in terms of there. And if you look at Welcome to Wrexham or Ted Lasso, okay, or you look at, quarterbacks. So that storytelling goes back a lot to what you're saying. Let's bring these amazing athletes and sports closer to us in ways that we didn't consume it before, and let's watch that continued growth out there in the marketplace.
All right, we'd be remiss if we didn't talk a little bit about youth sports. And one of the ways that I would love for you to get into it, Blitz, is you mentioned volleyball, and this week on The Deal, actually this is a great time. The cross promotion is insane. Caitlin Gao, I know. Caitlin Gao, who CEO and co-founder of League One Volleyball, was on this stage earlier. You're an investor there. I remember you and I talking about this years ago, and you were talking about how compelling it was, mostly because it's youth to pro, which we don't see a lot of. Talk to us about the opportunity in youth sports. You're in business with Cal Ripken. We've talked a lot about that. You're very close with Cal, and I've done some work with him over the years. Like, what's the through line for youth sports from an investment perspective?
Mm-hmm. So from an investment perspective, it goes back to something we were talking a little bit about before. It's massively fragmented, right? So the demand is there. I think the people, again, calculate it differently. I calculate the youth sports business at about $40 billion, growing at high single digits a year. Our own business is growing much faster than that. But if you think about it, most people who run a youth sports business is a relatively small mom and pop oriented business where they got into that business, I'd like to think, in the vast, vast majority of cases, for the right reasons, okay? They wanted to help kids. They wanted to get them active on fields, okay? That's even become more prevalent in today's world where the kids are on screens way more than like when we grew up, right? We were playing tag, we were playing sports, we were playing anything outside. Today, I can't even imagine the number of hours these kids are sitting on their phones. So I think people got into these businesses to do really good things with kids, with youth. But they don't want to deal with accounts payable and insurance and legal and they just want to program, whether it's leagues or tournaments or I don't know, Alex, if you ever went through Baseball Factory, but as an example, Baseball Factory takes kids through their baseball journeys in terms of instruction at higher and higher levels along the way. So you have all these different areas of youth sports, but at its core, I think just again, big picture, it's great to have kids enrolled and engaged in as many sports as possible. And actually, they should spread it across. I think there's too much specialization is one of my other big things. Kids are specializing way too early. You talk to any professional athlete, they will tell you that they either did or wish they had played more sports for longer, okay? So the ability to actually show up with capital now, okay, then show up with great brands. So as an example, Alex mentioned it, Cal Ripken was somebody who was like my idol as a player, but more relevantly, post his playing career, Cal basically wanted to help kids. He wanted to teach them to play baseball the right way in a safe environment, and he and his brother Bill started Ripken Baseball. And they have the best youth baseball business in the country, in my opinion. And once we got into youth sports, I had been talking to Cal for years about trying to partner with him in some way, shape, or form. And once our business started to grow, et cetera, I went back to Cal and said, hey, like maybe we should merge our businesses here. You've got the best brand in the world, and you and Bill are still involved, which is amazing. And we'd love to keep all of that the same way. We're just going to give you a bigger platform. So you're going to be able to help more kids in more markets, et cetera. So again, that ability to bring capital to the equation. So we have better fields, we have safer environments, we have better instructors, we have better facilities overall, because a lot of them are now starting to turn into these sports vacations, right? Where you're going with your parents or your siblings, and maybe it's 3 days, it's a long weekend. In some cases, we have one of our baseball facilities in Cooperstown, New York, is basically a week. So you go with your whole family for an entire week. And we keep upgrading all of these facilities. And so it's sort of this fragmented industry that we think we're both doing something that's really good for society, for lack of a better term, for the kids and their families, but we also think that they're good business investments.
All right, so we like to end every episode with a little rapid fire. So good luck to you. We'll bounce it back and forth a little bit, keep it tight, and we're excited to hear what you bring to the table here, Blitz. All right, what's one word to describe your deal-making style?
One word to describe my deal-making style: direct.
What's more important to you, your gut or data?
Keep in mind you are at the MIT Sloan Sports Analytics Conference.
Blackstone Data, sports, gut.
Ooh, okay, split the middle. Who is your dream deal-making partner?
My dream deal-making partner? Well, I hope one day it's my kids.
Ooh, okay, good answer.
What's the best piece of advice you received on deal-making or business?
Well, I think it was somebody told me early on in my career, clearly because I wasn't doing it very well, but it sounds simple, but it's the best advice I ever got, which is, David, you talk too much. Listen a lot more. So you don't need to be the loudest voice in the room. You don't need to be the person who spent the most time talking in the middle of a meeting. Doesn't mean don't say anything. It just means listen a lot more. Why it might not feel that way, I'm actually a pretty good listener.
What's the worst advice you've ever been given?
The worst advice I've ever been given. Worst advice I've ever been given.
Don't buy the Sixers.
Yeah. It was actually not the Sixers. It was don't invest in hockey.
Really?
It was terrible advice, meaning because I didn't take the advice. Yeah. But I had people warning me that, they didn't have national TV deals that were great, and it was really a local business, and don't do that. And I didn't listen.
All right, so what's your hype song before a big meeting or big negotiation?
My hype song's what's on my phone, I think. It's like Bob Marley. It's not so hyped up. I mean, Three Little Birds. I mean.
All right, if you have to pick the top 3 teams from your portfolio, what are they?
I can't answer it. My answer, anytime anybody asks me about my favorite team, is, let's be clear, it's who's your favorite kid? Which, by the way, so I'll answer it differently. I do have a favorite kid sometimes, but it's a different favorite kid depending on what's going on that week or that year or whatever. So I definitely don't have a favorite team over a long period of time. But like right now, it's probably the Commanders.
Yeah, I mean, that's a pretty good answer.
I'm
David,
kidding, no. No favorite team.
Blitz, you can only watch one sport for the rest of your life. Which one is it?
That's really brutal. One sport for the rest of my life. Hockey. If it's live.
Okay.
All right.
So live, my answer is hockey.
All right, this is funny because it's sort of a retread of the earlier question, but I'm going to ask it anyway. What team do you want to see win a championship more than any?
That's their favorite kid question.
So can I give you a cheat on this one? We asked the same question of Melody Hobson, and you know what her answer was?
What?
Mine.
Yeah.
So that's a pretty good answer.
Yeah, for sure. It'd be nice to have one. We don't have a championship yet.
Blitz, do you have a fun fact about yourself that would surprise all of us, but mainly your colleagues?
Fun fact that would surprise my colleagues. Maybe that we talk about music a lot, and maybe it's how much I absolutely love Alanis Morissette. They would look at me like, really? Alanis Morissette? Because everyone thinks I'm just like a big Springsteen fan. But
all right, David Blitzer being a big Alanis Morissette fan. I mean, that's my takeaway from the brilliant insights you've given us about business. That's something I'm not going to soon forget.
That was a curveball.
That was a curveball.
Yeah, I'm trying to think if I have something better for you.
No, that's pretty good. I think we got to end it there. David Blitzer, what a treat to spend some time with you. Alex, always fun. MIT Sloan, you guys are the best. Thank you so much for having us. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Justin Corman, and I am a first-year MBA candidate here at MIT Sloan. And it's my pleasure to introduce to you all our next panel, The Future of Sports Business. Our panelists today are Jessica Gelman, Chief Executive Officer of Kraft Analytics Group, Brian Rolap, Chief Media and Business Officer at the National Football League, and Amy Howe, Chief Executive Officer of FanDuel. Our panel will be moderated by Abe Madcore from Sports Business Journal. The panel will run for about 40 minutes and we'll save 5 minutes at the end for Q&A. Please submit all questions via the Cadence app. And with that, I'll hand it over to you, Abe.
Wait, you don't go to go anywhere. Give it up for Justin. What a great job he's done. Good work. Thank you. All right. How's everyone doing? Come on. Having a good morning? All right, we're going to start the afternoon in fantastic style. I'll take your questions at any time, not just the last 10 minutes. You're all the one, it's your panel. We want to address what you want to hear. Great panel list, so let's get right into it. I'll start with you, Amy Howe. We'll go down the line. The trend or development in the sports business over the last year that interested you the most is what?
Jess Gelman turning 50.
Give it up for the birthday girl.
It's her birthday. Do we all know that already? Okay.
That is a good one.
I've got two.
Thanks,
She's
Amy.
now in the 50 club. I've been in it a few years. So the explosive growth of women's sports, we're seeing it in our business. WNBA has been through the roof, and I think we're just getting started. And I'm sure we'll talk about this later, a trend that I think is literally just starting to impact our world is AI, Gen AI, large language models. To some degree, we've been using it for a long time, but we're barely scratching the surface, I think, on what it can do to the entire sports ecosystem.
Quick follow-up on women's sports. Did the timing surprise you, or is it just the perfect storm of great athletes getting the exposure they deserve?
It was that. It's the player narratives. When the player narratives take off, I mean, Caitlin Clark has really transformed not just women's basketball, but women's sports. I mean, we had a 300% year-on-year increase in WNBA, in large part to Caitlin Clark.
Brian Rolap.
I would have said women in sports. Amy
Sorry.
took mine. That's okay. But I totally agree with that. When it's great to see 50 years of Title IX, really coming to fruition on all levels of women's sports. That's a trend I think is going to continue to go. I think one thing that I don't think it surprised me, it's coming a little quicker than I thought. The gap between viewership of live event programming on streaming versus linear television has closed, I think, a lot quicker than I would have guessed in the last probably 24 months. But I think that's an interesting trend to continue to watch.
I.e. more people are watching via streaming than you anticipated in terms of via linear.
Yeah, when we moved Monday Night Football to ESPN in 1987, way before my time, was the first time that we took a major package and put it on a new media platform. And that was a gap of paid television and linear broadcast and viewership for the same game that probably existed for 25 years. We expected the same on streaming. We put 15 Thursday Night Football games on Amazon. We thought, okay, there's going to be a reach gap that's probably going to persist for a long time. It's actually closing pretty quickly. Yeah.
Got it. Jess.
So college sports to me has been so disrupted, and there's so many different players trying to get into it. That has been really, I mean, just the growth there. Obviously, we do a ton of work with the NCAA, but to see the effort that the NCAA is doing and how quickly the roles of who is leading athletic departments is changing, that's surprising. The other thing I would just say from on the data side of things that we're seeing, in a way we haven't seen before. Amy, I know this is core to who you are, but the sponsors are really they're coming and asking us for help to prove out the ROI of their sponsorships and to get more targeted and personalized to the extent that they can to reach their customers. And I think streaming plays a part in that. But that sponsor turnaround, and we've done some really interesting work with a number of organizations, that's very unique. I haven't seen it in.
You think there's going to be 2 tiers in college sports?
Yes, I do. And holistically, I think specifically for Olympic sports and women's sports, we have to figure out how to not lose the pipeline. And I think what the NFL is doing with flag football and women's flag and as an Olympic sport is super important. But it's very disruptive in a way that I haven't seen before.
As we talk about the future of sports business, which is the topic of the panel, this morning it was asked of Mark Shapiro and Jonathan Kraft about potential headwinds. There's a lot of bullishness about the sports business, but Jess, I'll start with you. We'll work our way or jump out anyone. What are potential headwinds that threaten the energy behind sports business?
Well, I think a couple things. I'll start with the broader economy, specifically these potential taxes. They're going to be put on teams in terms of not being able to take some of the. I'm going to skip through that, but they're not going to be able to have as much savings as they historically have. Yep. So that's number one. The second thing, which I think is really interesting with respect to the PE and the investing that's coming in, and I think the NFL took its time on figuring out what they were going to do, requiring a 6-year hold period. I'm just, as someone who is more entrepreneurial in nature, I'm slightly concerned about the changes of who is owning and running teams, where it's historically been more entrepreneurial in nature, and what that means, because I think so much of the content and creativity has historically come from the teams, and so I think holistically as an industry, we need to be thinking about that.
But i.e., you're suggesting maybe the entrepreneurial nature may dissipate?
I think we need to be aware of this. I mean, there is significantly a change when it's more driven by, that you need to hit these specific, not that you don't need to hit these numbers, but there's a lot of sports teams that are not profitable.
Correct, a lot. Brian?
Yeah, I would agree with what Amy said. I think the economy is always an issue. I think Mark or Jonathan, I can't remember, brought up any disruption in global stability.
Correct.
Matters when you're running predominantly an event business at its core. I think how you build fans for the next 20 years was completely different how you did it for the last 20. And we at the NFL were sort of have a healthy paranoia about how do you actually fill the top of the funnel? How do you bring the next generation in? And the way I came to football and became a fan of football is going to be and is completely different of a 14-year-old now. And you can't, in this world where media is so fragmented, there's so many alternatives, you cannot take that for granted. And I think that applies to sports that have been around 100 years like ours, and I think new sports. And I think Jessica's point on how they get financed is interesting, is private equity has come in and has been the source of capital for some of these things at very high valuations. Mm-hmm. The underlying businesses of a lot of these things are not really where they are. They're not very mature. And I think the model of building a sports league, if I just put it together and I sell franchises, I'll find a media company to spend a lot of money and I'll break even on the popcorn and the tickets is not the model of the future. Like, I don't think that's easy to do unless you're a really established sports property. At the same time, you're going to have financing runways of, I invest and I exit in 3 to 5 years. That'll be interesting to watch. The NFL, for all intents and purposes, has taken a long-term view and has been funded by long-term personal capital. None of these owners are really sellers. And so the capital and the outlook is long. So if you mismatch the capital with the business objectives, it'll be interesting to watch that.
Right.
By the way, as somebody who has 3 teenage boys, I couldn't agree with you more. Yeah. The way my boys consume sports content is just radically different than the way you and I would.
Yep. Which is how? How do they consume sports content?
Oh, they are the classic Sunday ticket audience, right? They're watching 6 games at a time. Sometimes they watch the full game. Sometimes they're not. They're just researching the player stats. NBA, they might just watch the highlights. So it's very different.
Headwinds that you would see.
Listen, as a sector, it's interesting because we're about 6 years into the legalization of sports betting in the U.S. So on the one hand, you can say, hey, we're still in the relatively early innings. On the other hand, we're kind of entering what I would consider to be a new phase or a new era of growth, if you will, right? We still have, right now, only 50% of the U.S. can bet legally, right? You can't bet legally in California, in Texas, in Georgia. So we've got those states are harder to open, right? The first tranche of states, the New Jerseys, the Pennsylvanias, came relatively easy. We're now into that second phase where it's going to take a minute. But I'd also characterize the broader regulatory environment as one that we need to be very mindful of, right? You've got a lot of, there's more exposure around responsible gambling in the best way possible. It's one of the things that we partner up on, player integrity issues, which is, I think, one of the great things about legalizing sports betting is we kind of bring that into the light of day. And if we identify inappropriate behavior on our platform, we can shut it down immediately. I think the challenge is that sports betting is still misunderstood, right? You still have a $500 billion black market. You've got a gray market. And so part of what we have to do as we continue to safely open up the rest of the U.S. is educate on the nuances of the market.
Raise your hand if you're doing some legalized sports betting so Amy can see a focus group here. Raise your hand if you're doing some illegal sports betting. Raise your hand.
No one's going to raise their hand.
There's a couple.
How many of you have your bookies?
Right. For Brian, has the overturn of PASPA been what you thought it would be?
That's a good question. I want to hear it.
Has it resulted in what maybe you...
I think so. I think what Amy suggested about getting the integrity right. I mean, the issue with sports betting in these sports leagues traditionally for years and years and years, it was always, you knew fans did it. The risk was, could it actually threaten the integrity of the game? Right. It was, Joe Namath got in trouble in the 60s for like going to a bar where there were sports gamblers happened to hang out, right? And so we always would stay far from the line. I think all the work companies like Amy and the leagues have done to make sure that the consumer protection and the integrity issues and the data sharing arrangements are all in place has been great in that I haven't seen integrity of any really sporting events be threatened. Like, I think that was always everybody's fear. If this stuff's run rampant, if you legalize it, then the probability of issues of integrity on the field or on the court or anywhere else is going to go up, and we haven't seen it, which I think is very, very
seen
positive.
pockets of it.
I think there's a little interesting cycle going on. So gambling, it's been legal for 5 years or
since 2018.
But it's like really grown meaningfully. And at the same time, streaming has also really grown meaningfully in that same period of time, and as has ticket prices. So people are more engaged, more watching more, and being more engaged because of gambling and those components, knowing more of what's happening, and it's leading to like this virtuous cycle of sports, like I would say, growing in its domination of the customer fan mindset.
Actually, to that point, Jess, Super Bowl this year obviously was a blowout. We had our single biggest day. We took 18 million bets on the platform. Live betting was huge. There was one that was the bunch of people, 34,000 people betting on one of the biggest comebacks of all time. I think the Chiefs were down 26 points, so you had 34,000 people saying they think they're going to come back and win the game.
They were all in Missouri.
Yeah, it's driving engagement to the live sports, even if it's a blowout.
Amy, when Netflix did the Christmas Day game, did you see a big spike in ways that you hadn't?
We did, and that was it. Yeah, that was obviously Netflix's first foray into NFL, and it was very successful.
I also think there was always a fear when gambling, and I think unfounded, but when gambling became legal in this country, that it was just going to take over the television broadcast, or the entire sports would pivot towards sports gambling. I don't think that's happened. I think it's been very well done, and I think everybody realizes, while every gambler is probably an NFL fan, not every NFL fan's a gambler. And I think the way Amy's company, the way our broadcast partners and others have actually sort of walked that line from production and how the advertising you see, I think has been fine. So I think you can do both.
I would agree. Amazing how many questions, great questions. We'll get to a lot of them around fandom and understanding your fan. A theme this morning was how well you know your user or your fan. Brian hit on it. The way we generate or get new fans is going to be far different going forward than it has in the past. So my question is, how different will it be? What will it look like in terms of creating new fans? I mean, it used to always be your fan of the team you grew up watching and your parents grew up, generational.
So, I mean, we've done a lot of work in this space across all of our clients in sports across every league. We touch over 70 million sports fans. And so in work that we've done, we've seen, especially in this younger generation, on average, people they have two favorite teams. And I mean, I see that with my own son, who asked for a Jalen Hurts jersey, where we obviously live here in Boston, for the holidays. So I think that's like a really unique perspective. But I think more broadly, the athlete power that has evolved. I mean, take LeBron James as like maybe the best example, where I think he has six times the number of social media followers as the Lakers. And so we are seeing this meaningful shift to the athlete, and it's incumbent upon the teams and the league to engage in that local way. And so we're seeing, and the folks who we work with, they're investing into their data, into their technology, in the ability to do personalized and targeted marketing. And I think like one of the best examples is NASCAR, who we literally worked with them, looked at the products. What are they actually having at the track? And is it priced correctly for the audiences that they have, but also the audiences that they don't have? And what are the markets they're in, and what are the markets they should be in, and which ones should they not be in anymore? And I think that is going to continue to evolve and change. And I mean, you're certainly doing that with your international expansion, but I think reaching these fans and growing the fans, it's incumbent upon the teams to invest and meaningfully reach out. Performance marketing and programmatic marketing is something that is very quickly, I think it is something that is not as used in the sports industry, certainly in consumer products. That is something that is coming with a force, and we're doing a lot at Kager to empower the teams to almost become like their own agencies to serve and directly connect with those fans.
I'll pick up on that theme of the power of the athlete, right? That is really what is driving the excitement around sports betting, right? I mean, if you look at our data, 90% of bettors do it because it makes what is already an unforgettable moment more entertaining. And if you unpack that, a big part of that is it's not just people betting on the over/under or the money line or the spread. 65-70% of the NFL bets involve player props, right? And when those narratives take off and you have these bigger names in the NFL than in NBA than any other league in the world, that really drives engagement, right? For the Super Bowl, 15% of the bets were on Saquon Barkley, some version of a player prop. So that's been a big driving force. And then live betting is still, there's still a ton of runway there, which again, it just keeps you engaged in that game. And a lot of that live betting is on individual players.
A question here to follow up on that. If you were trying to find the new fan of the future, how should we invest as an organization to target those fans? I.e., where should they double down? Social, like where are they going to get fans top of the funnel? Where are they going to find them, or consumers?
For teams themselves?
Yes.
I mean, the challenge is that you have to know who the fans are and all the different ways that they're engaging with you. Like you have to create, you said top of the funnel, you have to capture them before they're actually spending with you. So, I mean, content has obviously been talked about a lot today. So that really to get them engaged and brought in. But then you have to capture that first party data. And we're not seeing that level of focus to not only get the names and the emails, but like all of the different ways that they're engaging, and it's changing really rapidly. The way that I think about where we are from a digital marketing perspective today is where email marketing was about 20 years ago, which is specifically, you used to just take a list of names and you would send out an email and you wouldn't get it specifically to the person. That's effectively what is happening today with paid programmatic marketing, which is I'm going to buy this list. All of the information lives with Meta and Google and the DSPs. And, we as the folks who are like literally engaging with the teams, we have to figure out how to get that data and how to know how the fans are engaging so that we can better reach them.
I mean, Brian talked about it, right? As the landscape evolves and linear is declining, but still has a big user base, right? And you've got this huge proliferation of these streaming platforms. At the end of the day, like we have to take a diversified approach, right? You've got to partner up with the streaming platforms and reach them. We've got FanDuel TV that plays a certain role. We just partnered up we took the naming rights for the regional sports network. And so you got to take a diversified approach, but you also have to be nimble to go where the fans are.
But it also doesn't need to be that complicated. So the NCAA, we do a lot of work with, and we did like a segmentation analysis on one of their championships, and literally identified this like super high value potential market to go after. And the most critical piece of data was how close they lived, and they weren't capturing that information. So now going forward, of course, it's part of everything that they do, but those people that they were able to identify, they spent 10x, and they drove massive attendance to that event. And I think people like, oh, we got to do AI and all that. No, like let's start simple, let's get the foundation going. And the impact to the NCAA has been massive. They've grown their database by 30% just this past year.
For Brian Rollup in particular, give us a country that over-indexes where you haven't played yet for NFL fans. What's a growth international market where you haven't played yet that has strong NFL affinity?
Where we haven't played yet. Probably Spain. That's where we're going to play. That's why we're playing there. I mean, I think we over-index significantly in the UK, Germany, obviously Canada and Mexico. Brazil's increasingly growing. That's why we played a game there. I mean, we've made a multi-year commitment to the UK, and we've had football fans in Germany for decades. We used to have a league in Europe and mainly in Germany. So I think those are the markets specifically.
Australia?
We're going to find out. Like it's a huge sporting country.
Huge sport, yeah.
Huge sporting country. I think the way we do medal count in the Olympics is wrong. They should do it per capita. In the Summer Olympics, Australia always kills everybody.
Right.
People in China and the U.S. don't like that because we'd be lower. But like I think it's a huge sporting. And what we've actually found, and this is what our UK experience has taught us, is that you may have sports fans in these countries that like football or don't know football, but here's what they do know. They know the difference between the varsity and the JV. And we used to play preseason games at these places all the time, and it wasn't that interesting. When you play a game that matters, people care because they know they should pay attention to it. And so bringing your best product into these markets, whether it's actually playing games or in your media strategy, becomes very, very important. So I think we're finding that.
And you're finding the venues are more suitable. For years, venues weren't good enough.
They are. They have, the U.S. is so far ahead in venue construction and what we do. I mean, if you go to Inglewood, California, and then within 1 mile between what the Clippers have done and what the Rams and Chargers have done is miles ahead of anything you see in Europe or anywhere else. So that is coming. And that's important, but I think the World Cup and other investments helping that, but I think that's just a matter of time.
For the group, you all were bullish on the growth of women's sports, but what are the headwinds facing continued growth in women's sports? Is it corporate sponsorship, suitable venues, or something else? Good question.
Well, I mean, all of the above. Yeah. Corporate sponsorships, I mean, the sponsors need to support and spend and not be asking for like a discounted rate, because the investment is what helps drive and grow it. I think just for context, I'm an investor into the Utah Royals and on the NWSL board. The venue component, I think, what's happening here in Boston with Jennifer Epstein, what Angie Long has done in Kansas City, where they actually own the venues, that's so critical because then they can actually set the schedule versus being at the whim. The reason the NWSL schedule comes out after the MLS schedule is because often the NWSL teams are second tenants or in some cases third tenants. And so that component is super critical. And there's the women's sports, I mean, it has to continue to be seen at good times. I'll just give this example. Last year, we all know the women's Final Four had more viewers than the men's Final Four, but that game was on Sunday afternoon. If it had been on Sunday night, it probably would have been another 25 or 30% higher. So it would have just maybe almost even doubled the men's. And so I think why does that happen, and how do we collectively identify? And I think you actually have a really interesting lens into seeing as those trends are starting to happen and where it's happening.
Well, it's interesting because we leaned in very early on, like several years ago. We were the first to do a sponsorship with the WNBA. We partnered with the Women's Tennis Association. I just announced a partnership with a professional women's hockey league, with women's lacrosse, and we view it as an important part of our strategy to reach. If you look at for NFL fans, 40% women.
A little higher, almost
a little
half.
higher,
Yeah.
And that doesn't mirror the sports betting user base. And so, first is just to your point, leaning in on some of the sponsorships and endorsing it. But also, one of the headwinds historically, at least in our sector, is the betting product wasn't equitable. Meaning, if you looked at the WNBA betting product, it wasn't as good as the NBA product. But our risk and trading organization, many of who are out here, they're brilliant. They've invested in actually bringing those products up to snuff with their equivalent. But I think we're also trying to figure out how to reach women authentically, and I don't think we fully cracked it.
Yeah, and I think I agree with both of you. It's Jonathan said it earlier, Kraft on his panel, which is, the economics of sports is not that complicated. How many fans do you have? And I can tell you how big your business is going to be. And women's is in a huge growth curve and benefits from the increased exposure. People watch that Final Four game. Maybe some people watch it because of women or not. I watched it because it was an amazing athletic conference.
Right, it was.
And they were very good at what they do, and it was just a great event. Like focus on the product, increase the exposure, and the fans will come. Once the fans start to come, then you build your economics around it. But I think people forget that takes effort, investment, the right windows in time, and I think that's why the trajectory is here. And it gets back to our is there a mismatch with the capital versus the return? Because it is a long-term sort of investment, but I think the trajectory is a really good one.
Well, and the other thing that's really interesting, and you can see the differences between the WNBA and the NWSL, which is many of the WNBA teams, they're housed with the men's teams. We do a lot of work with the Timberwolves and the Lynx, and like that model, being able to what the Indiana Fever was able to do in terms of like spiking up when they got Caitlin Clark is really interesting. On the other hand, there's a couple teams in the WNBA like Seattle Storm that they're separate. In the NWSL, you have a lot more separate teams, and so there's more investment going in there, more focus on the women's team, and so that is going to how is that going to grow and surpass, and how can you ensure when there is the interest and the growth that you're able to support it quickly and right away?
Right, because you have to be ready as an organization to handle the demand. This question here is, as we look at the future of sports business for sports organizations like yourself or a sports team, the biggest opening for untapped revenue, or the biggest source of untapped revenue would be? Mr. Rollup, as you look at the NFL business, what's the biggest potential for untapped revenue?
Hopefully it doesn't say sports betting, because that means I'm writing a bigger check.
Bigger check.
Our deals are coming up in sports betting. No. I think international is one for us.
Yep.
A long-term investment, but an important one. That's an obvious one. I also think a lot of our economic growth and revenue growth is actually sort of expanding the value chain of football. What do I mean by that? I mean, we created a joint venture a handful of years ago with Skydance Media to create a film studio. And we did that because we felt that as streaming platforms grew, premium content was going to be in more demand and sports under indexed. And I don't just mean live events, I mean like sports docs and other things. We also felt that a good way to actually reach international audiences was to be on these streaming platforms. And so we weren't really equipped at NFL Films to do it, so we needed to capitalize a separate entity to actually create more of this content. In so doing, we created an entity that makes all sorts of sports content. They make scripted movies that have nothing to do with football. That's revenue diversification, that's value creation we've created that we used a strategic objective to do. I think you will see that increasingly. That's all stadium development is. It's building stadiums and creating new revenue streams around it that didn't exist before. So I think, we at the NFL, we think much broader about economic return and revenue, and way beyond the obvious revenue streams you have today, which is consumer products, sponsorship, and media. There's much more to go get.
Amy, for your business, where do you see untapped opportunities?
Yeah, listen, we still have a huge addressable market to go after. We think in maturity, sports betting and gaming could be a $70 billion market, right? So we still have a lot of runway ahead.
Where is it now?
Easy runway to capture, less than 20.
Okay.
But what we're very focused on as an organization is at the end of the day, if you don't have the best product in the market, you don't win. And so the innovation that we're focused on right now is really giving much greater choice and flexibility to the consumer. We have a product that we've been testing. We actually tested it in all markets over Super Bowl. It's called Your Way, and it effectively lets you set the line. So instead of the house predetermining what markets you're betting on, you can decide how many yards Josh Allen is going to pass for, right? Toggle it up or down, and then parlay that with any other combination. So that's not easy to do. The math to do that is very difficult, to be able to manage the risk and liability, but then to figure out how you create a user experience that feels like it was customized for you is
To your point, Amy, a theme we've heard all morning, personalization. So more personalization, customization to the user, potential for more revenue, more optimization.
Yep.
And this is a follow-up here. I'm an NFL and betting junkie. How can you utilize more sports betting data to directly enhance my NFL viewing experience? That's for you two. Is there ways to...
Well, I think we're early in that.
Yeah.
I mean, Amy, you see the data, but you know, you have your phone open or your laptop, whatever you're doing, you're watching, you're betting. People are creating these second screen experiences, but at some point, that's going to merge.
Yeah.
One, we have a product out called Watch and Bet, which we're working with Amy and others on, which is a low latency live game feed for the sports books. Latency becomes very important because you got to match it up to like the time you'd actually make a bet. We're very early in that. But at some point, I envision if you're not a sports bettor, then you'll have all your great linear ways to watch the Broncos game. If you're actually a sports bettor, we have a completely different curated low latency experience for you that is tailored for you. That's coming.
I'll give you a fun fact on that. So for live betting, obviously, we're taking in the availability of data in real time is critical. So for the Super Bowl, we actually used your NFL Next Gen stats, which uses player tracking technology. It takes a second and a half to take information in about an occurrence on the field or on the court, a second for our team to model it and push it back out, so 2.5 seconds. As that latency comes down, that improves. But I agree with Brian. I mean, I think in terms of what we can ultimately do to personalize betting experience, you could imagine a world where we have curated betting experiences and gaming experience for an individual based on our understanding of who you are.
And would that be through that? Go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, just a thought. Often, or what we've seen is directionally where gambling is, how many people are engaged with it, the actual viewership follows. So thinking about what you said about prop bets, how could that potentially alter or focus on the media side on game day who you're following on the field? And are there other things to provide more perspective specifically? You mentioned Barkley at the Super Bowl. What could all of those people wanted to have, what they want to see? We talked about, of course, player cams and things like that, but what else can you do? So I think there's a lot of integration potentially to think through.
Yeah, I mean, we're barely on the integration. We're doing some, but I mean, we obviously, doing that through the NFL and our partners. But conversely, you might also be in a family where you don't want your kids exposed to sports betting, and so the ability to be able to toggle it off and personalize it in a different way is also powerful, right? Which also helps us, kind of build a sector for the long term.
And Brian, in your scenario with the different viewing, is that through a streaming service or could be through Sunday Ticket? Could it be through a linear partner?
It could be all of the above. Yeah, I mean, I think to Amy's point, it's important that it's personalized, because if we have 50 million people watching the AFC Championship game, we know they all don't really care about the line, but a lot of them do, or have made bets, and so you need to personalize that experience. That lends itself a little bit better to obviously, IP delivered streaming solutions, but I think we've created somewhat customized solutions even on linear. One of the most popular things we do with ManningCast. ManningCast is the same sort of principle, completely different, which is you might be watching the Monday Night Football game and not particularly care about the teams. 1.5 million people are going over and watching them, or the score may be a little bit out of hand and they're sort of going into this alternative experience. So even on linear, you can actually sort of start to hyper serve fans, but digital obviously just makes it a lot easier.
For the focus group, raise your hand if you experience Monday Night Football only through ManningCast. Raise your hand.
Not only, but
I'm sorry. I just, some people do that. All right, question here. How can
the same guy who illegally bets raise
Don't shame people. Question here. How can we justify increasing franchise valuations when it seems a lot of metrics or KPIs in sports are flat or trending down?
It's a great
Brian
question.
question.
I mean, I think this is why all the private equity capital coming is so interesting, and because valuations will be a little bit more transparent. But I think a lot of things support the high valuations of sports. One, in this crazy world we're talking about, where media and everything else is fragmented, live experiences that are unique are still just that unique and special. And that goes from everything from an athletic contest to a Taylor Swift concert. They're really different and differentiated, and I think that's going to continue. That's number one. Number two, good old-fashioned scarcity value.
Yeah.
People buy NFL teams because they do well as a business, but they're kind of like Picassos. There are only so many. And so I think the scarcity value, really, really, really helps. And I still think in the fragmentation of media, what we're seeing, if you get the right audience, it is harder and harder in all of this fragmentation of media where segmentation and personalization is very, very important. It's actually, ironically, putting more value on the few things left that can aggregate an audience at one time. And if you are interested in promoting to 25, 50, 125 million people the same message at one time, there's only a few places to do that. And if there are models that depend on that, whether it's driving subscription revenue, driving that type of advertising, sports becomes more valuable. And I think as those things migrate to streaming, they become even more valuable, because what is now happening is you can take a NFL game and you can aggregate 25 to 50 million people, but you can also target them. So imagine aggregating that many people, but if you are in Missouri and you want to get this advertising, or you've already expressed through this platform because it's interactive, your proclivity to buy a car, you're going to get that versus the Listerine commercial. That changes. So you're combining for the first time mass reach with real high targeting. That's sort of going to drive, I think, event programming for a long time.
I mean, again, I've said this a number of times. I mean, we are firm believers of data as an asset. You talk about where the revenue is going to be coming from for teams, leagues, I mean, all of the ecosystem. And it's knowing your customer and your fan and then figuring out how to engage and monetize them differently. So I think like everything that you said. But the other component is this expansion. So, I mean, let's just take the Celtics right now, and you know what that's a brand. They don't own their venue. They don't own their training facility. And like, so where are the opportunities to potentially, I mean, that's a very well-run organization, very well-run, but that the opportunities are the real estate and some of the content. And I think that there are a number of, you probably, we talk when in the work we do with the NFL, you know, you have your top 10%, the middle, and the bottom 10%. Well, the top 10% have largely made a lot of those investments. That means there's like 80% that haven't yet. And so up and down, that's where the opportunities and growth is coming.
So they've been on panels with me before, and we always try to end with some fun, but also pertinent quick hitters. And so I've been asked already this afternoon and this morning from a lot of young people advice to get into the sports business. So I'm going to start with that one, start with Jess Gelman. For the young people in the audience, if they want your job in the future or a position like yours, what's your advice? We'll start with you.
Well, I think I loved what Michelle King said earlier today about paradigm shifts. So again, just for perspective, when I joined the sports industry 23 years ago, sports analytics wasn't a thing. And so recognizing maybe the skill sets or interests that you have that you can bring to bear, we're talking about a lot of the changes that are happening. How can you be part of creating where sports is going, whatever that might be? For me, it was analytics.
But my advice was going to be very similar, which is people talk about getting jobs, especially early in their career in sports, and I have to work for a league, I have to work for a club, I have to work for media, whatever it happens to be. You have to define sports broader. So I got my job at the NFL not because I like football. I actually had a skill set and experience that was relevant to them that they did not have. And I think that's also what's saying. Like, no one is hiring because you like football. They're hiring because you have something that they don't have and they need. So build a complementary skill set that is valuable, important, that It is in demand. That's the best.
Jess and I are laughing because we literally had this exact same conversation
Yeah.
yesterday. Because students always come, they're like, "I want to work in sports." We're like, "Well, the business of sports landscape is massive." And I always say, be flexible about when and how you get there. I didn't come into sports until I was 40 years old. When I ran Ticketmaster, that was the first time I was in sports. But I was a partner at McKinsey and had a very relevant skill set. So I couldn't agree with you more. It may sometimes taking that entry level position in sports may not be the right place to start.
And so your skill set was McKinsey. Brian, for those who don't know, your skill set was what?
Good question.
Yeah, I'm still trying to figure it out, right?
Good BS an interviewer.
Right,
See, no,
right,
no,
right.
I came from the media world. I was at NBC, and we were building out our media business.
All right, some other ones, some buy, sell, hold, some true, false. For Brian, roll up, or for anybody, true or false, piracy is one of the biggest untold threats to sports business.
I'd say true. I think IP protection in the digital world is still very, very, very important.
Totally agree. I mean, if you look at NBA consumption right now, I think there's a lot of viewing going on in some of those platforms.
And I'll take the slant from the data angle. Investing in the security and the infrastructure. I mean, we do so much in that space, and it worries me, especially as organizations are thinking about managing their data themselves internally. That is tremendous risk. And you look at what happened. I mean, I don't want to specifically call out teams and organizations. Amy, you might know one of them, and not FanDuel, but I think but
thank you for clarifying.
Right.
But it is that data is so incredibly valuable. You can put a number on the value of every customer name that you have. And so again, data as an asset, making sure that you have not just yes, the technology, but who has rights and can have access to that data. It's super critical.
We talked about it this morning, but a sport outside of one we've talked about, maybe this in this panel, a sport that you would bet on for the future in terms of a growth sport.
I'm very high on volleyball right now. I know Caitlin Gow is here, who started Love B. I love the model that she put together. I'm not an investor yet. But I just think volleyball, if you look at, again, the NCAA and in particular the women's volleyball championship, it sells out. They're having massive events of 50,000 plus. That is something that is coming. There's 3 leagues right now. There will obviously be consolidation. I just think that's an interesting space.
I still think where there's misalignment between participation and excitement and monetization is pickleball.
Yeah.
Pickleball.
Yep.
Yeah.
I would probably, using Amy's thesis, say golf.
Yeah, I agree with
Golf's
that.
a growth sport
100%.
based on where
If they can organize and manage appropriately.
Yeah.
I will say there are more conversations that I have around pickleball as could it be a viable sport business because participation numbers. All right, so this is buy, sell, hold. Ready for this? Buy, sell, or hold boxing.
Oh my gosh. I don't like violence.
So, is that a sell or a hold?
Sell.
Whoa.
48 hours ago,
Yeah.
a sell.
But
Now
I buy it.
because of TKO.
Yep,
of the
because of
TKO.
TKO.
I mean, yes.
I'm a hold.
Hold. Unrivaled. Buy, sell, or hold.
Which unrivaled?
Unrivaled, the women's 3-on-3.
Start there.
Buy.
I'm buying it.
I'm holding. I struggle a little bit with the full court 3-on-3. I love the one-on-one.
But my point is they're actually solving a problem that now these women are getting paid year round. Which I think is a really interesting model. And if those two things, WNBA and Unrivaled could kind of make that work, and the expansion of any women's basketball, I would buy.
I'm worried about the injuries.
Fair point.
What happens first? Tom Brady raises the Vince Lombardi Trophy or Tom Brady leaves Fox Sports?
Oh, jeez.
I never said these would be easy.
I'm recusing myself.
Okay, I figured. All right, last question. Trump administration will be an ally or a foe to sports? Nobody wants to
I
take
have
that?
no idea.
Yeah, it's too early to tell. I mean, I don't know.
Too early to tell.
It's too early to tell. I mean, he's sports fandom I mean, he's there. He's out there.
Could be a jump ball.
It could be a jump. Yep. Could be a jump ball.
No idea.
All right. Well, there were good sports to go through that. I know. I didn't give him any lead time or prep time on that one. But give it up for the birthday girl, Jess Gelman, Brian Rolap, Amy Howe, and hope everybody has a great afternoon. Great to see everyone.
You're not matched until you're.
So I just wanted to let you know that I came. A friend of mine, my friend, works in CNC or
Hello, everyone. My name is Matt Toy, and I am an MBA student at MIT Sloan. It is my pleasure to introduce our panel, Chasing Greatness, a conversation with GMs across sports. Our panelists today are Daryl Morey, President of Basketball Operations for the Philadelphia 76ers, Nick Caserio, Executive Vice President and General Manager of the Houston Texans, and David Stearns, President of Baseball Operations for the New York Mets. Our panel will be moderated by Michelle Steele from ESPN. The panel will run for 40 minutes, and 5 minutes at the end will be saved for questions. Please submit questions via our Cadence app, and with that, I'll turn it over to Michelle. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Matt. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm thrilled to be here on this panel with some of the smartest minds in sports and Daryl. That was nice. I focus grouped that at the speakers event last night, and wasn't sure. It was Nick. It was almost going to be you.
Sure, Kill. It's definitely
Dodged it this time.
But you know,
it's definitely what Philadelphia fans feel right now.
Oh well, you know, we'll get into that. But what's interesting about this panel, of course, is that you're coming at it from 3 different points of view, but 3 very different leagues. There's a lot of commonalities, though, I would imagine, in the experience that you guys have that very few people in this country have, and that is being under the microscope of thousands, if not millions, of fans every day, and what that's like to live that life. I'm not going to get into your muted words on Twitter yet, Daryl. We'll get to that a little bit later on this panel.
They're smart enough not to be on Twitter. So
yeah.
Exactly. That's exactly right. We learned from Daryl.
Yes. But yeah, there's commonalities, whether it's roster development, building your team, draft strategies, and obviously how you guys view analytics as well. But I want to know a little bit about how you got here. So Daryl, let's start with you first. Why are you here? How did you get to that seat you are sitting in today?
I mean, a big reason I'm here is in the front row. Michael Lewis is here in the front row, and I don't think I get a chance to be a general manager in basketball without Moneyball, the book, really, because owners hire our positions, and it's really not a position that you can put in your time or your dues or things like that. It obviously helps put in the hard work, but that's not what often gets you the jobs. You have to convince an owner. And until owners read Moneyball and saw that there might be a different way to think about running their franchises, these other sports like basketball and hockey and football, they were not really going to think outside of that box, I don't think. And so that was a big factor. The very short, least boring version, I was actually into baseball because if you wanted to use data, and I wanted to beat my friends in Stratomatic and Tabletop and Earl Weaver Baseball, one of the early computer games. That was how I got into baseball data. And there wasn't data for basketball. There was like points and rebounds, but nothing good. So that's how I got into it. I read Bill James, I think he's here as well, abstracts. And I ended up being lucky enough to get hired as a baseball analyst at Stats Inc. And while I played basketball, I loved basketball, but baseball was all I could do data-wise. At the firm, Stats Inc., they started a basketball piece of it.
Yeah.
And I was in their first book and first analysis in the early 90s. And, then many, many years later, through the Celtics, I got a chance to apply data to basketball. And, baseball was too far ahead even by then. So, that's sort of how I got to this spot.
Have you fantasized yet when they do the movie version of Moneyball for basketball, the Morey Ball version, who will play you in that movie?
I think my wife wants Josh Duhamel. I think that's her. She would prefer that.
We'll put a good word in. Jumping off from baseball, baseball is a statistical sport, obviously. You became the youngest GM of a baseball team when you were 30 years old with the Brewers. How did you get to that position a lot of people in this audience would like to know from that vantage point?
Yeah, I think my path is frankly fairly conventional. That I grew up loving baseball. I grew up playing baseball. At some point in high school and early in college, I realized that was going to be the end of my playing days, and I wanted to find ways to stay attached to the game. Similar to Daryl, I was impacted by Moneyball. I was impacted by a lot of the younger executives who seemed to be making their way through baseball, some of whom had backgrounds that seemed to be somewhat similar to mine. And so I applied for every internship I could possibly think of applying for. When I was in college, I got a few, was able to eventually get a full-time job. I worked at the commissioner's office for Major League Baseball, and then was fortunate to work for some really good people at a couple different organizations. I worked at the Mets for a little while. I worked at the then Cleveland Indians for a little while for Mark Shapiro, Chris Antonetti, Mike Chernoff. Went to work for the Astros, and then ultimately got a chance to be general manager with the Brewers. I think baseball is at such an interesting point here, where the analysis within baseball is at such a high level that a generalist like me isn't really doing the analysis anymore. I mean, we have people with exceptionally fancy degrees who are working on really complex problems. Some problems take years to solve at this point in baseball. And so I think the role of the general manager, the baseball operations leader, has transformed a little bit from someone who's actually involved in the analysis, someone who can come up with the competitive advantages, to a person who is managing the analysis and hopefully putting really smart people in place to come up with the competitive advantages that we can then execute on.
Yeah, there's so much information, but how do you distill to like the
Sure.
stats that actually matter, the analytics that actually matter? I imagine a lot of people in this New England crowd know who Nick Caserio is. 20 years with the Patriots, 18 of those seasons in player personnel. I mean, when you talk about traditional background, you're like the proverbial football guy on this panel. What were some of the intangibles, Nick, that you took from New England? So no, we're not necessarily talking about stats here, that you apply now to your position as the GM of the Texans?
Yeah, I think if you had a yearbook of least likely people to be sitting in this chair, I would probably be that person. Obviously my background is a little bit different, how I got started. I mean, just kind of hitting that real quick. I mean, I was actually going to get into finance. I mean, I was a finance major. I thought I was going to work on Wall Street. Obviously, I wasn't smart enough to do that, but I wanted to pursue football and be involved in sport in some capacity. I actually started coaching. So my background was really, I thought I was going to coach. And then when I had an opportunity to interview in New England.
Scott Pioli told me that he hired you from
He did. I interviewed with Scott. I saw Scott a little bit earlier, but I interviewed with Scott. It was June of 2001. I'll never forget it. So I flew up. First of all, I didn't know what a front office was. I had no idea. Like scouting assistant, player personnel, what is that? I had no idea. I was more on I played. I wanted to coach. I thought I wanted to coach. So I went up, interviewed with Scott. I had the good fortune of being hired by Scott as a personnel assistant, and honestly, I was able to work in a multitude of areas: coaching, scouting, pro scouting, college scouting. I went back on the field and coached. But I think relative to what are some of the things that you can take with you, there's not a one-size-fits-all, like when you leave a program, you leave a system, you're going to apply those things. I think, honestly, it goes back to basic principles, and first principles, blocking and tackling. It's about work ethic, it's about drive, it's about mindset, it's about consistency, it's about showing up every day and producing a good product. And if you do good work, you'll get more work and you get more opportunities. So if you show that you're capable of handling large amounts of work in different areas, then you'll be more inclined. Actually, as it pertains to statistical analysis, my second season, I was a quality control coach. So you break down all the film. We literally had to write down every play. You had to pad it for Coach Belichick. A game took 8 to 10 hours, like no joke. Like you had to have all 22, and if a circle was wrong, Bill would say, hey, you got to erase that and move it over. No problem. But following the 2002 season, it was essentially, hey, why don't you, if Josh McDaniels and I work together, you guys go study the league, look at every defensive back, look at every receiver, and see if you find any trends or find anything that stands out relative to strengths, weaknesses, who's a good player, why is he good, what are some of the things that are important. And then we took that work from February, and he said, you guys are going to go out in March, you're going to do the pro day circuit, you're going to watch workouts, you're going to time players, you're going to watch a move, and then we're going to put all this information together into a profile of a player and say, all right, what do we think we have? And there was no playbook or template, here's how you're going to do it. You kind of figure stuff out. So I think if you have that mindset and you adopt that mindset, you can figure anything out with the right intentions and maintaining curiosity and just a sound work ethic.
You know, I mentioned this at the top of the panel. You guys are all under a microscope. Some of the spotlights might be a little harsher than others. You're sometimes going to have to make very unpopular decisions, right, with fans. And you need to have conviction about those decisions. You know, there is a famous story about Ted Thompson, the Packers GM, who was sent as a scout, this was a tryout now, by Ron Wolf, to evaluate a third-string quarterback for the Falcons. That ended up being Brett Favre. He told Ron Wolf, even if you need to trade a first-rounder for this guy, you need to get him. And that's what they did, and they got him, and it worked out. Have there been decisions that you've had to make that have been unpopular with your own front office, right? Or something where you had to put your own neck out there a little bit and have conviction? You know, we all love collaboration, we love consensus, but have there been times where you've had to like go out there and say, I feel strongly about this and we're doing it?
I remember one in particular earlier in my career. I was about in year 3 or 4, like I think you were, David, in year 2, I guess, David, right? Yeah. Where we were on path to be, I think, the 4 seed in the playoffs that year. And our starting point guard was Rafer Alston. And we really liked, it was similar to this, Kyle Lowry, who was like the 3rd string point guard in Memphis at the time. And yeah, like I actually distinctly remember Leslie Alexander, who was a great owner. I was with him for many years. He and the head coach were worried that this was the right move because you're making a change in the middle of the season, actually 3/5 of the way into the season at the trade deadline, trading your starting point guard. And I remember distinctly the owner reading the newspapers who were very against the trade at the time, and he said, well, this one better work out.
No pressure.
Yeah, so, and that one did, and I have many that didn't work out as well, so we're just everyone should know that we'll selectively probably pick good stories, and it's absolutely the case that you need to make sure you know that there's that bias as well, so.
Yeah.
But that was probably the biggest one I remember, because early in your career, everything's magnified because you don't have a track record to lean on to say, yeah, I've done this before and I can do it. You have so many people second guessing everything. And, you know, I feel for Nick and David, they're both in extremely harsh markets early in their career. And I think that's a really, really tough position to be in. And both of you guys are excelling so far. It's great. Sorry, no pressure, Nick or David.
Well, all of us have to make a multitude of decisions over the course of a season. And every decision you make, it's not going to be popular. And you just have to have conviction and belief in what you're doing. I would say my first year, I'm not going to rehash the situation that we inherited when I arrived.
Your first year in Houston.
But it wasn't ideal. We had obviously a quarterback situation. We didn't have a 1st round pick. We didn't have a 2nd round pick. So we were void of any draft capital. And the first selection that we made was Davis Mills, which elicited a response from Rich Eisen where he almost fell off his chair. It's like, well, what the hell is Houston doing? We actually were just trying to go through systematically and make good rational decisions that we felt were in the best interest of the team. And I would say in Davis's situation, there was a player that we had identified, we had graded a certain level that we felt he could at least be a competitive backup quarterback in the league for a long period of time. And if he had to play for a short period, just given our situation, that he would at least be able to go out there and be competitive. Now, we could have done more to help the overall team. He put himself in some situations. I think his first start was against Buffalo, which on the road with the Bills Mafia is probably not the best place to be. So, and he struggled. But at the time, there was a lot of discussion, essentially like, why would they do that? What are they doing?
Yeah.
Well, we're just doing what we feel is in the best interest of the team and the organization. And you have to, I know it sounds simple, but you have to be disciplined and be able to block out the external noise, because in the end, you're the one that has to live with your decision, not the fans on the outside. And we also understand we're in the entertainment business, and there's multiple mediums that are available for people to voice and express their opinions. We're certainly cognizant of that, but we just have to have conviction and belief and trust the people around you that you're just making good, sound decisions over the course of time, because those are the things that hopefully lead to sustainable success.
Well, I mean, I don't know if it was unpopular, but there was some skepticism when you traded up to number 3 overall to take Will Anderson. And
Yeah, no, that was I mean, if you were to
That worked out, by the way. He's
Well, I
Pro
would just
Bowler,
say if you were to plug
Defensive Rookie
that
of the Year.
formula into the trade chart, it was tilted heavily towards Arizona. And our philosophy was, well, who cares? It doesn't matter. Like, he was one of our highest graded players and I would say the type of person that you are. I know sometimes this gets lost, but we're in a people business. And it's about the people and their makeup and their DNA and the way Will was wired and his mindset, the way he practiced, his leadership, his toughness was something that we needed for our team at that time. So D'Amico and I were basically said to ourselves, look, if we have the opportunity to do this, let's go ahead and do it and not look back. Because when you make a decision, you can't worry about being second guessed or what if it doesn't work out. And in the end, it's about the players and how they perform. But I would say that was a pick we had absolutely zero reservation about, despite what it may have looked like.
Giving up a first rounder for 2024.
Yeah, we were. I think we were at 11 or 12. We were at 2 and 12 that year. So we gave up. We moved up from 12. We gave up a 1, a 2, and a 3, and flipped something back. And it was a significant amount. I think we lost out on 1 or 2 players that we'd identified. But in the end, like, Will is one of our best players. He's the captain his second year. So it doesn't mean we were right. It just means that we had a lot of conviction and belief in what we were doing, and you can't be afraid to make decisions.
On a big trade, do you run a downside risk analysis? Like, what if this goes awry, right?
Yes.
What does that look like?
Well, I did want to first back up something Nick said, which is when I first got the job, one of the best pieces of advice, I'm sure you guys hopefully got it too, is that on your conviction point, that only one team wins at the end of the year. It's almost for sure always going to not work out. So if you're especially first in the job, you better be doing the things you believe in, because it's probably going to fail either way, and you won't forgive yourself for not at least going for what you think is the best thing. In terms of risk analysis, I think it's pretty straightforward. Anyone in finance, whatever, us and baseball have the best tools for this. I think it's harder in NFL based on what I understand. Yeah, you're just looking at a probability distribution of base rates of players of different types, free agents, drafts, whatever, and looking at, what is the risk of it hitting the downside, mid-side, upside, and you expect value it, and you look at the variance and you make a decision based on that.
I mentioned, David, that you started as a GM in Milwaukee. You're in New York now.
Yep.
Full disclosure, I was talking to a Brewers fan recently. They're a fan.
That's
They're a
good.
fan.
That's good.
And she said, what is it like to have a blank check to spend on players?
So, and
now that you're in New York. It's a blessing and a curse.
Yeah, it's more blessing than curse. Money in our sport is an advantage. It opens up the entirety of the player universe to you, and you can be very creative with how you construct rosters. You can be very creative with how you consider different transaction patterns, something that in a place like Milwaukee is a little bit different. I think in all of these decisions and everything that Nick and Daryl have touched upon, like that, the conviction is important, and the conviction is important regardless of whether the decision turns out to, like, whether it works or not. And I think you have to really believe that in these jobs. If you're judging yourself exclusively based on the results of your transactions in a finite period of time, you're going to go crazy. Like, we're all judged over time, right? We all got to win games. That's why we're hired to do these jobs. But if we're judging ourselves, or we're judging our staff, or we're judging our process based on near-term results on any individual transaction or any individual groupings of transaction, we're going to drive ourselves crazy, and we're also probably not going to be very good at our jobs. So it's the conviction in the decision, the conviction that we went through the proper forms of analyses of all sorts, and have the proper process in place to lead to those decisions, regardless of whether it works out or not. I think we've all made unpopular decisions in our careers, and most of them, at least for me, looking back, I'd make those decisions again, even if it didn't have the result I was hoping for at the time.
You've had the benefit of making some very popular signings lately. Juan Soto in particular, biggest free agent in Major League Baseball. When you're approaching a negotiation on that level, how much of it is sort of analytics based versus like, we're just going to do what it takes to get the biggest star who's available?
So in New York, the the valuation methodology changes relative to when you're in a place like Milwaukee. One, our pool is just bigger of dollars we can spend. Expectations of what we're trying to do every single year are a little bit different, both internal and external. Look, it's going to be tough purely on any of the analysis that any club is doing, that any public analyst is doing, to justify a contract like the one that Juan Soto gets. But I think that speaks to the unique situation that he provided for us, the unique situation he entered into a market where he had multiple very aggressive big market suitors. And ultimately we felt, and did all the work behind it to justify it, that when you have one shot to go after a premium player like this, and in baseball it's very, very rare to have a premium player hit free agency at such an early age. We are very fortunate in New York that we have the ownership support to do things like this. Understanding all those various distributions that you talked about, understanding what the 90th percentile outcome of this looks like, also understanding what the 10th percentile outcome of this looks like, and then having confidence to still move forward.
What does that look?
I just want to ask a question on, so in NFL is the hardest cap, we have something getting resembling that. Baseball does not. Yeah, you have to translate your WAR to dollars so you get a rough guideline of what players are worth. How do you do that in baseball when you don't have something farthest from a hard cap and very skewed teams spending different amounts? How do you handle that?
So clearly we have an understanding of what the market as a whole is paying per win. What the Mets should pay per win versus what the Tampa Bay Rays need to pay per win is very different. And that's going to structure how we compile our rosters, how we can compile our rosters. The Rays, for example, and they do a tremendous job, are forced to compile their rosters mainly with very young players, have tremendous roster flexibility, continually churn through rosters and keep their costs very low. We have the luxury, and it is a luxury if we're doing it judiciously and hopefully intelligently, of spending in free agency and being able to pay a little bit more, or at times a lot more, for that incremental win.
You know, you have an owner who interfaces with fans a lot. He cares a ton about this team. He's hungry, he's ready to go. He wants you to compete for a championship. What is that conversation, or those initial conversations, like when it comes to money behind the scenes? Does he tell you, like, pay whatever you need to pay to get him?
No, I mean that's not how any of these guys make their billions. That's certainly not how Steve Cohen, the owner of the Mets, made his billions. But Steve's directive to us, and he's very transparent about this, he wants us to win, and he's going to provide us the resources to win. But he expects me and our baseball ops group to allocate those resources efficiently, effectively, and not waste it. Certainly that's our intent. And as with any sports franchise, regardless of how deep an owner's pockets may be, there are limits, and you can't just spend in perpetuity and expect future spending to cover up near-term mistakes. That's not generally how it works. So we try to be careful with what we're doing. We try to be strategic about it. I don't think we're going to sign a free agent next offseason to the richest contract in baseball history again.
Breaking news.
So you got to be careful when you choose to do it.
Speaking of breaking news, Nick Caserio, you just pulled off a trade yesterday. Thank you for the content for this panel.
We're here to help. Yes.
Yes. Thank you. Well, Stephen A. will send you a thank you note later, I'm sure. But you added to your wide receivers room. Traded for Christian Kirk. How, again, going behind the scenes, no one in this room other than you three are GMs. They could have cut Christian Kirk, right? And he would have been available to speak to any team. You maintain control there. How did that work with you and the Jaguars GM? Hey, call me, please, before you cut him?
Yeah, sure. I mean, free agency starts Monday. That we have the 2-day negotiating period, so we're just about to hit the market. So you have a certain cohort of players that you know are going to be available.
Okay, so you knew he was going to hit the market.
Well, twofold. You have a certain cohort of players whose contracts are expiring Wednesday as of 4 o'clock, right? They're unrestricted free agents. So you've evaluated those players, you understand the market, you understand the supply and demand of each position. Then you have another group of players who, before the league year starts, every team has to be salary cap neutral and be essentially at zero. So a lot of players are getting released for cap purposes. The contract might not be commensurate with their role, or the cap charge is too prohibitive to not allow them to do other things, so they get some cap relief. So in Kirk's situation, Kirk was a player like we actually evaluated in 2022. He was a free agent from Arizona. We tried to sign him, but the market dictated his price was too much for the Houston Texans because we didn't see him at that level. So the Jaguars signed him to a 4-year, $72 million deal. Had a real productive 22 season, 23, decent production, had some injuries last year. It was cut short. He had some injuries, but when he's been healthy, he's been a fairly productive player. He's young. He has some traits and attributes. So it was actually reported on Tuesday or Wednesday that the Jaguars were going to release him. So anytime a player gets released, we'll go into our database. What do our scouts have to say about them? What's the grade? What do we think? Then we give it to the coaches. How do you see the player fitting into the role? So then D'Amico and I had a conversation. More than likely, we were going to probably add to the receiver room here at some point. So in Kirk's situation, it was announced publicly that he was released. So before he hit the waiver wire, we talked about it internally, reached out to Jacksonville. James Gladstone was just hired a week or two ago. And we're not afraid to do business with anybody. So James, hey, look, might be interested in trading for Kirk. Would you be open to a draft pick? I understand you're going to release him. Let us know. Okay, we'll get back to you, had a conversation. Then we agreed on the compensation. A lot of people might say, well, he was going to be released. Why give up draft compensation? Well, the value of a 7th round player in 2026 relative to what you think you're going to get present value, you have to weigh, to David's point, you have to weigh those decisions. Is that the best thing for our team? Do you want to risk that player going into the open market where you potentially could have to compete for them? So we said, well, you know what, we like the player. Let's try to get him on a roster. We did the same thing. We did something similar with Joe Mixon last year.
Right.
So he was about to be released by the Bengals. Actually,
gave up a 7th rounder for him, too.
That one happened a little quicker. It was like a Tuesday.
Yeah.
He got released in the morning. He was going to hit the wire that afternoon. We talked about it as a coaching staff. We had the offensive coaches look at it. What do you think? I was familiar with Joe from our time in New England, having played against him. Joe had been a durable, productive 3-down back, and the contract was fairly reasonable. So same thing, called down to Cincinnati. Hey, I know you're going to release Joe. We'd be interested in Joe. How about a 7th and 25 or whatever it was? No problem. We made a transaction, and we gave Joe a contract extension. Joe ended up being one of our better offensive players this year. But today, look, not every decision we make is going to work. We could talk about the draft. It's less than a 50-50 proposition, right? So forever how smart people think we are or not, like the draft tells you you're going to miss on a lot of different players.
A lot of propositions are 50-50.
It's case by case. You just have to look at the situation and look at the present time, make that decision independent of anything else. But you have to understand the entirety of the market and what the supply and demand and this goes back to basic economics in the end.
The draft's usually a good reminder. Nobody knows anything.
Exactly.
Actually. If you ever need to be reminded, we're all
Especially in the
terrible
earlier
at this. Yeah.
I just thought of this, just speaking of players who may or may not be available. Did you know Luka was available?
Say again? I couldn't hear you.
Did you know that Luka was available?
Oh. So
I don't think Mark Cuban knew.
No, I know a little bit here. I would say to my understanding, Nico was here last year. If he was here, he could have asked him directly. My understanding is they called every team that had a player they thought they would consider trading him for. My understanding. And we weren't in that group this year.
We're going to get to audience questions in a couple of minutes here, if anyone has a follow-up on that. But how challenging is that? When you heard about that trade, did you think?
Well, I actually, most people thought there was NBA Centel or Ballsack Sports that was announcing it. They were making sure that Wojnarowski was spelled correctly in the tweet, or Shams in this case, to be.
Right, everybody thought he was.
So yeah, I think again, from what I could tell, only Minnesota, LA, and might have been one other. That's a reasonable thing as a GM if you think there's only 3 teams you think you might trade someone for to keep it narrow. In this case, there could have been some optimization around the edges, it felt like. But again, I respect Nico. You know, I think only he knows every situation. Only he has all the information. And I've been on the other side of lots of people saying, you know, that was a really bad move. But they play out over time. In our jobs, you get a grade before you take the test, which is sort of crazy when you think about it. And then no one actually cares what the actual grade is later. They don't ever go back to check. So unfortunately, yeah, people graded that trade before anything is played out. So,
Which, while we're talking about grades, the best thing that I despise this. The concept of draft grades the day after the draft is one of the dumbest things I've ever seen.
well, it is a formula. It's literally mock draft minus slot is exactly your grade. So it's, you know, so there's nothing to it. It's a formula.
Just tried in baseball where we don't really know for like 7 years how our
Yeah.
how our draft is doing.
Nobody knows how many rounds there are. I checked. Nobody knows how many rounds of.
There's a lot.
Yeah, there's a lot.
Well, no, it's less now, right?
We're down to 20 now.
Okay.
We're down to, when I first started, it was 50, then down to 40, now down to 20.
Are you still taking Willie Nelson in the 20th round?
No, we're not.
That used to happen.
That did used to happen, which is now we're down.
Yes.
Now why we're down to 20.
How close are we to AI calling plays, Nick?
It's not going to happen. I would say
Ever.
no. Our
Oh.
sport,
Wow.
I think
Bold
maybe
prediction.
I would say
You know, forever is a long time, Nick. I'm just
Well, I would say
letting you know.
building game plans and some of the inputs that go into that, you could potentially see that. But I'd say the way that our sport works, there's just too many variables. You go from 1st and 10 to 2nd and 1 to 2nd and 6 to 2nd and 7. You have a penalty. It's 3rd and long. The wind. What are the factors? There's so many things that go into what actually goes on the field. So as a play caller, like you try to pre-call the game in your meetings, and if you're in this situation, you have, okay, these 3 or 4 plays you're going to get to, but the game just moves so fast. You go from as a play caller, you go from 2nd and 1, so you're thinking, all right, it's either going to be worst case, 1st down or 3rd and 1, right? So then you can go right to your call sheet, all right? 2nd and 1, false start, then it's 2nd and 6, or 2nd and 1, then you get a tackle for loss in the backfield. It goes from 2nd and 1 to 2nd and 7 to 3rd and 7. You're going, wait a minute, 3rd and 1, now I got to go to 3rd and 7. Things just happen and then you have the
as
play
the
clock.
final decision. Having AI somewhere in the stream has got to happen.
Probably on the front end, like I said, when you're going into some of the game plan elements during the course of the week, there probably could potentially be some level of utilization there.
You know, when he was on the Patriots, Tom Brady said he remembered the Super Bowls he lost better than the Super Bowls that he won.
I agree with him.
GMs, a few rings to show
I was
for it,
there for
though.
all of them, so yeah, I would agree.
But as GMs, like, do you dwell more on the things that didn't work out than the ones that did? And is it hard to keep yourself from doing that? You know?
have to learn from every situation. You learn from losses, and you can still learn from wins, and you just have to do a analysis. Okay, what happened during the course of the game, good or bad, and then you really have to move on. You have to turn the page. I think that's the one thing you have to be able to do, at least from our chair. Okay, your season's over. You lose in a divisional round or a Super Bowl or Game 7. All right, there's a analysis of what happened, and then you really have to turn the page because you go from, in our situation, we played Kansas City, then a week later we're at the Senior Bowl. So if you dwell too much and spend too much time about what happened, you're going to go through it, and you're going to throw some analysis, but I try not to dwell too much on what happened. You have to take the emotion out, as hard as it may seem, because emotion can drive bad decision making if you allow it to.
I would say quickly it's important, and we can do it in baseball and basketball better than the NFL to get to true performance, because there are wins where you should have lost, and we can measure that now. I'm pretty sure you can in baseball as well. So it's important you take lessons from the wins that were actually poorly played. I'm sure, in the NFL there's a lot of that as well. So.
You're going through it a little bit right now. You're going through it a little bit right now, Daryl.
I'd say a lot, but yeah, it's been a rough, yeah.
Are you trying to sort of take the emotion out of it? I mean, how challenging is it to?
I think for decisions, probably all of us are pretty good at taking the emotion out of it, because otherwise you're not going to be in the chair for very long. But it's hard. It's definitely hard. It's the first year I've actually gone through a losing season, so it's. It's interesting, and then our sport has sort of weirder incentives than most industries or whatever, where there is some silver linings to bad seasons, and but they're not really in your control. So it's like our fans and many folks will probably decide the ultimate grade for our season based on balls bouncing and coins flipping and things like that, which is the ultimate. You shouldn't really factor that into how you feel about yourself. So
Yeah, you learn a lot when the blank hits the fan.
Yes.
Sometimes.
Yes.
I think that the emotion discussion here is pretty interesting, because I think we talk about, and I think most successful executives talk about taking emotion out of decision, and people then assume we're emotionless beings.
Correct.
Very different taking emotion out of decision versus having emotion and the competition. I'm pretty emotional about the competition, right? You devote your lives to this, you want to win. When you lose, it hurts, it's emotional. When you win, it's exciting, it's emotional. I think we all experience that, and probably wouldn't do this for a living if we didn't experience that. I think that's a lot of what drives it, is that emotion. But then when you actually get to the decision-making process, we're all doing everything we can to take emotion out of that.
And can you quantify the human element, right? I mean, players aren't robots at the plate. There's a lot of
Players
stuff.
are not robots.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff going on in their lives that could affect what
It's
they're
hard to
doing on-
quantify, but David does it the best. I know that, because not you personally, but their sport isolates that stuff the best, I think. So.
Some of the questions from the audience. The first one's here is for David. With the injuries to key pitchers this spring,
All right. Let's go.
At least nobody's paying attention to spring training.
This is a Mets fan.
Listen, there's a few Mets fans out there. How do you assess the current pitching depth? Are there any adjustments or moves being considered?
I love he's getting a radio
Our
question.
beat writers in the audience right now, did they follow me up here from Port St. Lucie?
Explain yourself, David.
To bolster the rotation, how are you managing the workload for pitchers, David?
Okay, pitching. Haven't talked about this at all this spring, so let's go.
Yeah. Enough about Juan Soto.
We have, for those who are not following our intricacies of our spring training, we lost two of our starting pitchers before we even played a game this spring, frankly, before most of our players even reported. The good news is the injuries are fairly short term. Both of them will be back well within the first half of the season. Their rehabs are progressing, and we do prepare for this. I think, especially in baseball, we are constantly preparing for injuries. We are constantly preparing for pitching injuries. Baseball is in the middle of a really concerning trend of pitchers getting hurt at a higher and higher rate. Something we spend a lot of time talking about, spent a lot of time and effort trying to figure out how we can do better here. But until we figure out how to do better, we do try to build as much depth as possible. That was one of our main offseason strategies. So to answer that for the Met fan out there, we feel pretty good about our pitching. Sean and Frankie Montas are going to be back. And we think we're in a good spot.
Well, that's not the only Mets question there is.
Okay.
We'll go to Nick. With the landscape of college sports changing due to revenue sharing and NIL, many college athletes see the tremendous upside of staying in college as compared to going pro. Not everybody, but some. How do you think this new model in college athletics will impact the NFL? I mean, this definitely is an issue for the women's basketball. I mean, they're making more money, quite frankly, in college.
For sure, the landscape has changed really over the last 2 to 3 years, and it's twofold. So number one, obviously athletes are being paid a certain level. Some players are being paid more than others. And there's some positives and some negatives associated with that. But I would say from an evaluation of the actual player standpoint, it doesn't necessarily affect the evaluation of their skill and what they do on the field. How they handle some of those things that come along with it, honestly, it's preparing them a little bit to be a pro. And you're not going to penalize a player because he makes a decision, A, to stay in school and accept money, or B, he transfers. The one advantage, actually, is you get better at whatever sport there is by playing that sport more. So if a player goes back to school, he has an opportunity for more snaps. He has an opportunity to play football more, so you have more to evaluate. So they may be more prepared when they actually come into our league versus a player maybe that's played less who has more, call it, developmental qualities. So we're certainly aware and cognizant of it. You're starting to see some carryover in actually how college football front offices are structured relative to having personnel departments. So it's an
And we have a panel on that coming up.
Okay, we're jumping ahead
That's a
little bit,
tease.
but-
Yeah.
But I think for all of us, we're always kind of prepared to pivot and adapt and adjust and be flexible. And, you know, if you have to make some modifications and tweaks along the way, then so be it.
It's happening in basketball too. So the Zach Edey, I believe, was the first player I can nearly confirm chose to stay at Purdue because I don't know exactly the money he got, but I was told, you know, through intermediaries that the money was materially more than he would have made where he would have been drafted that year. So he stayed in school for many reasons, maybe, but that was for sure one. Pretty sure he would have come out if that money wasn't that significant.
I think we'll have time for another Mets question, but I'm going to ask this one first. You know, we mentioned it before, players are not lab rats, they're human beings. How do you balance relations, it's a people business. How do you balance those relationships with your players? It is a business. Is it hard to trade and cut players that you have a relationship with?
Yeah, the answer is yes. And I think, honestly, just treat people the way you want to be treated. Just be respectful, be honest, be forthright. Don't make it argumentative. Sometimes it's just a matter of fact. The player will respect that approach versus you kind of find a way to justify making a decision for the wrong reason. So it's just about how you treat people. And what I found is players are very aware. They're very astute. They are very observant. They understand the dynamics. They understand the situation they're in. So we have a responsibility to make sure we uphold our end of the bargain. And if you have to make a decision to either trade or release the player, you try to give them an explanation as to the rationale why, and you always leave the door open because at some point that player may come back around. So if you leave on good terms, then in their mind, they may be more inclined to say, hey, you know what? I really respect and appreciate how they handled that situation. I have no problem going back there if the opportunity presents itself.
What's more nerve-wracking, making a trade that you don't think the other side will say yes to because it's just that bold of a trade, or, you know, talking to a player with some bad news?
Yeah, I think anytime you release players, that's always a difficult situation because they've invested so much time, so much energy. They're immersed in the program. They've put a lot into it. And you have to have some degree of empathy and understanding of what they're going through.
If you release the player, they also have a question in their mind, will I get the next job? Whereas if it's a trade, they often have more years on their contract or some time. So it's a much more of an emotional situation if it's a waiver versus a trade.
You know, I want to give the Mets fans in the audience what they want, so we're going to close on. The Mets found themselves in an interesting situation at the trade deadline where it was 50-50 if they were going to buy or sell. The Mets were buyers, did not give up many high-level prospects, but still a gamble. What went into the thought process there?
So we had a really interesting season in general last year where we got off to a pretty rough start. We were, 10 or 11 games under 500 at the end of May. And then from some date in late May on, we were the best team in baseball. So by the time we got to late July, when our trade deadline is, we were pretty confident in who we were as a team. And so the sort of that buy, sell, what strategy are we going to follow at the deadline sorted itself out for us. Fortunately, I have been in situations where you actually feel like you're on the edge of the coin in that 50-50, and those are very tricky situations. Last year, we were fortunate by the time we got to late July, I kind of knew what we had. I think we as an organization knew what we had and were willing to go and add to the team. And then it's like, yeah, what future value are you going to invest in today? And we evaluated trades of all sort, where some we would trade some of our more high-profile prospects. Those did not come to fruition last year, and so we made more intermediate types of acquisitions that ended up helping our team down the stretch and into the playoffs.
Very quick, what's more exciting, big signing or big trade? Pulling off a big signing or pulling off a big trade?
I would say big signing because you're not having to sort of take away from your team as well.
Nick?
I like them both, so.
Diplomatic.
I actually enjoy trades more. I think there's
a chess game.
Yeah, a little bit of a chess game. It frankly maybe takes a little bit more time to get to a final spot in trades. So I think in the big trades I've been involved in, I feel there's a little bit more reward at the end of that.
It sounds like Mets fans win as the largest percentage of the audience.
We have no more Mets questions. Well, actually, a few more, but
Probably
you
a
can
lot.
find
David will be here
after
all
this
day
panel.
if you need to.
Thank you, everybody, and thanks to all the panelists here today
Thank you.
for your time.
Hey, thanks, Nick. That was fun. Appreciate it.
Hi, everyone. My name is Adam Beisman, and I'm an MBA student at MIT Sloan. It's my pleasure to introduce our panel, Rewriting the Playbook, with Maverick Carter and Jason Robbins. Our panelists today are Maverick Carter, co-CEO at Fullwell Entertainment, and Jason Robbins, CEO of DraftKings. Our panel will be moderated by Eben Novy-Williams from Sportico. The panel will run for 40 minutes, and we will leave 5 minutes at the end for questions. Please submit questions via our Cadence app. And with that, I'll turn it over to Eben.
All righty, thank you, Adam. Fellas, I'm excited to be up here with two very accomplished folks who I think 5 years ago I maybe would have said were in totally different businesses. Now I feel like you guys are, correct me if I'm wrong, potential competitors and also potential collaborators. Is that how you guys see
I wouldn't look at it as
say,
competitors.
Yeah, I wouldn't say competitors. We're collaborators, partners, friends. But yes, we are in the same sports, entertainment, content space. Obviously, he's also in betting in a big way.
Yeah, an NFL owner told me once that everyone's in the content business.
Correct.
Whether you own the team, whether you own the betting company,
It
whether
is
you own
true,
the
but I
product.
will say one of the things that I think is unique and special about the type of content that you see with fantasy and betting is it actually doesn't take away audience from the sports content. If anything, it actually adds audience to the sports content. And I think vice versa is true too. Sports content, like what Mav's company does, engages fans and makes them more interested in things like fantasy and betting. So, I mean, that's what, but you're right. I think if you're creating traditional content for passive viewing experiences, but you know, the second screen content works complementarily, is complementary to the type of content you're talking about.
I use the term second screen to talk about your business, certainly, Jason, for years. Now I almost feel like the second screen is the first screen in some ways, right? And I'm sure you feel that way too, Mav.
Yeah, it's absolutely the first screen at my house. I have a 16-year-old daughter who I actually am going to do it as an experiment, but I think I could take the TV off her wall. She would not notice. I don't think forever, definitely it would take months. I have like an app at home where I can see all the things that are on in my house. And we've lived in the house 4 years. Never once has her TV been on.
So just phone?
Her Sonos is always on, playing music, and I can see what music she's playing. I don't think she knows that, but I can see what music she's playing. But she's watching stuff, but not on the TV screen. So to your point, this is probably phone, laptop, iPad, probably watching 3 different things, but definitely not on what you would call the first screen.
Am I correct in assuming that she follows sports, but maybe isn't sitting down to watch a 3-hour NBA game or a 3-hour NFL game?
Yeah, she would be able to tell you, you know, what outfit SGA had on last night, or who he's dating, or, you know.
Important stuff.
Yeah,
like
important
that.
stuff. She probably wouldn't know what team he plays for.
Interesting. I mean, does that, Jason, does that trend worry you at all? You can make a line on what the Lakers are going to do against the Mavericks. You can't make a line on what SGA is going to be wearing. Or maybe you can. Maybe that's the future here.
I mean, I think that not everyone is going to be a sports fan, but the more people are engaging with sports figures and those brands of those, sports figures are developing off the court, off the field, I think that does ultimately create more fandom of sport. Not everybody maybe, but I think some people get into it. But, there's no real downside to us if people are following athletes outside. It's only upside. And I think for, the sports fan, I think our product actually fits really well with the trends Mav's describing. I mean, people, are on their phones more than anything else, and that's the primary channel that people use our product on. So I think we're in a good place from that standpoint. I do think people still want to watch the games, but a lot of people are following the games on their phones, and if you're out and about, that's just fine. And so, we're trying to create as much of an experience as we can without showing the game, where people feel like they can still follow along and make bets and play fantasy.
I imagine this is not a stat you have, Jason, but what percentage of your bettors do you think are actually watching live the game that they bet on?
I mean, I don't know. If you asked me to take a wild guess, I would say under 50%, but I don't know. I just think a lot of people, they want to make a bet for the team they're following on a more regular basis than they have time to devote 2-3 hours, whatever it's going to take to watch the game. Doesn't mean they don't watch parts of the game. Doesn't mean they're not following the team or the game on their phone while they're out having dinner, something like that. But I think a lot of people do experience the product that way.
I guess I'd ask the same question to you, Mav. What percentage of the people consuming your content do you think are also watching live basketball, or do you think they're just following?
I would be taking a wild guess, like we make Starting Five, which is a big NBA show for Netflix that we're shooting season 2 now. There will be episodes of that viewed by more people than watch a game. So I would be taking a wild guess, but I would say it may be even lower than what Jason said, under 40% or something, that are more into the stories and the human stories of sports and not necessarily following the wins and losses of a given team.
I know, Jason, live betting is a priority of yours. A lot of that is kind of small micro moments. Mav, I would assume you guys have done full-length movies. You've done bite-sized content. Am I correct in thinking that your future is more towards the smaller than it is the bigger?
We do a bit of both. I mean, we do, we produce the Grammys. We do big live things for music also, too. But we are really into I don't know how you're defining smaller. I would maybe define it as shorter form. We already do a lot of that through Uninterrupted, our athlete channel. And I think that is where that's where people are, and that's viewing habits. So you have to provide them the content that they want, and in a way that serves them and serves the story. But these days, it's very normal for people to watch even longer form things on a smaller device.
You guys, I know, have known each other for a while. Last year, LeBron signed a deal to become part of the DraftKings family. Walk me through how that happens. Who goes to who first, and what do those negotiations look like?
I think you called us, or did we call you? I don't remember.
I've known Jason.
We talk all the time.
Yeah, we talk. Yeah, before that.
Where did the
deal was
relationship
last
start,
year,
by
but
the
I've
way?
probably known you 10 years.
At least 10 years.
Maybe 10 or 11 years. I think it started when LeBron was making NFL picks, on his own. He just started doing it. Just like he watches every single NFL game.
Was that your idea?
Basically like the rest of the world, the rest of the country. No, it was not my idea. It was his idea. And he started doing it and engaging with fans and talking about it. And then I think Jason and I we talk all the time, as he said, we're just having a conversation. It just came up. Like, well, what if we did that as a part of DraftKings? Well, what would that look like? How we do it? How we bring it to life? And it just built on top of that. And then this fantastic team got involved, and we made a deal, and it's been great.
Yeah, it was really when I forget who called who first, because like Matt said, we chat all the time, so probably just came up. But the start of it was the NBA said that NBA players were allowed to now do deals with betting companies as long as they weren't promoting the NBA. And I knew from talking to Mav that he was in a fantasy football league with LeBron, and LeBron was really into fantasy football and football in general. And we saw he was making the picks, so we thought, what a great idea to bring that together. One other comment I want to make about your previous question too, I think is interesting, is because you mentioned short form content. I think actually a lot of younger people these days, it's not about short term as much as it is not traditional movie television. My kids will sit and watch 2 to 3 hours of people playing video games straight without blinking. I mean, on YouTube, right, or something like that. So it's not like they need a 5-minute video. I mean, they'll watch the whole thing and not break concentration for a moment, but try to get them to watch a TV show or, a full-length game, and it's harder. And so, I think it's an interesting comment, less on the form or on the length and more on the form of content. And I think that's what's so interesting about what Maverick's doing is, they have all sorts of different lengths, but they're capturing events and things that are interesting to people and that aren't just rerunning the same thing over and over again. And I think that's more of the thing with today's, younger generations is they get tired of the same thing over and over again. They're used to constant variety. They're used to new things.
Mav, when you're negotiating a deal like the DraftKings one, money obviously is a big factor. What else are you looking for?
They didn't want any money.
Yeah, shocker, yeah.
Money is definitely part of the consideration set, but it's actually a bit further down the list than you think. First is people, like who are you literally going to be in business with, because that matters as much as you can know them. Get a feel for the people, because shit happens, shit comes up, so you need to be able to have someone across that you can call and say, hey, this is going on, this happened, and we need to push this. We thought this, but turns out it's actually this. We thought we were gonna, when we started this deal, we thought we were gonna go right, but turns out we need to go actually a little to the left. So you have to have people who you can work through those things with, because things do pop up in any and all businesses and any and all deals. And then it's more about kind of what role are they willing to let us play and what we produce, as far as whether it's, in this case, it's advertising content plus social content. So is it really going to be a collaboration so that it really serves all parties involved and not just one way? Because as everyone knows, LeBron has done fine financially, so he's not going to take money if it's not going to really help him too. And then eventually you get the money, but all those things have to line up first.
So I live in New York. Earlier this week, I opened my DraftKings app, looked at the promos, because that's the way I gamble. And there was an odds boost on LeBron for points or rebounds, whatever you want to do. Is that part of the deal? Is that the kind of thing that is included in this, in addition to the?
I think they would do that probably.
Yeah, we would do that anyway.
Yeah, I think they would do that anyway.
Yeah,
I assume.
You are correct. We would do that anyway. And remember, we can't promote basketball stuff, and specifically with LeBron either. So, but. Those are things that just people would be interested in general. I do think, people now know that LeBron is associated with the brand. So all things, considered, maybe we lean a little more that way, but we would be doing that anyway.
And for that example, it's obviously great for LeBron to have more people rooting for him. If you click that promo, right, you're more likely to watch the game. You're more likely to root for him to get there. There's also another side of that, Maverick. I've talked to a lot of NBA players who their DMs fill up when people who bet on them don't hit, right? How do you balance, or what's your advice for players that you work with in terms of how to balance the obvious promotion that comes with this with also the social media and the fan downside?
Yeah, well, I only work with one player, fortunately. But, I mean, you got to have thick skin and ignore it. You're going to get, even if there's no betting on the game and you missed a shot in the game, you're going to get the same type of noise. You're going to have thick skin and know that comes with the job. And if you succumb to it or it bothers you that much, you're probably in the wrong line of work.
Jason, we saw this year with DraftKings the volatility that NFL outcomes in particular can have on DraftKings business. I'm curious, are you sweating out on Sundays? Are you watching scores in the same way that some people watch stock tickers? What does your Sunday look like, given how important NFL is?
Yes is the short. So I love betting personally, and I used to bet all the time. And what I would find is I would always be on the side of the public, because I just bet like most mainstream people do, which then means I'm on the opposite side of DraftKings. And it was terrible, because I'm like, either I win my bet and DraftKings loses, or I lose my bet and DraftKings wins. And so I for a little bit was like, do I just bet? And then I realized I don't need to bet. I already have all the action I want.
The action's already there.
And so now I sit down actually on the couch, and my kids even ask me, like before we put on the NFL games, like, all right, who are we rooting for today? And I'm trying to explain this team, but it's only if they win by this many points. And my wife looks over, she's like, are you really teaching point spreads to my children? I was like, they got to understand the business.
No, it's math. It's not
it's math.
Yeah,
It's math, exactly. So, I kind of stopped betting. I still occasionally do, but I feel like I got all the sweat I need. So to answer your question, yes. Especially, it's actually fun. It gets a little stressful towards the end of a quarter when you're like, bad week or two. But the nice thing is I think the market has gotten accustomed to understanding that there's going to be sport outcome variability. And so that's not as much of a thing anymore. But for a little while, it would always get nerve-wracking towards the end of the quarter.
Bad season, good Super Bowl. In as much detail as you can. How good was the Super Bowl? The underdog won. A lot of the player overs did not hit.
I mean, the important thing was Saquon Barkley and Travis Kelce didn't score. So, that was actually more impactful to us than the game outcome. The game was pretty evenly split. There was a lot of Chiefs betting during the game, so that did help a bit when the Eagles obviously held on and won. But really a lot of people that bet the Eagles parlayed it with the Saquon touchdown. So the fact that he didn't score was huge for all those parlays. So it was a good one, but you're right. We had a really tough run in Q4. So it all evens out over time. But nice kind of to get the Super Bowl, because I always say, like, if somebody wins big on the Super Bowl, they're more likely to go, do something else and come back for NFL. If they win big on week 7, they're going to keep playing. So, all things being equal, we'd rather have the winning earlier in the season.
It felt like for a while, Jason, that your business was just a rush for market share. New states were coming online. You were spending a lot to advertise in those states. Now we're getting to a point where some of them are slightly more saturated. It seems like, correct me if I'm wrong, you have more time for product innovation, for maybe M&A. What do you feel like right now in terms of what you're able to do with a little bit of breathing room that maybe didn't exist if we were having this conversation in 2021 or 22?
I mean, I think the biggest thing is really focusing on the internal piece, meaning the team, the way that we operate, some of the longer term efficiency initiatives like AI that we haven't really, hadn't, I should say, really until a couple of years ago, spent as much time as I thought we should on. So it was a lot of like focusing internally for the first, almost decade of the business. First 9 years of the business, I didn't go more than 7 months without raising money. So I was just constantly out there raising money. And when finally we had a path to profitability and we knew we didn't need to raise money anymore, the first financing we did was actually, we didn't need it. We just did it to get established in the debt markets. We just did a small term loan a week or so ago. And that was the first financing we had done since early 21. So to put that perspective, it was like 4 years later after not ever going more than 7 months. So that's given a lot more breathing room to focus on, like, how do we make sure that we have the absolute best team in place and that we're operating in the best possible way for our customers.
Hearing that, Mav, how do you feel about where Spring Hill and all the things that you're doing are in their life cycle of raising money, of feeling comfortable and really trying to innovate?
Yeah.
Easy for him to raise money. He just shows up. They throw money at him.
Bullshit.
Yeah, because you've been successful before. I was fighting. But you got a lot of, you got a few things going on that people want to throw money at all the time now.
Raising money can be traumatizing.
Yes.
To find a word, it could be traumatizing. If you can, as a company, if you never have to or raise once and never raise again is the position you strive for, right? And you want to be, but then you want to grow and you want to do things and you want to change. We've been fortunate now to raise $300 or $400 million into our company. That's been great. We are lucky we've gotten great partners who believe. They're not always easy because they shouldn't be, right? I had a board meeting yesterday morning, which was great. But, going out and raising money every 7 months that's brutal. I mean, that's like a boxer having a fight every 7 months. There's a reason boxers fight once a year. That's a lot. That's hard. So I would never want to be in that position. And Jason, he's a very resilient guy and a very resilient company to go through all that. And plus what they went through that year with ESPN and all that. And it's just an amazing what DraftKings has become when you think about the resiliency of the company. We have not had to raise that many times. We've raised 3 times. And then we just went through a merger where we raised kind of a 4th time. We put $50 million more into the company just throughout the merger. But I think, if you got a great company and you got, as they say, if you have an opportunity in front of you that you can clearly articulate to investors, to partners, and they can get it and see it and feel it, and they believe you can execute it and you have the team to execute it, then it is worth it. It's traumatizing, but it is worth it if you have a clear vision and a clear path to executing it and a team that can help you get there.
I want to ask you, Maverick, about player ownership of data. Jason's company pays a lot of money to data companies and leagues for access to live data about what's happening in NBA games.
Correct.
You can say that the players share in that because they're sharing in some cut of league revenue. But do you feel like a player like LeBron, whose speed on court or his stats, should he share more directly in the monetization of his data, or are you fine with that going through the league to media companies?
Well, I can't answer that question without answering a broader question, which is the way sports are set up in the fact that, we could pick it apart and say, do players share in when DraftKings buy data? I probably could argue both sides of that, but the bigger fact is sports is the only business in the world. I was just having lunch with my partner, Sam Kennedy, who they did PGA, and PGA is the first one that did it, and it's going to happen, it has to. But sports is the only business in the world, and Jason and I were having this discussion last week, where you can draw a line directly from a given individual to enterprise growth, not 100% of it, but some part of it, and they don't get to participate in it. So that's really the bigger point. Like, if LeBron could monetize his singular data is not worth nearly as much as all the players' data combined, and one athlete's data is not going to be worth that much to him. What's worth it to him, or an insurance company, health, whatever companies that are mining data, is an aggregation of a lot, and the players should be able to, athletes should be able to own a piece of that. But that is a part of the whole enterprise, is how I would answer that question.
I use this data, this stat a lot, but LeBron's Instagram followers are 160 million or something like that, and the Lakers are 22 or 23 or something like that, which I think underscores your point about how.
Well, it's not necessarily about LeBron having more influence or bigger or more famous than the team. It's not even about who's more famous. It's just that they participate in growing the enterprise. So if you and I, if all 3 of us, if Jason hired you and me today to be head of HR and the CFO, part of our compensation package would be whatever the hell you call them at DraftKings. Some people call them RSUs, some people call them options. Am I correct? You have
That's
a great,
most of it,
you have a great CFO, and so we're
No,
not
you're
doing,
right.
we're
Most
not
of their
taking the
comp
job,
is that.
but most of their comp is that. Any company, that is your comp, and most people know that's how you achieve real wealth, because getting paid is ordinary income that you pay half to the government. So, and nobody can argue the other side of do players contribute to, or athletes contribute to enterprise growth.
So this has been a priority of the MBPA recently. I know that the NBA and the recent labor talks did carve out the opportunity or potential for players to share in the equity growth of the league. In your mind, what does that actually?
I don't even know what that means. I didn't
That's what I'm
study
asking. What is
so
it?
if you
What
ask
does
me
it
something
look
about
like?
it, I have no fucking idea.
Okay.
Because it's phantom and it's not going to make any sense. Because first off, the NBA is or NFL and all it's not a singular vehicle. So you can't. So what am I? What like? And the Chicago Bulls can't give just their players some of it. So I'm being a bit sarcastic, but I'm just saying I literally I didn't study it because it's not real, and it's also, it's 10 billion later. Like it's like, you know what I mean? Like it'd be like if I worked at DraftKings from day one, and then you gave me equity at like when you're worth like 10 billion, you're like, oh, now you participate. It's like, oh, what about the first 10 billion I was here for? You get what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, no. The players
what I mean?
that are there
Totally.
now, you brought up like how much value is Steph Curry added to Golden State, and how much value.
Yeah,
it's definitely a good question.
I don't know. We could argue how much value he contributed, but we know there's been value creation, right? The team was 400 million, and today their valuation is somewhere in the 6, 7, 8 billion. How much of that is he responsible for? I don't know, but something.
This is maybe a good transition or time to talk about some reports came out a month ago that you're helping advise a group that may be trying to build a competitive basketball league, maybe even a challenger to the NBA. Is the structure that you're talking about built in at the ground floor something that
It's
that
not
group
about,
is looking
it's not
at?
about being a competitor or a challenger. It's about being an option. There should be another option. There is other options in every business, right? There's DraftKings, there's FanDuel, there's Nike, there's Adidas. There's always options. So and we are Americans, so therefore we are capitalists. So in capitalism, you compete and there's options. So it's not about being a challenger, a competitor, or putting the NBA out. I love the NBA. It should always exist and always be around. But there should be another option that is better suited to serve the global fan base. We're Americans. We're sitting here in Boston, right? So we think in very American ways. But there is 2 billion or 2.5 billion fans around the world. Only 100 million basketball fans live in America. There's roughly 2.5 billion fans outside of America that should also have a version of top-level basketball. That's the point.
I imagine, Jason, you're fairly agnostic to if there's more leagues pop up that are popular and
More
people are rooting
sports
for them.
viewership, more people
More
watching
events.
sports is good for
Good for
us.
him.
So we love any kind of engagement that can be created with sports.
By the way, they would do great in something like this. More sports, bigger events is great for betting.
Great for betting.
Netflix had 2 exclusive NFL games this year. The most watched sporting event on Netflix this year was neither of those games. It was the Jake Paul, Mike Tyson fight by a wide margin. When you guys look at that, these events that don't have really existing IP, the IP is really in the athletes themselves, and that's basically it. Do you feel like there is more of a future for events like that, where outside of the traditional structures, athletes themselves are the ones who are driving most of the value?
It's not even about athletes themselves driving most of the value. It is the world has changed, and every business, when the world changes, change comes, and we have sports that are built on models that started in the 50s and run by extremely smart people, extremely thoughtful people. But they have business models that they're kind of stuck into, and there's new models that should exist to take advantage of. When you talk about Netflix, I always say to people, well, Netflix is a great company. I love Netflix. But Netflix didn't invent the internet, and they didn't invent movies. They just went, oh, the internet is here. Movies are still being made. Jason wants movies in his house. He already has the internet in his house. So what if we just gave him movies over the internet into his house?
Seems
And
so
that's
obvious.
I'm simplifying it, making it sound very simple, but that's what they did. And the fact of the matter is, it was just a new model. Movies were already existing, but the movie studios were still saying, oh, you should go to the theater and pay $7. And Netflix went, well, maybe they'll pay $13 a month, and we just pipe it right into the house. And we all went, hell yeah.
The Tyson-Paul match, Jason, you were able to book in some states and not others, is that right?
I mean, most states had it.
Most states had it.
And we sponsored it, which is great. I mean, to your point, it was unexpectedly one of the biggest events. Outside of the last 2 Super Bowls, it was our best customer acquisition event we've ever had.
Wow.
So to put in perspective, I think like anything that engages people, sports is an example, but anything, things that have great narratives, that are narrative driven, they drive more engagement. And I think there was a strong narrative there, and they did a good job promoting it. But sometimes you have something like that just, and it's hard to really pinpoint why, but something that just hits this like viral sort of inflection point where all of a sudden everyone's like, yeah, I got to watch that. All my friends are watching it. I got to go. And it did. And so it was like, I actually saw it happening. Like as the day unfolded, people were like, are you going to watch a Tyson fight? You're going to watch a Tyson fight. And more, friends texting, things like that. And by the end of the day, everyone was watching the Tyson fight. But I don't think anyone, I mean, Netflix included, could have predicted that the bandwidth they could barely keep the thing functional. It was so heavy. I mean, you hit lightning in a bottle like that once, maybe every few years at best. So we'll see if there's another one of those. But I do think that the lesson, to your point, is that having a great narrative and being able to actually manufacture an event, you don't even need an existing league. You just need a great narrative and people to help carry that narrative, and that's enough.
And for a company like Netflix, I would imagine not too many people are rewatching those NFL Christmas games, right? They happened, that's it.
But they'll
I would
rewatch the
imagine
fights.
they'll rewatching the Tyson Paul fight, right? So if you're a streaming company, that's value, right? It's the long tail that a lot of sports don't have, but events like this that you're talking about actually do have.
Absolutely.
So I want to get to some questions from the audience, but before we do, I want to ask both of you, one thing that I see kind of parallel in both of your careers is that you both started on your tracks very young, right? Not in the traditional cycle. I'm curious now that you guys are where you are, how you think about the path that you guys took. Jason, you started DraftKings from a townhouse nearby. Mav, obviously you dropped out of college to go work at Nike. Just thinking about it, I'm curious, looking back at your careers where, if there's moments that stick out or just pieces of advice that you got along the way that helped you.
I don't like to look back much.
Fair.
As humans, we're built to look forward, so I'm always thinking about tomorrow. I mean, I love, I always tell people like for me, it's just like my grandmother gave me my name and she really gave me the name Maverick, so I have to always go for it and try new shit and fuck with shit is just kind of how I'm built. She really gave me that name. So I think that feeling is always what pulls me forward and makes me feel good is like going for something and really trying something. And I think Jason can speak to this too. It's like, it's a really beautiful feeling to have an idea in your head and then see it come to life. Everybody, we gotta earn a living and make money, but that's a much better feeling that you have an idea in your head and see it come to life. So I always, as many ideas as you can think and as big as you can think, go for them, because it is very rewarding to see something come out of your head and then come to life.
Yeah, it's interesting. You talked about, I wasn't that young. I actually worked for a little while. I didn't drop out of college, so I was, I think 30 when we actually started the company. But it's interesting because I think early in your life is when you can take the most risks because you don't have the family, you don't have a job that you worked your way up to a certain point. You kind of have nothing to lose, right? And I was getting to a point where I knew I just met my eventual wife. I knew I was going to probably start a family at some point. And I was kind of like, if I don't do it now, I'm just going to get sucked into, I wasn't doing that well in my career, but like I was, doing well enough that I was like, I'm going to end up just kind of comfortable and not wanting to do something that takes risk and might not work and might fail. It might set me back a little bit in my career and financially. And I had very little money saved at the time. I mean, almost nothing. So, but I still knew that was kind of the last chance, the last window I was going to get. And I wasn't going to have time to be a multiple time failed entrepreneur, but I also knew if I didn't take a shot now, I wasn't going to ever have an opportunity.
Let's look forward for a second. What are you spending more time doing now in the past few months that maybe a couple of years ago wouldn't have even been on your radar?
Well, we just, on January 1st, we completed a merger, became Full Well Entertainment, we merged Spring Hill with a company called Full Well. So now I have to we have an office in London, so I'm spending much more time there than I ever have. And really, integrating two companies, two cultures, I've been spending a lot of time on, which is fun. I actually like, I call it, basically it's marketing, but just inside to your company of rebuilding a new culture, which I like. I love that, and spending time on that. And then there's projects that we just didn't do. We now have a pretty massive, I think we're the best in the world at live entertainment when it comes to live. We do the Grammys, we did the handoff from Paris to LA for the Olympics, Super Bowl halftime. So I'm spending more time and thinking about things that we can do in the live space, which is a great space, but still having fun. I'm still having a lot of fun.
I mean, this time of year, I spend a little more time than maybe I'd like in state houses. So, but I think overall as a business, for probably the last year or so, but I think maybe in the last 2 years, but it's really accelerated in the last 6 months or so, have really gotten organizational momentum around AI. People are excited about it. I think, ChatGPT and people using it in their personal lives actually helped. They're like, wow, did you know you could do this or that? And so I think it's really, it's amazing to see how much it, I think, will change. And it's starting with simple stuff, like any document that people used to actually read, you don't really have to do anymore. You can get a summary of it. So, there's little things like that that just, I think, are starting to take hold. And I'm just fascinated to see where it goes, but we're going to make sure we're at the forefront of it.
Well, I'm going to go to some audience questions here. Before we do, want to do a little lightning round here. Going to toss some things at you. I want you to answer them in 5 words or less. I guess, Jason, we'll start with you. Expectations for the Duke basketball in March Madness this year?
Championship. I don't need 5 words for that one.
There you go.
1 word.
Mav, your immediate reaction to the Luka AD trade?
Chaos is fun.
I like. Jason, you're an odds maker. What are the odds that Cooper Flag goes back to school next year? Set me a market, please.
I think he might come back. I don't know, 40%.
Wow. Oh, that's way more optimistic than I was.
Yeah. I mean, I want, maybe that's just me wishful thinking a little bit on that one. It's probably not that high, but hope springs eternal.
There you go. Mav, 5 words. How do you fix the NBA All-Star Game?
Define fix.
What would you do if Adam let you do whatever you want with it?
But what's fix? Meaning,
get rid of it. Do something new format.
I don't think it's by my. I assume you're saying fix that a lot of people will watch.
Make it more enticing for players and fans.
I don't think there's a fix.
Okay, I don't disagree with that at all.
You asked an impossible question.
Maybe. Well, maybe I would just get rid of it. Jason, what's a sport that people would be surprised at how much handle DraftKings does with it?
People are surprised in general when I tell them how much comes on the college sports. They don't appreciate it. They think they're way behind the pro sports, but they're not because there's so many games.
That's right. Maverick, we have a handful of athletes who have become billionaires. Magic, Michael, LeBron. Junior Bridgman. Who's the next? Who's someone you're looking at who you're like, this guy has both the on-court or on-field and then also the off-field expertise to do that?
There's a lot of brilliant athletes. Victor Wembanyama would come to my mind.
Gotcha. And then last one here, Jason, for you. What year, if ever, does DraftKings do more money in iGambling than it does in sports betting?
2030.
Got it, 2030. All right, well, I'm going to go to some questions here from the audience. One here going back to the LeBron DraftKings partnership. How do you both measure and articulate the value of that partnership?
I mean, for us, we're very much driven by customer signups and customer engagement. So we're looking at those 2 metrics. How many new signups do we get? And how engaged are customers that are interacting with the content that LeBron is producing with Maverick? So, that could be different depending on what it is. If we're putting a TV ad out there, it's usually designed for customer acquisition. The social content has some component of that, but is also a little bit more on the engagement side. But it's one of those 2 things, if not both.
And how are you tracking that back to LeBron specifically? Is it promo code?
Well, I mean, we have a lot of different ways that we track performance. There's, on digital stuff, you can look at direct clicks. You can look at, what people are looking at, engaging with. There's tons of stats you can get from social and digital stuff. TV is a little trickier, but with TV, you can measure response based on looking at the time logs of when TV ads ran and how much of traffic spike you got right after that. And then also you can use coupon codes, which we have like a multiplier. We figured out that, because not everybody types in the coupon code, but if you put a coupon code at the bottom of the ad or whatever, at the end of the ad when you show the offer, we know a certain percentage of people will do it. So we know that if we get X many, people entering the coupon code, it's really some multiple of that.
How about you, Mav? How do you value success in a partnership like that?
In a partnership like that, A, is LeBron having fun with the partner? In this case, yes. B, is all the content is different, right? TV is different than social. Is it good? And you can feel it and see it. And for LeBron, are people coming up to him and talking about, I see you in the DraftKings ad. It's funny, you and Kevin Hart. And then most importantly too, is the partner achieving success of what they set out to do.
A tack on here on the conversation that, Mav, you were having about value conversation. It's actually for both of you. Any rough estimate on, I guess for you, Jason, how much you think legal sports gambling has done in value creation for major leagues? And then Mav, the value of new media athletes, the stuff you're doing with the shop. Roughly how much are we talking about?
I mean, I'll answer mine the same way he answered what he was talking about before with sports players. I don't know what the number is, but I know it's something.
Yes. Yeah, there's no way to quantify it and put a number, but it's definitely something. And in some instances, it is the thing when you look at, from our standpoint of storytelling, when you look at what Drive to Survive did for F1, right? Most Americans, F1 did not have a stronghold at all in America, but Drive to Survive, which told the story of Formula One racing and wasn't the race, definitely drove value. And I was with Ted Sarandos last week, and he's a bit like, fuck, we should have had that, we should own a piece. We drove all this value and didn't own it. So again, it's impossible to actually quantify it. I guess we could look at using that example. We could look at F1's media rights value in America pre and post Drive to Survive, but it's definitely, I know it's up, I just don't remember the numbers.
There's a lot of sports media companies. There's a number of gambling companies. How do you guys think about strategies for differentiating what you're doing versus what everyone else is doing in your sphere?
For us, it's really three components. A big one is talent relationships. We have to have the best talent relationships and partner with talent. And in our business, talent being athletes, actors, directors, writers. We have to really super serve the talent. We have to make content that moves people, that you can feel, that makes you feel something, that it connects to you emotionally when you watch things we make. You have to love it, and in order to love something, it has to make you feel something. And those two things are big for us. And then thirdly, with our new merger, we're the biggest and best in the world in live. So we know that we get all the first calls if someone wants to produce live, again, whether that be the Grammys or whether that be what we just produced a big event for Delta inside the Sphere in Las Vegas during CES. And then our other category is in unscripted sports. We made Clutch, the show on ESPN. We made Starting Five. We made Captains of the World for FIFA. So we have to really own those two categories, and we have to own them in talent relations and making content that connects to people emotionally and that people talk about and love.
Yeah, I mean, I think for us, it's really, pretty simple. It's customer experience, and that starts with the product. But really, any element of a touch point with a customer has to be as perfect as possible and better than anybody else. And I think especially in digital products, really you could say it's in any product, but especially in digital products where you have more lower switching costs and more choice, it really gets around quickly. People talk and they say, this is the best, or if there's a few or two or whatever, like these are the best. And I think that people underappreciate the network effects that exist in almost any market because of that. So having the best product, the best customer experience, I think is more important than anything. And of course, you got to do marketing and other things in every little bit, but it really starts with the product.
This isn't an audience question, it's a me question, but I wanted to ask you, Jason, about new competition that you had or maybe have coming up in the futures markets. I know you're waiting on a ruling from the CFTC, but is it your opinion that futures contracts like what Kalshi is doing should be regulated as gambling, or do you think they are a separate product and should be regulated separately?
I'm not a lawyer, so I'm not going to opine on how they should be regulated. I think having clarity that a product is regulated and is being done under a legal framework is good. I think part of the challenge in our space now is that there's a lot of operators, not that example, but others that are operating products that may be questionable on that front. And so I like the fact that there's going to be clarity here. And wherever it lands doesn't matter to me. I just want there to be clarity on how we can operate so that we know the rules of the road and we have the best opportunity to compete in as many places as possible with, others that are doing it. And really, I think if you do that, and I talked this earlier, I feel very confident that we can put the best customer experience out there. And but you got to be able to do it, and you got to be able to have a fair playing field. And so, to me, it's less important how it's done and more important that it's being done the same way for everybody.
Let's do two more here. Going back to the conversation we had at the beginning about the kind of changing role of fan consumption, where do you see it going in 5 or 10 years? If your kids are now on their phones streaming video game, what does it look like when they're adults, or what does it look like for the next generation?
I truly believe if you, as it relates to sports will always matter. You have to, it has to be an event though. Events will matter and be even more valuable in the future. You guys talked about Tyson and Jake Paul, basically two non-boxers, right? A 60-year-old man and a non-boxer, but they eventized it. And Netflix, think of Netflix as like it's like a portal, right? It's like Yahoo back in the day. It's like that homepage. It was there. So even if you didn't plan on watching it, when you open your Netflix, there it was, just like back in the day when you would open Yahoo or whatever. So I think events are going to matter even more. I think sports that are non-NFL regular season is going to continue to struggle a bit. But if you could make things an event and make possessions matter, every shot matter, every game matter, then I think that is going to continue to get valuable and continue to be what fans want and love and consume. And I think the stories around the events, people will continue to consume also.
Last one here. Is there a niche sport that you guys are excited about, Jason, I guess, for gambling purposes and Mav for content purposes?
A niche sport that I'm excited about? I don't know. You guys have every sport.
We have everything. I mean, some of the fastest growing right now for us are the women's sports, particularly WNBA, and also women's soccer. So I actually think, especially with the World Cup coming up, soccer in general is going to get a boost. So I think women's soccer and then also WNBA are two that I point to that really I think are exploding right now.
Yeah, I love what the women's league Unrivaled is doing. I mean, it's not a niche sport, but the form in which that took on a basketball is rather niche, and I love that.
Do you put that in a category, just to close things out, in that category of a group that is giving players, there is equity in
They're
it
doing it in a
year
very
one.
smart way.
Yeah, that's more of the model that you're talking about in terms
That's
of
a smart way.
Got it. Well, Jason, Mav, thank you very much.
Thank
and
you.
Folks,
Thanks
for
for having
hanging
us.
out with us.
Hello, everyone. And my name is Alex Coe, and I'm an MBA student at MIT Sloan. It's my pleasure to introduce this panel, The Globalization of Sports. Today, our panelists are Mark Tatum, Deputy Commissioner and Chief Operating Officer of the NBA, Paul Kane, President of On Location, Christine Dorfler, Executive Vice President and Chief Financial Officer of the NFL, and will be moderated by Saj Cherian, Head of Fanatics Ventures. This panel will run for 40 minutes, and we'll have about 5 minutes at the end for Q&A, so please do submit any questions you have through the Cadence app. Thank you, and with that, I'll hand it off to you.
Great, thanks, Alex. Welcome to the globalization of sports. As the sports industry continues to evolve, US-based leagues are increasingly looking abroad to cultivate new fans and capture growth. We are fortunate to have assembled executives from the NFL, the NBA, and On Location to discuss the challenges of global expansion and the strategies they are deploying to win. This all-star panel will explore the current climate of sport globalization, its future trajectory, and how leagues identify, prioritize, and execute on key international markets. But before we ask the leagues where they're going, let's understand how our panelists got here. How did our executives get their start in sports? Christine, let's bring it in with you. Where did your journey in sports begin? How did you ultimately rise to become the CFO of the NFL?
Yeah, no, first of all, thanks. It's an honor to be here. Really excited to be here with Mark and with Paul and to hear this conversation and to learn a little bit as well. You know, I didn't start my career thinking that I would work in sports one day. You know, I'm in a dream role for me now at the NFL, and I love it, but I never started off that way. I actually started my career out of school. I was an accounting major in the Army. And after the Army, I made my way into industry. I started at GE. From GE, I went to NBC, and I was on the media side. The media side led me to being the CFO of NBC Sports. So that was my first, call it 20 years into my career, I got into sports. And that eventually led me to the NFL. So it's sort of a long and winding journey, and I think many careers develop that way, but thankful that it led me to sports, because I love being here.
Thanks. So Mark, you joined the NBA in 1999 to lead its business operations, including heading up the international efforts. How did you get to the NBA, and then 2 decades later, becoming Deputy Commissioner and COO?
Yeah, so my first job coming out of undergraduate was working at Procter & Gamble. In 1994, Procter & Gamble was the sponsor of the FIFA World Cup, which was the last time the World Cup was actually here in the United States. And I got an opportunity to work on that World Cup, and that really opened my mind to say, whoa, you can actually do a full-time job in sports. IMG actually was our sports marketing agency. And I remember asking them, well, what do you do after you're done working with Procter & Gamble on the World Cup? They said, we go work with other partners on the Super Bowl or the NBA Finals, the World Series. And so I decided that I wanted to go pursue that. After Procter, I worked at Clorox. Then I went back to business school across the river at HBS. Worked for Pepsi between my first and second year in their sports marketing group. Pepsi was a sponsor of Major League Baseball, Major League Soccer, NASCAR. Ended up meeting the president of MLB Properties at the time, a guy named Bob Gamgort. Did a field study project for him for academic credit in my second year, and he made me an offer to come work for him at baseball in 1998 when I graduated. The NBA, I'd met a lot of people at the NBA while I was at business school, but the NBA was going through a lockout in 98, 99. And when they came out of the lockout in late 98, early 99, some of the people I had talked to reached out to me and said, we lost a lot of people during that lockout. We're starting to staff back up. Would you be interested in coming over and talking to us? And so that's when I started at the NBA in 99 as a director. And over the last 25 years, just went from director to executive vice president of global partnerships. And then when Adam became the commissioner in 2014, he tapped me to be the deputy commissioner and COO.
All right, so the story here is, when you're getting your MBA, be careful who you meet, could lead to the job for the next 25 years.
Absolutely.
Got it. Now, Paul, you took a different path to become president of not just one, but 2 businesses, On Location and IMG's event business. Tell us your story.
How far do you want to go back? First of all, thank you also for having me here. I love this conference, and attending this is one of the best ways to actually get in the world of sports, to be honest with you. Similar to Christina, I started in media. I graduated college a long time ago, and I found myself very quickly into media, and I was started in the advertising sales side. But I was at a company called Time Inc., which does not exist anymore. But I grew up originally at People magazine and became the publisher of People, and then ultimately, over a very short period of time, became the president and EVP of the company, overseeing all the different magazines they had, including Sports Illustrated, which was my first entry in sports, was working with Sports Illustrated. I left there to become the CEO of a radio company, which was known for sports radio, called Westwood One. So we were the syndicator for all the major live sports events around the world. After that, I became the global chief revenue officer for Bloomberg, left sports, went into finance, and then came over to Endeavor to be the president of On Location, which is a premium experience company, which we'll get into, I'm sure, but really partners with all the major sports leagues, associations around the world, and we handle all the major world events, except the NBA. And that's how I got here. Period.
That's great. It's great. So not a straight line for any of us.
No, and I don't think that's what a career is.
Yeah.
And I think a career is indirect. But if you follow your passion, which has been the secret that I think I've known everybody who's found their dream jobs, they follow their passion first, meet somebody great, connect with them, relate to them, and then you end up, in that path. There's no other map than that.
That's great. Well, so at this conference back in 2017, we kicked off the globalization panel with this question. If you could have your sport be popular in one country today where you weren't already popular, which one would you choose and why? Mark, you were actually on that panel. And if I remember correctly, you mentioned India as that country. How did the NBA do? What lessons have you learned since then?
Yeah, and I would still say India would be on that list, right? When we think about our international strategy and you think about our business, we are a global sport. Our game is played all over the world. And as I think about our business, 5% of the population of the earth is in the United States of America. That means that 95% of the world's population is outside of America. And when we think about if we're going to be a big, huge global sport, we need to be in the places where there are 1 billion people or more. And those places are China, those places are Africa, and those places are India. India is the most populous country in the world right now. 2 years after that panel in 2017, we actually brought our first games to India in Mumbai. And we brought the Sacramento Kings and the Indiana Pacers there. We started a program, a junior NBA program with the Reliance Foundation and the Ambani family, Mukesh and Nita Ambani, that now has reached millions of kids in India, teaching them the game of basketball. Because we know that if you can get kids to play the game of basketball, to bounce a basketball before the age of 12, they're significantly more likely to grow up and become a fan of the NBA. And so a big part of our strategy is getting access to basketballs in these different communities, in these school systems, because that breeds passion. And so for us, we're seeing the game of basketball continue to grow there. Now, we're up against a very dominant sport in cricket. When you look at the top 10 sports in India, 9 of them are cricket. Right, and then you can start going after that. But we're seeing progress, we're seeing growth there, we're seeing interest there, and I think that's an area that we think is ripe for opportunity, given the large middle class, the number of people that speak English there, and the affinity and the passion for sports.
Now, Christine, 8 years ago, Mark Waller of the NFL picked China. What country would be your top pick?
It's tough. I was afraid you were going to ask me to pick one. Look, as we think ahead to this season, the 2025 season, I mean, we'll be playing 7 games in international countries. That's more than we've ever played. We're entering 2 new markets and 3 new cities. 2 new markets are Dublin. The Steelers will play in Dublin at Croke Park. The Dolphins will play for the first time ever in Madrid at Bernabeu Stadium. And then we'll play in Berlin as well. So we're very excited about those 3 new cities, stadiums that we'll be playing in. It's tough to pinpoint one. We're very excited about the multi-year announcement that we just made to play in Australia for the first time ever. So first time, that'll be our fourth continent that we've played on, and first time ever in Australia, and that'll be a multi-year deal, and the Rams will play there in 2026. So it's hard to pinpoint one, but we do think about how to prioritize that list. As you think about, something like 200 countries across the globe, how we really think about that prioritization, and there are a lot of factors that play into that. Not only fan interest and how to develop fans in those markets, but we also think about stadiums. It's a little bit different than the NBA in that sense, as you think about the rosters and the equipment and the field conditions and the stadium. The stadium really has to make it a great fan experience for the fans, but also for players and coaches. And, as you think about NFL coaches, right, they would love nothing more than to play games Sunday afternoon at 1 o'clock in their home stadiums. But we need to make sure that this feels like a home game for those coaches, and that we do everything right, and that takes a lot of thoughtful planning. So I know I didn't answer your question with one, but certainly the markets we're playing in for the first time in 2025 are very exciting for us, and we think very strategic as we think about global growth.
Got it. So global expansion can take the form of exhibition, right, where U.S. teams play each other in a foreign venue, or competition, where U.S. teams compete abroad with their international counterparts. Paul, do you see greater growth potential in exhibition or competition? And how do you see this dynamic shifting in the future?
It depends on the country. It's a great question because when you think about how you move, and we work in partnership with the NFL on their global expansion, and then we also are partnered with the World Cup and the Olympics and other global events as well. And so when we think about it, the first and foremost is you have to have a great product on the field or the court. Mm-hmm. And if you put a great product there, there's interest, number one. Number two is you're right about the experience. If the players, the coaches, and the fans, and local and traveling, mm-hmm. if they don't have that right experience, that's not going to work either. We think about that quite a bit. Ease of travel. How hard is it to get to? How far is it from them? For the team, as well as the fans. And then the other part is, how do they want in that market themselves, do they support it? Do they care enough? Do they want to be part of it? Ireland is a phenomenal market for US-based sports. We bring college football there in the Aer Lingus game, which is a game that we do in the week 0 of the college season. And we also work in partnership with the NFL across their global expansion. Ireland is great. We see that because it's very close to America, and it also feels very home to most Americans. However, we're also seeing where, like Madrid, mm-hmm. is going to be amazing. Why? Great sports town. They have great hotels, great nightlife, and a great spirit. We do the Madrid Open there and a Madrid golf event there, and we know what that behavior is going to be. So it's turning it. My last point is, and this is an analytics conference. It all starts with analytics. We look at fan engagement, fan interest, willingness to travel, enough airport space, and enough hotel space with a stadium that will make you feel like you want to be there. That all is analyzed analytically, which is where we put our recommendations.
Thanks. So Mark, you sit on the board of FIBA, which is the International Basketball Federation, as well as USA Basketball and LA28. How do you think about exhibition versus competition to grow the NBA, but also the sport of basketball globally?
Yeah, I agree with what Paul said. It all matters. And I think the product on the court is, if you can put a compelling product on the court, fans are going to want to be able to see that. Because the reality is, here in the U.S., only about 1% of our fans ever step foot and watch an NBA game. So when we go out and we bring competitions around the world, I'll give you an example. The recent games that we played in Paris are regular season games. Just in January, fans from 53 different countries around the world came to that game. It was a regular season game. It was Victor's first time back in Paris as a San Antonio Spur, and it created tremendous interest from fans, not throughout Europe, but from around the world. And the game was very competitive in the beginning. They pulled away, at the very end there, but it's a very competitive game. And these games are almost like an all-star game for that particular region. because the accessibility of these games is something that is not, our games are not readily available and accessible to most fans around the world. But you have to meet fans where they are. And I think in some particular cases, you can't rely on a game because those games are not scalable, right? We can only bring so many games to places around the world because, as Christine said, it takes a lot to create that environment, to travel entire traveling parties, and to recreate the environment. So we have to create different types of experiences, things like NBA Fan Fest, which is an interactive fan festival, celebrity games. We did a celebrity game in Macau in December because we announced that we're going back to Macau with games in October. We had a celebrity game. We brought a couple of former players like Stephon Marbury, Ray Allen, Tracy McGrady, and that building sold out, 12,000 seats. To watch those former players play with local celebrities. And so that was an engaging experience. But I think for us, it's about bringing NBA experiences into a particular market, whether it's a competition, preseason, regular season, or some other fan engagement experience where people can get a sense of what the NBA brand is, what the NBA experience is, and that's how we think about that.
Can I just add one thing to that is having that kind of experience, especially for the NBA, is so important because you do have to be conscious of your viewing customer and they see that energy. Them playing like the old Maui Classic, which used to be an NCAA game in Maui, which was a very small arena, very low energy, not a lot of fans. It translated poorly on television. What you did globally, especially in Paris this past time, was a perfect example of a great product that translated in person and on television. It was a great result.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I would just add, Mark, you talked about scalability, and I think that's a really good point as well, and something that we think about as we're trying to further develop our international strategy. The league office is certainly at the core of it, but most fans aren't fans of the NFL Shield. They're fans of the 32 teams, and so how can we engage the 32 teams? We have a global markets program that 25 of our teams participate in 19 countries to just sort of reach out to those individual markets. And so in some cases of teams, it's multiple markets, but to really think about international growth in a scalable way. So I thought that was a great point.
So Christine, building on that, given the importance of competition, would the NFL ever consider an international club, maybe in London?
Yeah, look, I think we're thinking about everything, right? Our strategy right now is certainly most directly really thinking about our priority markets. We've developed around 13 of those, and what are those targeted markets where we feel we have the best chance across the globe, and it really does span multiple continents, to grow fans. Where do we have the most excitement from host cities? We think about the importance of flag as and certainly being on the stage in the Los Angeles Olympics in 2028 will be a huge platform for the game of American football to really be on a global stage, and that's an important part of our strategy as well. I would say nothing's off the table, but certainly right now we're thinking about what those target markets are, and not just playing games. Games are one piece of it, but we know you can't just play a game once a year and expect to build a global fan base. We think about how to develop that fan base year round, right? Viewing parties, right? We currently have media deals in 195 countries with 80 global media partners. How do we think about our media presence there? How do we think about Netflix as a global media partner? And certainly we were very excited about the 2 Christmas Day games that were on Netflix. So, I would say our immediate strategy is really more targeted to that versus having an international club. But, as we think about our long-range planning, we're thinking about everything.
Yeah, that's great. So, Mark, you mentioned China. You're playing a couple of games in Macau, I guess, in October.
That's right.
So this is the league's first time going back to China since 2019, and some of the challenges around that. Why return now? And what has the league been doing, to repair the relationship, with China?
Yeah, no, I think when I go, so for those of you that don't know, in 2019, there was, and I think he might even be here. I know Daryl's here this weekend. But,
I wasn't going to call him out, but.
Well, for those, there's a lot of young people in the room that may not recall, but, when Daryl sent out the tweet that he sent out, it was our statement in support of Daryl's right to his freedom of expression that got us kicked off air on CCTV. right? It wasn't the tweet itself. It was our response, and that we support Daryl's right as an American for freedom of expression. And we always say that our players, we will support them in terms of them speaking out on issues that are important to them. And then that's what got us thrown off of CCTV. So since that time, we've been engaging. We've continued to engage with our partners there. We continue to be on Tencent throughout that entire time. And our mission is to inspire and connect people everywhere around the world through the game of basketball. And so we never stopped doing that work. We never stopped engaging with the communities. We never stopped doing community programs, grassroots programs. And I think eventually over time, like a year and a half, 2 years after that, we were put back on air on CCTV. And our viewership now and our engagement has never been better. And so I think now, it made sense for us to return back to games there. We have a partner in Sands. Patrick Dumont is the new governor now of the Dallas Mavericks, although the partnership that we created with Sands was done prior to him becoming a governor. But they have invested in a brand new state-of-the-art arena in Macau, and that's going to hold 12, 13,000 people. And again, part of our whole strategy is bringing the live game experience to fans around the world. And 300 million people in China play the game of basketball. That's almost the number of people that are in the United States of America. That's how many people play basketball there. So we're the number one sport there. The fans love basketball. And for us, our mission is to export our content, to inspire and connect people throughout the world. And the games there is a great way to do that.
So why is international expansion so important to U.S. leagues? What are the drivers? More revenue? Is it more fans? Is it more athletic talent? Let's find out from our panel. Christine, well, first of all, congratulations on your record-setting ratings with the Super Bowl 59. I think it's 127 million American viewers tuned in to watch the Eagles defeat the Chiefs. Go Birds. Does the NFL really need to go global?
Yes. Yeah, no question. In fact, listening to the Business of Sports panel earlier, I think Brian and Amy and Jessica talked about, the way that we'll develop fans over the next 20 years won't look like the way we develop fans over the last 20 years. And I think a lot of things play into that, certainly the way we provide that content to them, the fan experience in stadiums, all of the above plays into that. But international growth is certainly a big factor for us. And there's not, you mentioned a few things, and I would say all of the above to your list. It is not a primarily revenue-driven strategy. That's certainly an important part. But it's really about how do we engage fans, how do we introduce them in some cases to the game of American football, and that's a multifaceted strategy. I mean, the good news is that we've seen tremendous interest. We played last season on kickoff weekend, the Eagles and the Packers in Sao Paulo for the first time ever in Brazil, in South America, and the tickets sold out. It was 47,000 folks. I think it was something like 80% local Brazilian fans, not fans traveling in from Philadelphia and Green Bay. And I think it sold out in like 90 minutes. Wow. So the good news is that the fan interest has been tremendous, and that certainly plays into it. But we really think about, I think, all of the above, and I would say, yes, it's critically important and exciting as we think about what the future could hold and all the potential ways to grow this game and to introduce the world to it.
Now, Paul, On Location originated with the NFL and Super Bowl tickets. Mm-hmm. How are you helping the NFL go global?
So, the NFL is a phenomenal partner because they do understand their customer, they understand their product, and they're very clear on the purity of that. We've been partnered with the NFL in all aspects. We started with the Super Bowl, where we work with them on their hospitality, their premium tickets, their fan experiences, basically everything that goes on around the Super Bowl, On Location becomes the partner of. We also work with them on the participating teams, making sure that they have a great experience at the Super Bowl. All that translates to what we do around in partnership with them around the global expansion. We believe in global expansion for the NFL, but frankly for all of our partners, because we understand that this is a global economy. We are a global viewing world. People are people. We like different things, but we all like watching amazing, exciting, athletic, special moments. And that the NFL is that. When people engage and hear the sport, we know they love it. So we work with the NFL to help introduce that, get the local community excited about it, but also getting the fans there. You referenced Sao Paulo. That was a huge, huge opportunity for us. We actually moved more Eagles fans from Philly to Sao Paulo than I think we've done before other regular season games ever. It was an amazing effort on that front. So we work with them to help them figure out the markets, figure out how to do it, all the things that Christine mentioned. But more importantly, we're passionate about it because we believe that the more people can engage with live sport and understand these great, wonderful sports that you all represent, then that fan engagement translates to so many other things.
So, Mark, what are the key strategies that you use to break into new markets and build momentum in the places that you want to take the NBA globally?
Yeah, I mentioned the first two were, one, getting more kids to play the game of basketball. That's number one. In every country that we are in, we operate these junior NBA programs. We think that's really important. Number two, I talked about, is bringing that live game experience, whether that's an actual game, player appearances, branded attractions, and the like, viewership parties. The third thing is making sure that our content is accessible and localized. So our games are broadcast in 214 countries and territories and 60 different languages. When we go into China, for example, we have Tencent. We have something called NBA X, where we're actually customizing content based on what the fans are looking for and delivering that content to them. In Africa, for example, we launched a league in Africa, and that is about driving economic opportunity around basketball and the business of sports. But we're also taking content from our 50 African players that were either born in Africa or have one parent that was born in Africa, and customizing and localizing that content to Nigeria, to Senegal, to Kenya, and making all of that very, very relevant. We talked about the importance of globalization. When you look at the NBA, we pull from a global pool of talent. 30% of our players were born outside the United States, and including winners of the last 6 MVPs. So for us, if you're a young Nigerian player, a young Greek player, or a young Japanese player, you aspire to play in the NBA. And they drive fandom. Back in 1992, for the original Dream Team, that number was 20 players born outside the United States. Fast forward today, it's 125 different players who, again, are some of the best players in the league. So, and I'll go back to less than 5% of the world is in the United States. 95% of the world is outside the United States. So if you're a U.S. sport and you're not thinking about global, then you're missing out on a huge opportunity to grow your fan base.
Yeah, just on that point, I think the building global talent base is huge, and I think the NBA has done it really, really well. It's something that the NFL is thinking about quite a bit as we try to expand. We have NFL academies in the UK and in Australia. I think we have 19 players that are now playing Division I college football that have come out of those academies. We have 85 currently on active NFL team rosters, but that just means it's a huge opportunity in my mind. We have an International Pathways program that I believe has 13 players in it, but we have a long way to go. It's a great foundation, but I think that point about really building global talent and recognizable players from countries that span the globe is a really critical part of the strategy.
Mm-hmm. So playing the game, but Mark, you also mentioned media and the importance of media. So Christine, you mentioned also the Christmas Day games, right, and Netflix. Talk to us about how your approach to media rights, both in the U.S. but just more broadly, help advance what you're trying to do internationally.
Well, I mean, it's as we think about, potentially expanding. We're playing 7 games this season. Certainly, we aspire to play many more than that. Commissioner has said possibly getting to 16, which is something we think about quite a lot. So we certainly think about making sure that those games that are regular season games, not exhibition games, our presence and have a media presence around the world, certainly. But then we also think about, our full regular season roster and playoffs and Super Bowl and how we can make sure that, right now we're in 195 countries with 80 media partners, but how do we make sure that we're growing and developing? And we were excited about Netflix just from the perspective of, those 2 Christmas Day games. I can't remember the exact number of countries, but we're in well over 100 countries around the globe. And that's a great thing. Beyonce at halftime and 2 games on Christmas Day on that sort of global platform is huge, again, from an exposure standpoint. So we don't go into any conversation with a media partner without thinking about international and global growth and making sure that our content is as widely available as possible all over the globe. So it's, that's an important strategy. And clearly we know that's not, we have to be thinking about the long term too, right? Because, fan development feeds into more viewership that feeds into these media cycles that is certainly part of the long range plan thinking. So we are certainly not thinking about this from a 2 or 3 or 4 year perspective. The team at the NFL led by Peter O'Reilly and Garrett Meyer and Matt Shapiro is thinking about this from a long-term strategy standpoint and where do we want to be 15, 20, 30 years from now.
Yeah. So Paul, you also grew up in the media business. Global Soccer has been working to build a U.S. fan base. What lessons or what learnings are there from for U.S.-based leagues from what Global Soccer is trying to do in the U.S.?
So, yeah, I mean, global soccer, or what they say is non-U.S. football, right. Whichever way you call it, it really underscores everything you both are saying. First of all, they are developing the experiences as best they can, and they're doing the reverse. They're bringing the best of the global game to the North American markets to showcase that talent. With the same purpose that Christine identified, they're developing talent in the North American space, and inspiring that. But they're also developing the fan base, teaching the fan base what a high quality game is. The U.S. or North America perspective, I should say U.S. more than, because Mexico, very different. U.S.'s perspective on soccer is it's a mediocre game, or had been historically in the United States, with the exception of aging European players coming over to show them how good they are. And that's not worked. So what global soccer is doing now is bringing the World Cup here. So we're representing the World Cup. They're bringing it to 16 cities next summer for 6 weeks. We're going to be inundated with 105 matches of soccer. With that, we're going to get over 200 countries and territories to come to North America to view that. But we're going to inspire all the people in North America that soccer is an amazing sport, and that it's going to bring that to North America. But it's interesting, because it's like you would say, well, will that conflict with the other sports, with basketball, with football? The answer is no. The beauty of sport is people love sports. I think ESPN has showed us that. We love sports 24 hours a day, 52 weeks a year, period, end of story. I'll watch the Laker-Knick thing last night, or I watch the combine last week, and I'm all over that. Like, it doesn't matter to me. I just love sports. And that's what the fans are all about. So the more. And but introducing that to North America next summer, you'll see that's going to transform things. And then go into the Olympics, which will be 2 years later. And the basketball is already the best sport in the Summer Games historically. This past Paris,
hottest ticket to get. Hottest ticket to get. You could attest to that.
I could tell you all about how hard that ticket was. But with Flag coming in LA, and with North America FIFA in 26, you're going to see unique growth and competition, which is why we anticipate the LA Olympics, which we are representing, to be the most tickets sold for sporting events globally ever, for a thing of that ilk, because of all the work that you all are doing.
Yeah. So let's talk about flag football. So flag football is really having a moment right? Both because of what you're doing with the NFL sponsored leagues, also now, being part of the Olympics.
Yeah.
How is Flag, Christine, building the future NFL fans across the globe while you're still doing that in the U.S. as well?
Yeah, well, I would say first and foremost, it opens up playing the game to both genders, which I think, particularly from a women's sports perspective, is incredibly exciting. It's a highly accessible sport, right? It's low cost. Obviously, both genders can play. It's easy enough without a ton of equipment needed, so it's a highly accessible sport. And we think it's a great way to put American football on a global stage. We are very excited about having the game on the international platform, obviously in LA 2028, but we don't want that to be one and done either. Looking ahead to Brisbane in 2032, we certainly hope that flag football is the game there. And we are incredibly excited about it. Again, it's a way for youth through high school, through in this country, through NCAA, and then potentially professional to be able to play the game. We think it demonstrates a ton of athleticism, and we're super excited about it.
The benefit of the Olympics for you is that you now have 206 territories training their best athletes on this sport.
No question.
And so that introduction gives you an immediate ramp up where it would have taken decades to introduce flag to that wider spectrum.
Yeah.
So huge opportunity.
Yep.
So I want to go to some questions from the audience. One of the questions here is what could U.S.-based leagues learn from? Can esports or video games be used as a mechanism for building fan bases in new markets? Their exposure, a lot of fans, their exposure is to the video games as opposed to actually physically playing the sport. So I don't know, Mark or...
There's no doubt. I mean, we launched a 2K league several years ago, and what we see is that it is a great way for those fans around the world who don't have accessibility necessarily to live games to still engage with our players, to still engage with the game. And so right now, FIBA, the Olympics, they're all looking at esports as an opportunity to create competitions around it as well. So there's no doubt that it's absolutely an effective vehicle. We have hundreds of millions of people that play NBA 2K around the world and that are engaging with the NBA brand and that experience. So we think it is a very effective and scalable way to engage with fans.
100% agree. The only thing I'd add is that, from an NFL perspective, learning the rules of the game too, that can be complex and sometimes hard to understand. I think that's a phenomenal way to help not only engage with our players, but to learn the rules of the game as well.
The Latin American market has seen regular season games for the NFL and the NBA. We talked about Sao Paulo. We talked about Mexico. What makes this the right moment to go after the Latin American market? Mark?
One, I'd say just, again, there are hundreds and hundreds of millions of people there. The largest city in North America is Mexico City. And we've been playing games there now for 30 years. And we started a G League team in Mexico City. And that G League team actually is performing really well, not only in Mexico City, where they lead the league in attendance, they lead the league in merchandise sales, but when they come to the U.S. and play, they're attracting Hispanic American fans to those games too. So they lead the league in road attendance when they come in and they play in U.S. markets. So it's just the expansion of the markets there, the understanding of basketball, in our case, the same time zone. So they're able to watch the live NBA games in the same time zone, which sometimes can be a barrier in mostly Europe and Africa. Asia, our games are on in the morning, but there are all these advantages there, and we're seeing the growth of basketball continue to grow in these markets as well in LATAM.
Yeah, and the only thing I'd add is we'll be back in Sao Paulo this season with the Chargers playing at Corinthians again. And I mean, it's the excitement. They want the game there as well. I mentioned how quickly the tickets sold out last year in Sao Paulo. There's a tremendous amount of momentum and excitement in those markets, and we certainly want to respond.
Great. Just looking back to some questions from the audience. This is an interesting one. In terms of the on-court product, or I would imagine on-field, on ice, is there anything that structurally gives one sport an advantage over another to tap into global growth? Paul, do you have a point of view?
Yeah, I mean, there are some sports that are easier to transport than others because of just the complexity of it. Moving an entire football team versus a basketball team is very different. Secondly is the actual construct of it is as well. The choosing of the 16 cities was one of the more interesting processes I've been involved with for the World Cup because of understanding the pitch needs for a global football event versus a U.S. football stadium's current construct in terms of the way the corners, the actual pitch, the depth of dirt, the temperature, the use of grass, all of that, really different and more complicated. So complication is it. So the smaller, most compact sports will have the easier time. However, the payoff of making that effort and making that investment and driving it is worth it, which is why the NFL, which is such a strong league and such a well-created league, has the ability to do that where it's harder. We do the college game, as I mentioned, in Ireland. We moved 2 college football teams to Ireland. So it's not at the scale of the NFL, but it's kind of complex. And that process could be, a couple of $1 million to move a single team, which is not for the faint of heart.
Can I just say, I agree with everything you said, Paul. Like, there's no doubt that there are inherent advantages to the game of basketball, right? We're the second played most sport around the world. And it's because the rules are simple. It's easy to understand. You can play indoors. You can play outdoors. You don't need a lot of equipment. You can even improvise. You don't even actually need a real hoop. You can cut out the bottom of a milk crate and play basketball. So, which I used to do as a kid in Brooklyn. So to me, it's that accessibility. It's a game that's played by boys and girls. And so when you eliminate that friction and those barriers to entry, then you're going to get more people who are going to be able to participate in that sport.
Yeah.
So U.S. leagues are not the only ones interested in the global opportunity. Mark, ESPN reported that LeBron James, longtime business partner Maverick Carter, who we were just talking to, kind of in the back there, is raising $5 billion from sovereign wealth funds and private equity funds to start an international basketball league, 6 men's teams, 6 women's teams. Do you see that as competition or a complement to what you're doing internationally with the NBA?
Well, again, I don't know. All I know is what I've read in the reports on that, so I can't speak specifically to that. What I'd say is what we're focused on is creating the best, most global sports league in the world. So we are the league where the best players from the best basketball players in the world play in one league. And even soccer, I don't think, can say that. And I think that's what we aspire to do. And I would say that the relationships that we build with FIBA, the fact that we launched a league in Africa, we're looking at opportunities in Europe, but we partner with other leagues around the world. The CBA, we have partnerships there. We have a partnership with the Japanese league, the B League, to develop talent there, because we want the level of competition in basketball around the world to grow, but we want to continue to be the place that every young boy or girl aspiring to play basketball at a high level will want to play in the NBA or the WNBA. And today we are that. And I think that's what we're focused on, is making sure that our competition is the place that the best players in the world can come and demonstrate how good they are.
Got it. So we're nearing the end of our time. So let's end where we started. Fast forward another 8 years into the future at the globalization panel at Sloan, 8 years from now. Mark, what country will you be talking about where the NBA doesn't have a presence today that you want to be in?
To me, I'm going to cheat. I'm going to say a continent. I'm going to say Africa, because in 25 years, a quarter of the world's population will be in Africa. And what we're trying to do in Africa right now through the launch of this league is demonstrate that basketball and sports can be an economic driver of industries, of jobs. It's got the youngest population in the world, fastest growing. And when we talked to the private sector and public sector there, they said, what you guys can do is help us create jobs. And so that's what we're trying to do. We're seeing tremendous growth in the Basketball Africa League now. We're seeing investments in infrastructure. We're seeing entrepreneurs sprout up around promoting our league there. So that's 8 years from now. Ask me again.
Okay, Africa.
Yeah,
Christine.
exactly.
Yeah, I would agree with Africa. That's on my list as well, in Asia for us.
Yeah.
I think developing that presence, Australia in 2026 will make 4 continents for us. I would want to expand that by 2 when you talk to us in 8 years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a Paul, on locations, ready to hit both?
We'll hit anywhere these guys want to go. But I will tell you that we're excited about what's happening also, in addition to those things, in the Middle East and Saudi. I think that that region, from a sports perspective and a sports entertainment perspective, is going to be something to watch.
Fantastic. Well, please join me in thanking our esteemed panel.
That was great.
Hello, everyone. It is my honor to introduce you to our closing panel for the day. I hope you all had a great day. We are going to have the NCAA's newest power players, the rise of the GM. I'm Kelly. I'm an MBA student at MIT Sloan, like many of the other content people you have met today. So today, for our panelists, they need no introduction. You know them well, but in their new roles here, they're going to be speaking. Andrew will be speaking as the general manager of Stanford football, and Adrian Wojnarowski will be speaking as the general manager of St. Bonaventure's men's basketball. Moderating our panel, we will have Michael Lewis, author and journalist, and big SSAC returning moderator. So we're really lucky for this panel to be occurring today, and thank you all for being here. With that,
thank you, Kelly. That's great. I was talking with the organizers a few months ago, and they asked me if I wanted to do anything. And this subject, the subject of, it's the commercialization of college athletics, is something that I really don't know anything about, and I thought would use the panel just to learn about it. And so that's what I am here. I'm basically here to figure out if there's a book in this subject. and this is the first conversation I will have had about it. And we have met briefly, the three of us have met briefly on a Zoom, but it really is not prepared. And one of the things I'd hoped to do was crowdsource some of the questions. I want your contribution to this because I think it's unmapped territory. Like their roles are a new role. It's a little unclear what it is and where this is all going. But I want to start with Andrew and then go to Woj, but I wanted to ask you first, just set this up a bit for us. What led you to? What is your job? Why did you decide to do it? And the third part is, if I wandered into your office and said, like, what's the story here? What's the story here? Like, what should I? Is there material here? Like I smell. But let's explain how you got to what you're doing.
I'm gonna forget one of the questions.
All right, I'll remind.
But I'll start. What is my job? I'm titled general manager of the Stanford football team. I think if you were to add the titles of a professional team of team president, director of football, general manager, whatever it is, running football, football vertical, and obviously working with our athletic department on the business vertical of it. And it is a little bit unique at Stanford. I believe we're the only structure in college football that has a GM sitting at the top of the football pyramid, not beneath the head coach. And for those who are college football fans, you know that sport, my sport in college, has been built on the cult of coach forever and ever and ever. Bear Bryant, Nick Saban.
Yeah.
That's traditionally been how college football has been built. So that is my job.
And the coaches acknowledge you're sitting on top of them. So you're functioning a lot like a GM on a professional sports team.
Yeah. And our coach, Troy Taylor, has been fantastic. And frankly, I was curious what his reaction was going to be when I walked into his office to the president of our school had shared the news with him. I was going to be the GM and, the structure.
I want to just poke and prod you a little bit before we get to, but who first thinks it's a good idea to create a GM for the Stanford football team? Is there a GM for all the Stanford sports?
Nope.
Just the football team?
There is, just the football team. And it was our president.
President of the university?
Of the university.
The former one who?
Nope.
The current one?
Current one, started in September.
Okay. And why? Why did they think it was a good idea?
I think he astutely observed that college football is changing, had been changing, is changing, and is going to continue to change.
Yeah.
I think he observed that Stanford football had a bit of catching up to do, to put it mildly. And that we were and are still sort of sitting on this razor's edge in college football, like a theory being at some point it's going to break again, and if you're not in whatever it is, you're going to be left out forever.
And so they called you and said, are you interested?
Honestly, I was sitting in his office. I'd requested an audience with the president to share my bullet points on football. And,
are you serious?
Yeah, we were going to leave town. My wife and I bought a house somewhere else, and we're ready to go in the summer. And I was like, I better get my thoughts out, and don't take them out of the state with me. I'll probably get taxed on it too, California. But sat down in the middle of the conversation. Well, a couple minutes in, I realized, oh my gosh, this president knows the micro issues of our sports teams, and speaking macro about where college football, where college sports could go. And in the middle of the conversation, he organically asked, well, why don't you run football for me, Andrew? And I screamed inside, yes, I will do this. But I had to check with my wife.
But did you have any idea when you're in that office that there is going to be this role?
No, did not.
Okay, so this is just an accident.
No, I should say, as a football fan, I'd seen that GMs were popping up at other schools.
Right.
And really, but it also, I think, acknowledging that these GMs were sort of the personnel recruiting, the traditional recruiting coordinator was maybe being split apart into a couple different jobs, and a GM was really head of personnel.
All right.
Right, sitting under a coach.
So before we're going to get into what's changing in college football and what the job is, all of us. But I wanted to quickly, Woj, I want you to explain to me. I read that article. I think it must have been ESPN about who quits a $7 million a year job for a $70,000 a year job. It was actually an amazing piece of journalism. But I want to just tell us your story and what your job is and how you came to it.
I think essentially at St. Bonaventure, which is a school in the Atlantic 10, which is a very good conference by any metric in a given year, 7th, 8th. Some years 6th maybe in the country. But there's no school quite like ours in that we only have 1,800 to 1,900 undergrads. There's lots of schools like ours, but they don't play in a conference like we do. They play with other like schools. And so we've always had to punch up resources.
You're a graduate.
I'm a graduate. And
so you're both back at the schools you went to.
Yeah.
All right.
And that's the only, for me, the only way this would have ever happened is doing it at St. Bonaventure.
You didn't want to be a basketball GM.
I am not trying to get on a college basketball GM track.
Okay.
The next track I want to get on is to a beach somewhere. Okay. There's no beaches in Olean, New York. So it's my alma mater. I met my wife there. My brother-in-law played basketball at St. Bonaventure. My sister-in-law went, my wife's dad. So it's an important place in our family. But I would say when he said, what is my job? And I was listening to Andrew explain, the verticals, and at Stanford, we don't have any verticals at St. Bonaventure. I'm director of survival. I'm director of college basketball survival. That's how, for us, that's the fight we're in.
So how did the job ever come about? Like, did you go to them and say, you want me to be GM of the basketball program, or did they call you?
I'd been very engaged with our program for years, and Mark Schmidt, our coach, is as good as any coach in America, and the success he's had at Bonaventure in a league where, by any metric, we've been in top 3 or 4 program over his 15 plus years, and gone to the NCAA tournament. We beat high majors regularly. We've won 12 of our last 20 games against Power 4 and Big East teams.
You know what I feel like?
Out of those 20, none are at home.
I feel like I'm hearing what you're about to tell the recruits in Eastern Europe tomorrow. He's on his way to Eastern Europe. You've got your pitch down about why to come to St. Bonaventure.
Yeah, I was listening to one of our soccer, walls are thin there, and one of our assistant soccer coaches was on with a player, I think it was an international player, and we can hear each other's conversations. And I heard him say, I wrote it in my notebook, he said, listen, academically here in this country, there's Harvard, and then there's St. Bonaventure, right there. I wrote it down in my notebook. For us, it's a special place, and we have a unique challenge in this landscape. And so, but I had been talking with them. I had been engaged, and especially since the portal opened and NIL, I had been helping to lead our collective and trying to raise money for to keep players, to recruit players. And then, I would help in conversations with players, because once the collectives, you were able to talk to recruits, so I could get on the phone with our current, I would get to know our current players certainly and try to help them with some of the relationships I had around. And I would tell you, and I know Jonathan Gavoni from ESPN is in here, and he would be able to attest to this. I'd be in the middle of free agency or trade deadline at different times, and I've got like 2 concurrent conversations going. I'm literally breaking news and then hitting Gavoni. What do you know about this kid from Serbia? What do you know about, is that guy going in the portal? And I found my enthusiasm for doing these 2 things. I kept asking myself last year, what would you rather do? And the answer kept coming back, I'd rather go do that job. And so I brought it up with our athletic director right before the NBA draft. I said, listen, I'm going to be busy here the next few days. Let me know what you think of this. And he said, you would be our GM in addition to ESPN? And I said, no, I'm gonna leave. And I said, talk to coach about it, and let's circle back in a few days. And we started that conversation in late June.
So what is the job? Are you sitting on top of the coaching staff like Andrew's sitting on top of the coaching staff?
I think Andrew's unique in the whole landscape.
Is that true?
Yeah, I'm sure of that.
So there's this job called GM of a sport at a college, but it's not the same job from college to college. So we don't know.
I think.
What is your job?
My job is to serve our coach. My job is to.
I thought you were about to say serve the Lord. But yeah, you have that tone about you.
No, but it's to serve our coach, our players, to raise money in NIL. That's obviously vital. And to bring them options, to use the relationships that I built in basketball around the world. And Coach Schmidt's gonna decide who's on our team.
Right.
I'm gonna help try to create a payroll and a structure, and then build out some sustainable revenue, we hope, models in NIL. So just going to that donor model is really hard to keep going back. We've got to figure out and work on other ways. But
so you're raising money.
You raise the money, and then
but you're going to go talk to basketball players.
Yeah, I'm out
selling
recruiting.
basketball.
So
but you're
I'm out recruiting. I'm at high school games. I'm at junior college games. I'm at international events. I'm on with agents all day.
But the coach is telling you who to recruit.
Well, what I'm trying to do is bring them. Hey, we can get involved here. Here's a player. Let's watch some film. What do you think of them? So they might say, yeah, really like these three. This one's not a fit. And I think over time you start to understand who fits your program and your coach.
Right.
And then it's a salary cap, right? So you might prefer this guy from this guy, but that precludes us from doing these two things.
Right.
So then you're trying to figure out how this puzzle fits together. And now, you have this sort of moving target on what your salary cap is. In the NBA, you know what your salary cap is, generally, right? And you know whether the owner is willing to go into luxury tax or not. Mine is, 2 months ago, I thought my cap would be one thing, and then we raised some more money, and I'm like, you know what, I think we could go here, and so it's a little bit of a moving target.
So you're the equivalent, if this was a professional sports enterprise, you'd be kind of director of scouting and business development and some other. It's not exactly like a GM of a pro sports team. You're not making the big personnel decisions.
No, and it's as much as anything. If you were at Stanford or a high major, the group of players that you would recruit, and I'm sure at Stanford academically, their pool of players it's fairly finite, right? Mm-hmm. Ours is infinite. Where we are, it's high major players moving down, it's other mid majors moving sideways, it's low majors moving up, junior college. Where, say, at a high major, international, their pool of players that they're going to recruit is smaller, and ours is endless. And so instead of trying to be fully, you can't cover the whole world. I'm one person in our staff. So I try to go to places where we have relationships and I have trust, and I want people who I have history with and who I know will be good partners with us on players and families. Our place isn't for everybody, just like Stanford, and everybody's a little unique. So you try to zero in on places you think you have strength and say, Coach, hey, here's a pool of guys that makes sense for us, and let's dig in on them.
All right, so I have a bunch of kind of stupid questions to ask, but I think it's the world has changed so fast, and people really haven't paused to think about what the changes even are, much less what they mean. But I want to talk about just the money for a minute, like what the rules are. Because I had different answers from different people who's supposed to know. And tell me if this is wrong, that there is a conversation about creating a salary cap for at least the Power 5 schools of about $25 million across all sports, but that hasn't happened yet, and it's going to happen next year, maybe?
I got you.
Okay, help me.
I think we're living in the collective era, if you will, which I think has been wild, wild west. And the House settlement is April 7th, something like that, April 8th. that hopefully goes through. I think we're in a
And what is that?
whole world of a mess. The House settlement will bring, I think, a level of sanity to the system, because it is going to create a salary cap at $20.5 million that athletic departments, will disperse to students
And this will affect St. Bonaventure as well as Stanford.
they see fit.
Okay.
We'll come in a little under the cap.
Okay. St. Bonaventure.
So,
and you could do that's across all sports.
And that's across all sports.
So
in theory, you could decide, a school could pick a singular sport or a singular Michael Lewis and pay $20.5 million to you.
It's an amazingly interesting, complicated problem.
There's also a back pay. Part of the settlement is a back pay, and I think 75% money going to football players, 15% men's basketball, 5% women's basketball, 5%
players who didn't
other.
get paid in olden times.
Till 2016.
That doesn't affect you.
I'm too
You're not going to get paid?
No,
Okay.
I got paid playing ball. I'm good. I'm fine.
All right.
But that I think is intended to reflect the market on football. So, I can't imagine this House settlement not going through, because it will bring a level of sanity to the system.
So let me just stop everyone saying, that happens, but does that mean that it's then forbidden for Larry Ellison to buy the quarterback from Michigan from LSU?
I don't know how verboten it's going to be, but Larry Ellison could donate to Michigan,
over and above the.
And look, I know that we at Stanford and many, many, many others, and maybe all, and certainly talking about the ACC, compliance to the cap is going to be important, right?
Is there any off-books operation that will be allowed?
They're not allowed, but there's been off-book operations in college sports since time immemorial.
We're just waiting for the next lawsuit to determine whether the schools can force the salary cap.
The NCAA has been under incredible antitrust suits just over and over and over, and it broke, right? It broke. And so this House settlement will be the beginning of what I think is this new era, which is still an interregnum. It's still there's going to be something new. But eventually we do have to get to a state of enduring and sustainable perpetuity, and
maybe
we have to. Yeah. We have to. It can't change every 2 years, 3 years, and including as a business model.
So I didn't understand this. I thought the world we were about to walk into, there were two ways the athletes were going to get paid. One was by the school directly, the 20.5 out of that pool of how much money it is, and one is by the Larry Ellisons of the world who want to come in and help.
The collectives will still exist in most cases. The NCAA has talked about putting in a third party. Deloitte's been discussed about as a third party that would regulate what they would call fair market value on NIL deals. And so any player, any student athlete who had a deal that was over $600, right, has to report it to the NCAA or to Deloitte, this third party. And so the idea is that they would police essentially salary cap circumvention. My sense is that $20.5 million figure for the highest of high majors is only the beginning of that they're still going to have NIL deals. I get the sense people's budgeting even double what that 20.5 combined football, basketball, that they'll still be able to use their collectives. I think the questions a lot of us have is, how do you decide fair market value on if a company in Buffalo, New York wants to do an NIL deal with one of our players? To me, the fair market value is what that company sees that player's value is. Or if a collective, I think what they're trying to is player gets X amount of dollars from a collective, he has to do 3 or 4 community service events a year to earn that money. The problem is we're all just making these numbers up.
Okay.
All of us.
So this is what I thought. Okay, so we don't know.
So to say what's fair market value, they made up a number, we made up a number, Stanford's making up a number. Right. And so a third party is going to say, your made up number is okay, yours isn't, and then I think the fair is then they'll be right back when someone's deal is nixed.
Have you all both already been in negotiations with high school students? Actual negotiations to come and play for your school? Have you had the money talks with people?
Absolutely, and transfers.
Tell me give me an example. You don't have to name a name, but give me an example of what someone asked for.
Definitely won't name a name, but there's a full spectrum of who you talk to as well.
Okay.
Right, from agents at blue chip firms that represent NFL players, to parents of kids, to guardians, to an uncle or another relative to the young man himself. And so, and as you can imagine, you also get this sort of full spectrum of type of conversation.
I want to hear a couple of them. What these sound? Do they walk in and say, "I'll come, but I want $8 million and I want a 6-bedroom house and I want my mother to have a job"?
Housing is a part of it. Certainly, there are asks, and oftentimes parents perhaps being a little more forthright or aggressive with asks. Now, like we're at Stanford, we have, I think by and large the sieve that the filter that we're using, and the young men that can get into our school, because we do ask our young men to apply, and they do have to write the same 5 essays to get into school as everybody else.
Is this really true? I mean,
that's
true. I know you have to. I know you have to apply, but is there not does the admissions office actually hold the football players to the standards they hold everybody else?
Look, I'm not in the admissions office, and I don't know what the standards are. But I will say they have not. The admissions office has not lessened the standards for football players or basketball players since I was there.
Really?
Absolutely.
Okay.
And look, it's something that we are proud of at Stanford, and my thesis and our thesis for winning is that we can do this in a thoughtful way.
Right.
But there are enough young, smart, football talented men out there in high school. We just got to make sure we get those guys. Our yield can't be low there.
Right.
Yeah.
So I was asking, I want to hear both of you give me an example of when they come in, what the expectations are now. It's so changed since when you were a high school athlete. When you look at it, do you think, wow, I wish I could have gone through this?
It is changed. And look, I hold a deeply held belief it needed to change.
Yeah.
This is billions dollar industry, and the product on the field and the young men absolutely deserve a slice of it. And I'm going to answer a different question for a second. I only see a world in which some combination of federal legislation and a collectively bargained agreement sort of interact to create
limits on what people get paid.
And just an enduring state of whatever this is, especially for football and basketball. And there's a whole question about what the heck happens to Olympic sports. Right?
So we're going to get to that.
And we'll get that. But would I have enjoyed being in this world? Sure, I would have loved to have made some money and play quarterback and go to the greatest university in the world on scholarship. Sounds like a hell of a deal, to be honest.
Knowing what you know now about the market for top high school quarterbacks, what would you have paid you?
What would I have paid me?
Yeah.
Millions, baby.
No, I'm curious. What was the?
You should ask my dad.
No, I'm just very curious. What is the U now? What is their market value?
The Michigan allegedly paid $10 million. I'm not sure, over what course of time for their player, and I think back to Washington. We don't really know what market value is. What Michigan decided to pay that kid. What school X, pays that kid. I think that's what's so weird about the situation. That's also what's so fun and intoxicating for me is it feels a bit of a Gordian knot. And like Woj, it's my alma mater. I wouldn't do this anywhere else. I think you really have to believe in something to wade into this world, into the wild west of college football, because it's wacko, right? And it sort of doesn't make sense. And I certainly believe, what we got going on at Stanford and where we're trying to go. But yeah, millions. I would have loved some money. Heck, absolutely. Nothing wrong with that.
You're not answering my question. My question was what you were actually worth.
Oh, what was I worth? I don't know.
You don't know?
Yeah, it's worth whatever
someone was willing to pay.
Yeah.
So the conversations you're having with basketball players, you're going to Belgrade tomorrow. You're going to start talking to players. Money will come up. What do they expect?
If money's the first part of our conversation, it'll be a short conversation, because we're not going to win a bidding war. If I'm preparing right in this job, and if I'm trying to focus in with players and agents, and you kind of know your pool. I'm not going to go have the same conversation with the player that's, Duke and Kansas are recruiting. We're not going to be involved in that. I think for us, the focus for us and how I think we've identified it, we might be the first stop on the way somewhere else. And I think we have to be okay with helping a player to spend a couple years with us when he's younger, perhaps, an international player. We're a great first stop in the U.S. before he goes to, if we can help a guy get to a high major and make $1.5 million, $2 million a year, we can provide great value for him. And I know people, even at our place, don't love hearing that, but that's the reality. Or we're the place to come when you got to get the basketball right. You took NIL somewhere else. You picked geography. You picked weather. And it didn't go great. And you got knocked on your butt. We have a Hall of Fame coach, and we have a very good league, and I'm going to try to help you with the pro stuff. And maybe we get the guys who are coming back.
You get rehab practice.
Yeah, but also guys also have a different perspective. I will spend, you mentioned the high school players. I have spent a lot of time this year on high school players who are top 50, top 75, top 100 in the country. It is very unlikely we are going to sign them now. But I want to build relationships with these players domestically, internationally, because they may come back to us in 2 or 3 years. And they may be in the portal. Now you have a relationship with them. You got to know them and their families. The world might look different than them in 2 years than they see it right now. So I've spent a lot of time doing that, knowing I saw Monty McNair earlier, and I was sharing that with Monty, the Sacramento GM. And it's in my mind, it was always a little like when an NBA team could get let's say they have the 27th pick in the draft, right, and they have a lottery pick who they could get in for a visit. Well, they're not going to probably be able to make a trade to move up, and he's probably not going to drop to them. But you know what? They got that player on their campus. They got him. They got some information from him. He got to meet with people. Maybe they learned some things about him that will be useful down the road. And so that, to me, is how you're doing it. There's not these dramatic moments of, if somebody's coming into me and all of a sudden we get to money and it's so far out of whack, it's my fault. It's not their fault. I probably haven't prepared very well for where we're going, but you're going to get into negotiations with, let's say we get in the portal or an international player. I think the high school model for us, older's better at our level. And so, I have a dream of having a 25 and under roster. We potentially could have some players at 24, 25 next year. And so our advantage, maybe the blue chip high school player who's a top 50 guy and goes to our competitors, we're not going to invest a lot of money into an unproven high school player. I look at it like an NBA salary cap, where I'm going to put almost exactly like I'm putting a percentage on our cap, just like an NBA team does. Maybe a super max, 2 maxes, mid-level exceptions, and then minimums. Right. And you're trying to fit, you're building out a payroll now.
Right.
I want to add to Waj real quick, Michael, because I think we're maybe not indicative of the traditional college football and basketball GM at the traditional, at some of the traditional sort of brands in college sports. And I think part of what I keep trying and what our team at Stanford keeps trying to know thyself. Who are we? Right. Who can we be? How do we differentiate ourselves? Money's absolutely part of the game and part for us. But we're going to be, unlike St. Bonnie's perhaps, we're not looking at
other ways to compete.
Yeah, we're not looking at the 25 and under roster. We're looking at the developed high school kids. We can't get 30 transfer. We can't turn over a third of our roster through the transfer portal every year, nor do we. And we believe we're one of the best schools in the world. We will build off of high school recruits that we develop for 4 years, that we have incredible networking, wraparound service. We have a differentiated product that we can offer a young 18.
Yeah,
but it's all about knowing what we can.
But also that's part of it too. You may not put a lot of money into a high school recruit, but as that player develops and as he grows, then you're really determined financially to make sure you can keep them, because we need guys and families, and I've learned this in just this time I've been here, how important who the families are of your players, that they buy into your environment and who you are. And a small school that offers some things that others don't, the things that some might see as a disadvantage for us, with certain families and kids, they're a great advantage. And so we will recruit high school players, and we are doing that. We're not going to probably invest a ton of money into a high school player until he comes in and proves himself. And then you've got to work really hard to keep those guys, because typically I think it's more expensive to replace a player than it is to.
So this is another stupid question, but there are no contracts, right? Are there contracts? If a player signs with you and you pay them $1 million to play quarterback, how long do you have them locked up for? How long can you have them locked up for?
I think there was some news about a multi-year contract and a kid leaving a school to go to another school in the middle of it. So I don't think many folks are dealing with multi-year contracts. But I can tell you, our collective and St. Bonnie's collective absolutely has a contract with a kid. And if there's a collective out there that doesn't have a contract with a kid, or a kid doesn't, that's bad.
Okay, so there's a contract, but they at the end of every year,
they're free agents.
Yeah. And is the school able to walk away from it too? We don't know.
We'll see.
Again, we don't know.
What happens after April, and how schools end up.
So these athletes, these college athletes, are free agents in a way no athletes really have been before.
Yeah,
every year.
I think with the antitrust pressure on the NCAA, in which the athletes perhaps had zero rights, not zero, but you know what I'm saying, like the pendulum swang
the other way,
incredibly far.
Right.
The other way.
Let's talk about the effect of what's happening on other sports that aren't money sports. I mean, you're going to be sitting just with football. Stanford's. Let's just imagine it's a $20 million salary cap for all sports. You're going to be making a case for a lot of that $20 million going into football, I assume. There's going to be an argument that happens. Who's going to adjudicate that argument?
Yeah. Of course, I'm going to advocate for football and optimize for competitiveness.
Right.
I think we certainly live in a world and in a model where football reigns supreme in this country, right? We watch the NFL and then we watch college football, and TV revenue is king, and conference realignment is driven by football, at least on our level. And so absolutely, I think certainly most universities are going to be responsive to the market, in certain ways. Maybe we'll weight one way or the other. And I'm not sure how much of a market is going to exist around Olympic sports and athletes, and revenue share with those athletes. But I know, like at Stanford, I absolutely support the idea of making sure. Part of why I love Stanford, one, I met my wife there. She was a gymnast. Right? There's 36 sports. I went to the Olympics this past summer. We had 59 current and alums, Stanford alums, competing at the Olympics. I watched my classmates pole vault and play volleyball. Right? It was incredible. It's the most incredible athletic community to be a part of. And so, as an alum, when the next Katie Ledecky is out there, we damn well better get the next Katie Ledecky, and that might mean playing the money game in that sense. So there's going to be a model at Stanford that I think honors a broad 36 sports. And again, that's.
And who will decide? You're not the GM for all the sports, so
I'm not.
It's going to be that role.
And we don't have an athletic director right now, so probably our president will adjudicate.
It's very odd. There's going to be someone. So there's going to be a need for a GM on top of the GM.
Athletic director.
Because the person who's been athletic director in the past has no ability to do this kind of thing. Typically, I mean, it's such a different skill set.
College sports is changing a lot, and I think you're going to continue to see new, non-traditional folks going in.
So let's talk about that. What kind of finance people? Are you seeing finance people turn up in your neighborhood, like private equity firms? What are they doing? What do they want?
Yeah, we've talked with private equity about. Hey, listen, we would love, I think some of these private equity companies and individuals, and some that I've known from my past life, what I've told them is, let us be your proof of concept. There may not be a massive deal to do with St. Bonaventure, but it could be impactful for us. And they want to get at the Power Four schools and those conferences. Right. And we've talked about, is there a world where we can do a deal with you that's, much more scaled down, that shows them, hey, we've got somebody signed up. We have a model here that might work for you on a much bigger level. And we have to look at those.
What's the deal? What are they investing in? What are they buying?
They're buying, essentially, they're betting against your future revenue and getting a percentage of your future revenue stream versus, that's the general idea. Now, we're not down the road anywhere, but we've had those conversations, and I would venture to guess most schools are having those right now.
You're saying that turn up in your life too?
Absolutely, conversations for sure. And I think we just saw the Big 12 announce they had a deal with the private equity firm, Redbird, I want to say,
Yeah.
Going in at the conference level, which I think we will continue to see. I am curious, when the crossing of the Rubicon happens at a university, at a school, at an athletic department. Maybe it almost seems inevitable in a sense.
That a private equity firm comes in and buys the athletic department?
Or invests in or buys part of it or owns a certain stake.
And has a big voice in what's going on.
Absolutely. And perhaps provides some expertise on things that college departments traditionally have not had. And Stanford, I don't speak for all of Stanford, but we're certainly not where St. Bonnie's is in that type of conversation because generally, the role philanthropy has played in college sports for a long time and will continue to play will continue to be a big part, certainly of what Stanford does, which is, quite odd.
Well, it's going to be odd asking someone to give money to the program when someone else is actually buying the program and taking the revenues.
And we're not there yet.
Yeah, I know.
And I'm not sure, there could be rules against it. I'm not sure there ever will, because there really is. This is still college sports, right? And while it may at times be lip service and, student athlete might not be a true full term, I still think that, I want to believe, and maybe this is too optimistic of me, but at least at Stanford, I'll speak for, maybe at large, I want to believe that, the student, the athlete, and the sort of professional or the money part can be held in the proper tension. I don't think we want to get rid of student athlete. I think it's actually quite important for our country. And something we want to believe in.
We're a very odd society in this way. We're the only country on the planet that connects its athletics to universities in the way that we do.
And it's awesome.
I love it too, but it's different. It's not it's not normal.
Our men's basketball program, the success of it, being in the Atlantic 10 Conference, competing in a league that we've, in the last decade plus, have won a couple regular season titles, a couple postseason titles, and been really competitive in. That's important. If we didn't compete at this level, if we said we're going to scale back, we're going to drop down to a league with schools who are our size, it would be an existential threat to our university staying open. I think we all believe that. Basketball, our place, it is what drives alumni engagement and our fans bringing our alums who come back to campus, kids who come to St. Bonaventure to be around that Division I basketball environment. We all believe that if we struggle to compete at this level and don't stay in this fight, we worry about where our actual university will be in the future. And so for us, that's more than anything, that's what drives me every day in this.
It's
Stanford's, whether Stanford wins or loses in football and basketball, Stanford's going to be there and Stanford's going to be what it's been.
I'll push back, actually. I think we also have an analog, in a sense, and our president identified this, that if Stanford doesn't have big-time college football, that it ceases to sort of be Stanford in totality and struggles to differentiate itself.
It becomes Harvard.
In many ways, and we don't want that.
No, we don't want that.
We don't want that at all.
There are a million different, we have 6 minutes, and there are a million different things to talk about. There's a question here that was actually the first question that led me to Moneyball, and I'm going to get to it in a minute. But one of the things, you look at the way the landscape changes, one thing happens, which seems obviously happening. The kind of person who's going to succeed as a big-time college football or basketball coach might be quite different from the person who has succeeded in the past. You see people like Tony Bennett leaving, Nick Saban leaving. I think they know that what I did is not as valuable as it was. And there's going to be some other things you need to do, namely maybe suck up to players in ways you didn't have to before, to manage differently. Manage with a roster of maybe people who are being paid more than he is. That hasn't happened yet, or has it? Are there any players who are being paid more than their coaches in college sports?
Than position coaches, absolutely.
No, the head coach.
Oh, then the head coach.
Probably not.
I'm not sure.
Probably not. But do you, when you're thinking about who's going to the coaches? You have a coach you adore, and I can guess what you're going to say. But I'm curious, if you were going to replace your coach, would you have to take into consideration this new, that money is now in the middle of these relationships?
I think you have to be adaptable. And our coach is old school in a lot of ways, but he always says, adapt or perish in this. And I think the challenge for everybody is trying to stay true to your values and who you are and what's made you great, but also allowing for the fact that it is different. And, you know, the 4 and 5 year developmental player that played a little as a freshman, played a little more as a sophomore, and then they're like this really good role player on an NCAA tournament team as a junior and senior. I don't know if we'll see that guy in our program again. And that's hard. That's why guys got into it. That's what they love about it. I just think everybody has to recalibrate their thinking on this, and there's no question that starts with your head coach.
Yeah, I'd add that you're right. Like, the responsibility of a head coach in college football has grown exponentially over the past 5 years, and it's untenable for a single person to do it. That's why college football teams are starting to resemble pro teams in terms of structure and a GM or a team president or a scouting department, you know, a recruiting department, you know, wraparound services, whatever you have. So,
do you see the analytics that have been applied to players in response to the salaries going crazy in pro sports? Like, this whole analytics movement is a byproduct of the decisions becoming really expensive decisions. Like, it didn't matter if you got it wrong, you were paying someone $50,000 a year. But if you're gonna pay them $50 million, you better get it right. So all of a sudden, someone who's got something give you a little bit more of an edge in that decision making is more valued. This is now gonna happen in college sports.
Absolutely.
So we're gonna be moneyballing 15-year-olds?
Absolutely. Look, we just built a brand new data science building on Stanford. It's big and it's bright, and it's got the brightest data science kids in the world. They're come to me.
It's but it's evaluating a 14, 15, 16-year-old kid it's different, you know, than evaluating someone who's developed. And I mean, you're going to have it's going to present its own challenges. There's going to be greater financial incentive to getting this thing right and not getting it wrong. We have 2 minutes. So the question that got me interested in the Oakland A's in the first place was free agency, salaries were going crazy. And I noticed that like this isn't exactly right, but it was like the left fielder was getting paid like $6 million all of a sudden, and the right fielder was getting paid like $100,000. And the first question I had was, how pissed off is the right fielder when like the left fielder drops a fly ball? Is there class resentment because these salaries are gotten so different from each other? And does it affect the way the team operates? And this is what someone has just asked. They said, let me pull it up. How do you deal with players' relationships when one gets paid significantly more than the others? This is going to be a new thing in college sports. Do you think it's a problem, or we're just going to get used to it?
I think coaches really were worried about that. And I really believe that I see these guys are smarter, just like in a pro locker room. They know who the best players are. They know. The players know. They might be a little in personal denial, but deep down they know. They all know who the best player is. And it gets back to having a group that fit your place, that fit, having team first guys. Again, if it's just about guys who want to out-earn everybody else, that's not going to be a fit for us. Now, at a high major, they might be able to make that work. But I would say those guys figured it out just like a pro locker room figures that out, right?
I would agree completely. And I do think it goes back to a program knowing who you are, what you're about. Locker rooms are very sharp. They're smart, and I think a GM, if you're allocating capital in a way that respects enough the talent and the quality of teammate, in the locker room, your locker room's fine. It's right. The best players get paid more. Like, if you don't get too sideways from that, it works. It'll work itself out all right.
Do you both have a sense that you're in jobs that may be so different 5 years from now from the job you took that you don't even know what it is exactly?
I still don't know what my job is every day right now, I'll be honest. People keep telling me, you're like classic startup, Silicon Valley. You're asking questions and trying to answer them and fundraising and, just defining something a little more every day. And I do think that, that fits the sort of Stanford Silicon Valley ethos, which is part of what's exciting.
I'm so relieved to hear Andrew Luck say, I have no idea what this job is. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm like, okay, I'm not the only one.
I do know what we have to do. And that is simple. We got to win football games. Like that part's
and
simple.
When you say 5 years from now, the one thing I know is we're going to need more money, and we're going to need more money. I know that won't change. Whatever the rules are, we've got to figure out a way to financially exist. I know that baseline's not going to change for any of us.
All right, so I haven't figured out what the book is, but thank you so much. It's been great having you guys. Thanks so much.
That was great. It was fun.